Prologue. The rainy streets of Dublin on a cold winter's day were no place for a young boy to dawdle, unless that very same boy had his nose pressed up against the window of the most fascinating bookshop. Lights twinkled inside, and the colourful covers called to him, promising stories of adventure and escape. The window was packed with novelties and trinkets. Miniature hot air balloons almost reached the ceiling, while music boxes with mechanical birds and carousels twirled and chimed within. The lady inside spotted him and waved him in. He shook his head and blushed slightly. "I'll be late for school," he mouthed through the glass. She nodded and smiled. She seemed friendly enough. "Just for a minute," he said, having fought the urge to go inside for all of 3 seconds. "A minute it is." She was behind the counter, taking more books out of a big cardboard box. She glanced over at his untucked shirt, his mop of hair that had managed to evade a comb for quite some time, and mismatched socks. She smiled to herself. Opaline's bookshop was a magnet for little boys and girls. "What class are you in?" "Third class in St. Ignatius," he replied, craning his neck to look up at the wooden airplane suspended mid-flight from the vaulted ceiling. "And do you like it?" He scoffed at the thought. She left him leafing through an old book of magic tricks, but it wasn't long until he approached her desk and began looking at the stationery. "You can help if you like. I'm sending out invitations to a book launch." He shrugged and began mimicking the way she folded the letters and stuffed them into the envelopes with a little too much enthusiasm. He wrinkled his nose with the effort, changing the constellation of freckles that spread out to his cheeks. "What does Opaline mean?" he asked, pronouncing it with far too many syllables. "Opaline is a name." "Is it your name?" "No, I'm Martha." She could tell that he wasn't satisfied with that as an explanation. "I can tell you a story about her, if you like. She didn't like school very much either, or rules." "Or doing what she's told," he suggested. "Oh, she especially didn't like that." Martha smiled conspiratorially. "Here, you finish jamming those letters into envelopes and I'll make us some tea. A good story always begins with tea."
Chapter 1. Opaline. London, 1921. I let my fingers run along the spine of the book, letting the indentations of the embossed cover guide my skin to something tangible, something that I believed in more than the fiction that was playing out before me. 21 years of age, and my mother had decided that the time had come for me to marry. My brother, Lyndon, had rather unhelpfully found some dim-witted creature who had just inherited the family business, something to do with importing something or other from some far-flung place. I was barely listening. "There are only 2 options open to a woman your age," Mother pronounced, putting down her cup and saucer on the table beside her armchair. "One is to marry, and the other to find a post in keeping with her gentility." "Gentility," I echoed, with some incredulity. Looking around the drawing room with its chipped paint and faded curtains, I had to admire her vanity. She had married beneath her station and had always been at pains to remind my father, lest he forgot. "Must you do that now?" my brother asked, as Mrs. Barrett, our housemaid, cleared out the ashes from the grate. "Madam requested a fire," she said, in a tone that showed no inflection of respect. She had been with us for as long as I could remember, and only took orders from my mother. The rest of us she treated like cheap impostors. "The fact of the matter is that you must marry," Lyndon parroted, as he limped across the room, leaning heavily on his walking stick. 18 years my elder, the entire right side of his body had been warped by shrapnel during the war in Flanders. and the brother I once knew stayed buried somewhere in that very field. The horrors he held in his eyes frightened me, and even though I didn't like to admit it, I had grown fearful of him.
This is a good match. Father's pension is barely enough for Mother to run the house. It's time you took your head out of your books and faced reality.
I clung tighter to my book. A rare first American edition of Wuthering Heights, a gift from my father, along with a deep love of reading. Like a talisman, I had carried the cloth-covered book, whose spine bore the duplicitous line, tooled in gold, by the author of Jane Eyre. We had come across it by complete chance at a flea market in Camden, a secret we could not tell Mother. I would later discover that Emily's English publisher had permitted this misattribution in order to capitalise on Jane Eyre's commercial success. It was not in perfect condition. The cloth boards were worn on the edges, and the back one had a V shape nicked out of it. The pages were coming loose, as the threads that sewed them together were fraying with age and use. But to me, all of these features, including the cigar smoke smell of the paper, were like a time machine. Perhaps the seeds were sown then. A book is never what it seems. I think my father had hoped my love of books would instill an interest in my schooling, but if anything, it only fueled my loathing for the classroom. I tended to live in my imagination, and so every evening I would race home from school and ask him to read to me. He was a civil servant, an honest man with a passion for learning. He always said that books were more than words on paper. They were portals to other places, other lives. I fell in love with books and the vast worlds they held inside, and I owed it all to my father.
If you tilt your head,
he told me once,
you can hear the older books whispering their secrets.
I found an antique book on the shelf with a calfskin cover and time-coloured pages. I held it up to my ear and closed my eyes tight, imagining that I could hear whatever important secrets the author was trying to tell me. But I couldn't hear it. Not the words, at least.
What do you hear?
He asked. I waited. Let the sound fill my ears. I hear the sea. It was like having a shell to my ear, with the air swirling through the pages. He smiled and held my cheek in his hand. Are they breathing, Papa? I asked.
Yes,
he said.
The stories are breathing.
When he finally succumbed to the Spanish flu in 1918, I stayed up all night by his side, holding his cold hand, reading his favourite story, The Personal History of David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. In some silly way, I thought that the words would bring him back. I refuse to marry a man I've never even met purely to aid the family finances. The whole idea is preposterous. Mrs. Barrett dropped the brush as I spoke, and the sound of metal on marble churned my brother's features. He loathed any loud noises.
Get out of here, now.
The poor woman had very unreliable knees, and it took 3 failed attempts before she got up and left the room. How she managed to refrain from slamming the door behind her, I will never know. I continued with my defence. If I'm such a burden to you both, I will simply move out. And where do you think you will go? You have no money, my mother pointed out. Now in her 60s, she had always referred to my arrival in the family as their little surprise, which would have sounded quaint had I not been aware of her loathing for surprises. Growing up in a household of an older generation only compounded my urge to break free and experience the modern world. I have friends, I insisted. I could get a job. My mother shrieked.
Damn and blast, you ungrateful brat,
Lyndon growled, grabbing my wrist as I attempted to get up from my chair. "You're hurting me."
"I will hurt you far worse than this if you do not obey."
I tried to free my arm, but he held fast. I looked to my mother, who was making an intense study of the rug on the floor. "I see," I said, finally understanding that Lyndon was the man of the house now, and he would make the decisions. "Very well." He still held onto my wrist, his sour breath in my face. I said, "Very well." Meeting his eyes, I again tried to pull away. "I will meet this suitor."
"You will marry him,"
he assured me, and slowly he released his grasp. I smoothed down my skirts and tucked my book under my arm.
"Right, that's settled then,"
Lyndon said, his cold eyes looking somewhere just beyond me.
"I shall invite Austin to supper this evening and all will be arranged."
"Yes, brother," I said, before retreating to my bedroom upstairs. I searched the top drawer of the dressing table and found a cigarette that I'd stolen from Mrs. Barrett's stash in the kitchen. I opened the window and lit the tip, taking a long, slow inhale, like a femme fatale from the films. I sat at my dressing table and let the cigarette rest on an old oyster shell I had picked up at the beach last summer. A carefree holiday with my best friend Jane, before she herself got married. Despite the fact that women now had the vote, a good marriage was still seen as the only option. Looking at my reflection in the mirror, I touched the nape of my neck where my hair ended. Mother had almost fainted when she saw what I'd done with my long tresses. "I'm not a little girl anymore," I had told her. But did I really believe that? I needed to be a modern woman. I needed to take a risk. But without any money, how could I do anything other than obey my elders? That was when my father's words returned to me. Books are like portals. I looked again at my bookshelf and took another long drag of my cigarette. What would Nellie Bly do? I asked myself, as I often did. To me, she was the epitome of fearlessness. A pioneering American journalist who, inspired by Jules Verne's book, travelled around the world in a mere 72 days, 6 hours and 11 minutes. She always said that energy rightly applied and directed could accomplish anything. If I were a boy, I could announce my intentions to do the grand tour of Europe before getting married. I longed to experience different cultures. 21 years old, and I had done nothing. Seen nothing. I looked again at my books and made my decision before I finished smoking my cigarette. "How much can you give me for them?" I watched as Mr. Turton examined my hardbacks of Wuthering Heights and The Hunchback of Notre Dame. He was the proprietor of an airless shop that was in reality just a very long corridor without any windows. His pipe smoke gave the air of thick quality, and my eyes began to water.
£2, and that's being generous."
"Oh no, I need much more than that." He saw my father's copy of David Copperfield, and before I could stop him, he began to leaf through the pages. "I'm not selling that one. It has sentimental value."
"Ah, now, this is interesting. It is known as the reading edition, as Dickens would have read from it at his public readings."
His bulbous nose and tiny eyes gave him the look of a badger or a mole. He sniffed out the valuable book like a truffle. "Yes, I'm aware," I said, trying to snatch the book back from his greedy paws. He continued with his appraisal, as though he were already selling it at auction.
"Sumptuously bound in full polished red calf. A charming edition.
Ornate tooling and gilt to the spine, all page edges gilt, original marbled end papers. My father gifted me that book. It is not for sale. He looked at me over the rim of his glasses, sizing me up. Miss Carlyle. Miss Carlyle. This is one of the best preserved examples of these rare issues I have ever handled. And the illustrations by Hablett K. Brown. You see his pen name, Fizz. I added, with pride. I could offer you £15. The world fell silent, the way it often does the moment before a life-changing decision. On one path lay freedom along with the unknown. The other was a gilded cage. £20, Mr. Turton, and you have a deal. He narrowed his eyes and his lips betrayed a grudging smile. I knew he would pay, just as surely as I knew that I would devote my life to getting that book back. As his back was turned, I slipped my Wuthering Heights back into my pocket and left. That was how my career as a book dealer began.
Chapter 2. Martha. Dublin, 9 months ago. When I first arrived at the red brick Georgian house on Halfpenny Lane that cold, dark evening, with rain dripping from my jacket, I hadn't planned on staying. The woman on the phone sounded less than friendly, but I had nowhere else to go, and very little money. My journey to Dublin had begun a week previously, and from the other side of the country, at a lonely bus stop just outside the village. I didn't know how long I sat at the bus stop, if it was cold or warm, or if anyone passed me by. All of my senses were dulled by one overwhelming urge to leave. I couldn't see out of my right eye, so I didn't see the bus eventually pulling up. My whole body felt numb, but when I slid off the stone wall, my ribs complained. Still, I wouldn't let my thoughts go back there, not yet. Even when the driver got down to help me with my suitcase and looked at me as though I had just escaped from a secure facility, I wouldn't let my thoughts go back there.
Where to?
He asked. Anywhere but here. Dublin, I answered. Dublin might be far enough. I watched the countryside slide past my window. I fucking hated those fields, the small towns with a school, a church and 12 pubs. The greyness of it pressing in on me. I must have started to doze off because I jumped, thinking he was on top of me again, my hands protecting my face. I didn't know what to protect. He was too quick. And when he found the poker, it all fell away from me. Everything, every hope I had, every naive, stupid hope. I learned something in that moment. You're on your own in this world. No one is coming to save you. People don't suddenly change, say they're sorry, and begin to treat you with respect. They are a jumble of hurt and pain, and they will take it out on whomever they can. I had to save myself. Just a coffee and a toasted cheese sandwich, please, I said to the waiter, picking the cheapest item on the menu. I'd had no luck online, so I grabbed a local newspaper and began searching for jobs. 1 week staying in a hostel and I was already running out of money. That's when I saw it. Housekeeper, live in. I dialed the number and the very next day found myself on the steps of a very grand-looking house, knocking on the glossy black door. Madame Bowden, as I was told to address her, was like no one I'd ever met. Like a character from some historical TV drama, she wore a feather boa and diamond earrings. Within 5 minutes, she had already regaled me with stories of her days in the Theatre Royal, dancing with the Royalettes and acting in some old plays I'd never heard of. People call me eccentric, but then I call them boring, so it's all relative. What's your name again? Martha, I repeated for the 3rd time, following her down the stairs to the basement. She had a walking stick, and while she made a big production of it, she seemed agile enough. I guessed that she was probably in her 80s, but she also seemed timeless, an actress who had chosen a character to be frozen in time.
"Now, the last girl was very happy here,"
she remarked in a tone that warned me I should feel likewise. It was so dark I couldn't make anything out, save for the half window close to the ceiling, where I could see people's feet walking past at street level. She flicked a switch using her cane and, following a moment's blindness from the large bulb in the pendant lamp, I could see a single bed in the corner with a wardrobe on the opposite wall. Beside the door was a small kitchenette, and just outside, a door led to a tiny bathroom with a shower. The lino on the floor was curling at the edges, and the wallpaper similarly obliged, but I immediately felt a sense of safety. It was mine, a space I could call my own. I could close the door and not have to worry about who might beat it down.
"Well?"
Madame Bowden asked, arching an eyebrow. "It's lovely," I said.
"Of course it is. What did I tell you?"
"So, do I have the job?" She narrowed her gaze, taking in my dishevelled appearance. I thanked God for what must have been her very poor eyesight, because she didn't seem to notice my battered face, or, if she did, it didn't put her off.
"Oh, I suppose so," she capitulated. "But don't get carried away. I'm hiring you purely by default. No one else showed up. Can you believe that? That's the trouble with your generation. Entirely unwilling to do an honest day's work. It's all tickety-tock these days, expecting money for nothing."
She was still talking as she walked away from me and up the stairs. I carefully sat down on the bed and listened as the springs played like a broken accordion underneath me. Still, it didn't matter. No one would ever find me here. I set the clock for 7 a.m. Apparently, my new employer expected a fine dining experience in the morning, at which point I was to conjure a Michelin star breakfast out of whatever was in the fridge. I would think about that later. I fell into a blessed sleep without even changing my damp clothes or closing the blinds. I sat up the minute I awoke. Why was it so bright? Where was I? And why was my alarm ringing? One by one, my mind slowly answered these questions, and I looked down at my old jeans and baggy jumper. I wasn't sure exactly what the uniform was for being a housekeeper, but it probably wasn't this. I opened my suitcase and pulled out a long, grey knitted dress. I could hardly recall throwing it in here, but some part of my brain must have thought to grab things I wouldn't need to iron. I quickly pulled off my jumper and was just unzipping my jeans when I saw the bottom half of 2 legs walking in front of the basement window at the side of the house. I held my breath until I saw the boots, brown suede with laces. They weren't his boots. I watched, holding my jumper over my bra, as they paced up and down and in semicircles. What the hell was he doing? I felt my anger rise. With no small amount of resistance, I managed to push the window open and stick my head out, with my arms resting on the windowsill. "Excuse me." No response. I cleared my throat loudly. Still nothing. "Can I help you?" "I highly doubt it." I was surprised to hear an English accent. I had begun to think the feet were not attached to a body at all. I still could not see his face, but already I could read snippets of him. It was something I'd always done, reading people, even though it got me into trouble sometimes. This one seemed distracted, searching, unhappy. "What are you doing here?" I continued my conversation with his shins. "I hardly think it's any of your business. What are you doing here?" "I live here," I said, wishing I'd pulled the blinds in the first place. "So you can do your peeping Tom act somewhere else." My voice was shaking a bit. I didn't feel up to having a confrontation with a stranger, but I also wanted my privacy. I could hear his boots scuffing the dirt, and next thing I knew, he was sitting on his haunches, his face looming in front of me. It didn't really match the voice at all, which was all sharp edges that you could cut your finger on. There was a warmth in his brown eyes, or were they green? Hazel, perhaps. His hair kept falling in the way, but his features held the quizzical look of someone who would challenge every word you spoke. "Did you just say Peeping Tom?" he asked, clearly amused. "Have you time-travelled from the 80s? I wasn't sure which I disliked more, being ignored or mocked. His grin was annoyingly infectious, and it revealed some imperfect teeth, which I read as the result of a short-lived passion for sports. Football, I think. Blocking a penalty kick, he'd been hit in the face. I smiled, then immediately stopped. "Look, if you don't stop stalking me, or whatever it is you're doing, I'm going to phone the police." He raised his hands in surrender. "I'm sorry. Look, my name is Henry," he said, offering me his hand to shake. I stared at it and watched as he sheepishly retracted it. "I wasn't peeping in your window, I promise. I'm looking for something." Likely story, I thought. "What did you lose?" He looked around him at the waste ground between Madame Bowden's house and her next-door neighbour, messing up his already messy hair with his hands. "I didn't lose it exactly." I rolled my eyes. He was a peeping Tom, or whatever. A perv. That was it. I was about to tell him when he blurted out a word I hadn't expected. "Remains. I'm looking for the remains." Oh, Jesus Christ! Did somebody die here? I knew it. I knew there was a weird vibe about this place. I got a feeling as soon as I arrived. No, God no, not those kinds of remains. He stooped his head low to make eye contact with me again. "Look, I know this looks sketchy, but I promise you it's nothing bad. It's just difficult to explain." For a moment we said nothing. Him crouching by the gable wall, me half hanging out of the window, standing on a kitchen chair. That's when I heard the bell. "What was that?" he asked, trying to peer inside. I looked around and saw a very old-fashioned bell with a wire running away into the ceiling. By the looks of things, I was in my very own real-life version of Downton Abbey. I turned back to him. "Henry, do me a favour. Whatever you're looking for, go look for it somewhere else," I said, and shut the window firmly in his face.
Chapter 3. Henry. I sat nursing a pint of Guinness, in the same pub as the day before, and the day before that. I even had my preferred stool at the bar, tucked away in the corner. Tainted Love played in the background, and I tapped the beat with the tip of my shoe against the wood of the bar. Sometimes I feel I've got to tap tap. Run away, I've got to tap tap. I was reading over my notes from the day before. In the course of your life, you'll spend 6 months looking for missing objects. An insurance company did a survey once that suggested the average person misplaces up to 9 objects a day, meaning that by the time we turn 60, we'll have lost up to 200,000 things. When it comes to books, how many paperbacks, manuscripts, handwritten drafts have been lost or forgotten throughout history? The number is infinite. How many forgotten libraries remain hidden, like the Dunhuang Library on the edge of the Gobi Desert, sealed up for 1,000 years and discovered, quite by accident, by a Taoist monk who knocked down a wall whilst leaning against it and smoking his cigarette. Behind it, he found a mountain of ancient documents, piled almost 10 feet high, containing scripts with 17 different languages. Who is to say what treasures are yet to be rediscovered? What lost things are waiting to be brought to light? At least, that is what I reminded myself, as I spent yet another night in the bed and breakfast I couldn't afford, writing up notes in my journal about the bookshop that didn't exist. Had it ever existed? All I had was a letter from one of the world's most successful rare book collectors to its owner, a Miss Opaline Gray, discussing a lost manuscript. And where had I come across such an unusual piece of correspondence? In the only room in the world where possibility became reality, an auction room. I had spent years looking for the one, the big discovery that would make my name in the world of rare books, and this was the closest I had ever come. I should have been on a flight back to the UK days ago. I took another mouthful of the black stuff, as the locals called it. Motivation comes in all shapes and sizes, and my motivation for staying in Ireland was to avoid looking like a complete failure. That was what everyone expected, including me. If no one takes you seriously, how can you ever hope to do so yourself? I blamed my father, and had no qualms about it. My very first memory of him was one of betrayal. He'd told me to stand up and perform with my new toy microphone. It must have been Christmas, and he had some of his mates over. I sang some songs, who knows what, but all I remembered was his laughter, the way it almost resembled a wolf snarling when he was really drunk. The others joined in, and my cheeks burned so much I hardly noticed the hot liquid running down my legs. "He's pissed himself," my father wheezed, falling off the chair with amusement. I can't recall what happened after that. My mother must have come and rescued me. But from that point on, I was always tagged with the reputation of being a crybaby, too sensitive. It didn't help that my sister, Lucinda, came out of the womb with her fists ready for a fight. He respected her. In fact, we were all slightly intimidated by her. And so my position as the runt of the litter was firmly established. Until I found that Rosenbach letter. Suddenly, I became a man of destiny, as though all of those years missing out on vital stores of vitamin D by ensconcing myself in libraries would finally be vindicated. I ended up spending so much time reading books in the library that everyone thought I worked there, and eventually I thought so too. It reached quite remarkable levels of self-delusion when I began telling the other staff how to perform their duties. When my mother found out, she was furious. "All that money I spent on your fees! You haven't even sat one exam, Henry!" "Yes, but I had used the money to attend courses at the London Rare Book School, so it wasn't all for nothing. I had a trade, even if no one else saw the extreme love of old books as a trade. Still, I had never actually followed a lead like this. I was hardly Indiana Jones. Lucinda once told me I was about as adventurous as a bucket. Well, who was the bucket now, eh? I laughed, the drink clearly going to my head. I'd spent weeks at Halfpenny Lane looking for any sort of clue, some sign that the bookshop had existed once. A dark shadow, like the kind left behind on the carpet when you move the sofa. But I'd come up empty-handed. Until the girl. Where had she come from? She had stared at me with the most piercing blue eyes I'd ever seen. I stared back. She looked angry. No, she looked afraid, I realized. She had the palest skin, but her round cheeks had a pinkish glow. She failed to conceal a nasty-looking black eye under a long bleached fringe. The whole effect was like that of an angel fallen on hard times. I had wanted to keep on talking to her, but what could I say? "Have you seen a missing bookshop? Is it possible that your house has consumed it? Are you free for dinner?" When she slammed the window and turned away, still clutching her jumper over her chest, I could see a vast tattoo all over her back. Not a design, as such, but lines and lines of tiny script, like the Dead Sea Scrolls. We had only spoken for a matter of moments, but I was certain that she was the most intriguing woman I'd ever met. Annoyingly, however, she stayed true to the pattern of most women who met me and took an instant dislike to me. Still, Maybe she knew something about the bookshop, so I would have to dig deep and find any modicum of charm to get her on side. 2 hours later, I found myself back at the B&B, standing in a narrow hallway, made narrower still by the claustrophobic wallpaper and the framed portraits of at least 5 popes. Orange flowers seemed to leer out at me, and the swirling brown carpet offered no respite. "Are you back for your tea, love?" Nora had the look of Hilda Ogden, but with the thickest Dublin accent I'd ever heard. She was the kind of person who'd seen it all. Standing with one arm folded and a cigarette held in a limp hand, she looked as though nothing would surprise her. I envied people like that. If there was a nuclear explosion right now, with bricks and mortar falling around our ears, Nora would probably still be stood there, with her cigarette, rollers in her hair, wondering who'd made that racket, and then getting on with frying some eggs for tea. "No thanks, Nora. I ate pie and chips at the pub." I had never met anyone so concerned with my diet, and most of our conversations ended with anxiety over my weight, there generally not being enough of it for her liking. "Oh, good. That'll stick to your ribs." She nodded approvingly. "And you'll have the full Irish in the morning," she told me, in no uncertain terms. I nodded politely and began heading up the stairs to my room, with the frilly curtains and shiny bedspread. But despite the decor, the house had felt immediately like home. Not my home, of course, but the concept of being at home. Perhaps it was Nora's way of making you feel as though she'd known you for years, as though you were part of the family, which, from what I could tell, consisted of 3 Jack Russells and a husband called Barry, who remained safely out of sight. "He lives in that shed," she'd said, as she showed me the shared bathroom on my first night, replete with an avocado suite. The sound of a hammer hitting wood had echoed up from the backyard. "If I could just get him to sleep out there," she had said, with an indulgent sigh. "There's a letter for you, by the way," she said now, fishing it out of a pocket in the front of her apron. "From the council. Looks official. I didn't read it," she added hastily, confirming that she had.
Chapter 4. Opaline. As the gangplanks were lifted and handkerchiefs fluttered in the air, my heart was a mix of excitement and trepidation. Having spent a cold and sleepless night on a mail train to Dover, I had countless hours to question the wisdom of my decision to escape to France. There was just enough time to send a telegram to Jane, and I bitterly regretted not having the chance to say a proper goodbye to the one person I would miss. I knew not what lay ahead of me, but was keenly aware of what I was leaving behind. My mother would doubtless be distressed at my departure, if not for the loss of a daughter, then surely for the gossip and notoriety that would befall our family name. I was bringing shame to them both, but I had no choice. It was their pride or my future, and I could not, would not, sacrifice myself on the altar of their expectations. I had enough schooling to get by, or so I thought, and would soon realise that the University of Life was an altogether harsher education. As I stood on the deck, I put my case by my feet and looked out at the horizon. Many of my fellow passengers had already installed themselves on reclining chairs to avert seasickness, but not I. I held on to the railings and began imagining all of the adventures that lay ahead, without a practical thought as to how I would survive alone in a foreign country. A blur of activity caught the corner of my eye, and before I knew it, someone was making off with my case. I cried out, but my voice was lost on the wind, and while he ran, I stumbled along the smooth wood of the deck. Quick as lightning, another man brushed past me and chased down the gangway and apprehended the thief. A young boy of 12 if he was a day. He brought him back by the scruff of the neck, the case in his other hand, and in a heavily accented voice asked me what I would like to be done Well, I mumbled, embarrassingly. The whole event had left me in shock. I shall report him to the ship's captain if mademoiselle so desires, he said, with a touch of dramatic license. I was immediately conscious of his height. He was well over 6 feet tall, and his dark features were very striking. Black hair, dark eyes, and brown skin. He was unspeakably attractive. Mademoiselle, he repeated, with a slight smile sparkling in his eyes. Yes, of course. I turned to see the boy, whose features had suddenly taken on those of a persecuted lamb. And what shall happen to him? I inquired, taking my case back. He will be removed from the ship and taken straight to prison, I assume, the man said, rather dispassionately. Oh. It is entirely your decision, mademoiselle. Well, I have my possessions back now, so I suppose there's no harm done. And you won't do anything like this again, will you? I asked, looking at the youngster, who I now noticed was not wearing any shoes, and his clothes seemed 2 sizes too small for him. He shook his head vehemently, and like a wild creature disappeared into the crowd as soon as the man loosened his grip. Mademoiselle is too generous, he said, watching the boy escape. Allow me to present myself. My name is Armand Hassan, he said, bowing slightly. His name sounded so exotic and intriguing, giving him an instant allure. He was dressed well, but with an air of casual elegance, as though he couldn't help but look well, no matter what he wore. Yet there was something dangerous, or secretive in his eyes, that stirred a feeling of mistrust in me. Miss Carlyle, I replied, offering my hand, and realizing too late that I had already given a complete stranger my real name. I had to sharpen my wits, and fast. Enchantée, Mademoiselle Carlyle, and may I say what a beautiful name you possess. I hope I will have occasion to speak it, and often. He brought my gloved hands to his lips, and I swore I could feel the warmth of his breath through the fabric. I quickly averted my eyes and hoped that my cheeks had not flushed. I had hardly left England's shores, and already I was succumbing to the charms of a foreign accent like some ingenue. I had to get a hold of myself. Yes, well, thank you very much, Mr. Hassan, but I must get on, I said, realizing too late that I was on board a ship and had no pressing engagements to speak of. His eyes twinkled, imagining the warnings I had received about entering into conversations with strange men. If I may, mademoiselle, some parting words of advice. A charming young woman like yourself must be more careful in future. Travelling alone on the continent, the fairer sex will always be at risk from unscrupulous types. That was when I regained my composure, shrugged back my shoulders and raised my chin. Mr. Hassan, while you are obviously very well accomplished in the fluency of the English language, you are sorely lacking in your knowledge of English women. We are quite capable of looking after ourselves. Thank you very much. With that, I swung my coat and walked purposefully into the headwind, almost losing my hat but trapping it with my hand at the last minute. The arrogance, I mumbled to myself, determined not to let myself be lured in, no matter the circumstance. The Hotel Petit Lafayette appeared quite smart on the facade, but as with books, one can never judge by appearance alone. I was led to a stairwell that swirled around an inner courtyard, giving every room a balcony of sorts, which overlooked the dull grey innards of the building. My spirits were lowered still further when the man opened the door to my chambre. I never had occasion to enter a convent, but I imagined it to be the equivalent of what stood before me. A narrow room with a narrow, uncomfortable-looking bed, and no window. No, I said, shaking my head. Non? He repeated, unmoved. No, I'm afraid this is quite out of the question. As no response was forthcoming, I elaborated on my theme. Your room, I said, raising my voice and speaking slower, for how else should he come to understand my plight, is something akin to a monastic cell. I would like... Je voudrais une chambre plus grande avec une fenêtre. 10 minutes later, and at double the cost, I found myself in a modest-sized room with a slightly bigger bed. Clearly, my bargaining skills would need refining. But once I opened the long window and saw my view, I put all of my grumblings aside. There, the rooftops of Paris spread out before me, golden in the evening light. I was, quite simply, terrified of what I'd done. Desire and its attainment can provoke strikingly opposing thoughts in a person. Yet I was determined to make a go of it. And there would be absolutely no tears. My first day in Paris was blustery but bright, and I held tight to the little map that I had purchased from a street vendor. Paris was as beautiful and inspiring as I'd hoped. Every street was more beautiful than the last. The buttery stone buildings with elegantly tall windows and grey tin roofs looked immaculately chic in the soft sunshine. Walking back along the Quai de la Tournelle, I came across a row of booksellers, or bouquinistes, as I would later learn, selling all sorts of books, in French and English, magazines, journals, and even old posters and postcards. I stopped to browse, wondering at the green metal boxes that held their treasures, hanging on the parapets on the banks of the Seine. They looked like train carriages that had just pulled up overnight, opening their doors to the reading public until nightfall. I was in heaven, on the banks of the river in bright sunshine, lost in a world of books and foreign accents. That was when I spotted it. Histoire extraordinaire. Bound in cerulean blue, it was a 2-volume translation of Edgar Allan Poe's short stories by Charles Baudelaire. I opened the cover to find that it was a first edition, published by Michel Lévy Frère, Paris, 1856 to 1857. My father was a fanatic when it came to Mr. Poe, and I too enjoyed The Tell-Tale Heart and The Fall of the House of Usher. And so I saw it as a sign. I inquired as to the price of the book, my broken French immediately betraying me as a foreigner. It sounded like 100 francs too many, and after much gesturing, him turning out his pockets to indicate that I was robbing him blind, we agreed a price. I felt drunk with recklessness, spending the little money I had on another book. As he began wrapping the volumes in brown paper and string, I heard a voice I recognized calling my name. "Monsieur Hassan," I said, surprised when he yet again took my hand and kissed it. I flushed immediately, and the bookseller smirked. They then began a conversation in French that I could not follow, but the subject matter soon became clear. "I see you have purchased my Baudelaire," he said, with a devilish smile. "Whatever do you mean?" "I told my friend here to keep this translation for me, but I see he has sold it to you for a much higher price." The implication was not lost on me, that I was a silly woman who'd be taken for a fool. I chose to ignore it. "Well then, it is not your Baudelaire, but mine," I said, taking the package and heading back towards my hotel. "At least allow me to offer you dinner tonight, as a felicitation for your excellent bargain," he said, his long strides easily catching up with me. No, thank you. I cannot accept such an unsuitable invitation. We are strangers. Oof, he said, mockingly taking a dagger to the heart. But we are not strangers, and it would seem that you are alone in Paris. I'm not alone, I said defensively. I'm staying with my aunt. Ah, I see, he said, nodding and almost admitting defeat. Alors, if you change your mind, Mademoiselle Opaline, he added, handing me his card. I will not forget this slight easily, but, fortunately for you, I have a forgiving nature. With a tip of his hat, he disappeared down a side street, and I was left standing there, feeling furious. He was an infuriating, pompous, arrogant man, and I loathed him. And yet, I put his card in my pocket, rather than throwing it in the Seine. That evening I wrote one of the postcards I had bought at the bookstall to my Jane. I knew I could trust her to keep my whereabouts a secret. The thing about Jane was, you could hear her laugh before you ever saw her. She adored the outdoors, which Mother declared unladylike. I missed her terribly, but writing to her closed the distance between us, if only for a short while. I tried to keep my tone cheery as I filled the postcard with statements that ended in exclamation marks. Paris is glorious. Not very original, but still. I fancied that perhaps one day she might come and visit if I were to remain. When I looked at the money I had left, I wasn't so sure. I had to find a position doing something. I resolved to visit the library the next day and see what I could find out there. As I undressed for bed, I pulled the card that Monsieur Hassan had given me from my pocket. Armand Hassan, Antiquaire, 14 Rue Molière, Casablanca, Maroc. So, Monsieur Hassan was a book dealer from Morocco. That explained his exotic good looks, if you liked that sort of thing, which I was determined I would not. The romance books I read were littered with stories of young women falling for fast men like him. I put the card away, in my case this time, when I should have ripped it up and thrown it in the bin.
Chapter 5. Martha. Working as a housekeeper for a woman of advancing years with serious delusions of grandeur was not where I had seen myself ending up. But I kept telling myself that this was just a stopgap, just until I got myself sorted, whatever that meant. After a couple of days, I found myself quickly settling into a routine. I realized then it was exactly what I needed, for I was still in shock. Unlike the movies, you don't just leave your home, your marriage, and everything you knew and simply start a new life. There is a bit in between where you're just breathing, like a drowning man who clings to a rock. You know you're alive, you can move, even speak, but something is missing. So I performed my tasks. I woke in the morning and prepared breakfast for Madame Bowden, a boiled egg and English muffins with thick-cut marmalade. After I'd cleared up, I made her bed and tidied her room while she dressed. Then I lit the fire downstairs. The house was old and chilly. She had refused central heating, said that the pipes would destroy the aesthetic. She had fiercely strong opinions about everything, which honestly baffled me. Mainly because I couldn't remember ever having an opinion on anything. My father had the only opinions that mattered in our house. My mother never spoke at all. Nowadays, people would call her non-verbal, but when I was a child, the people in my village called her other names. Madame Bowden, on the other hand, read the papers aloud, contradicting every opinion piece and making speeches about what she would do if she was in charge. I largely ignored her, getting on with vacuuming the carpets and doing the laundry. She was not unkind, but not exactly friendly either, which suited me just fine. I ate my dinner in my little basement room every evening, mostly beans on toast, and took to walking along the river late in the evenings when the office workers had gone home and the city was quiet. Well, quieter, at least. It felt like I was thawing out after a very long winter. Every day I felt my muscles relax a little more, and even when I went shopping for groceries in the supermarket, I hardly checked behind me to see if he was following. Until the day Eileen, Madame Bowden, decided to succumb to the ruination of the 20th century and ordered a television. I was busy in the kitchen making her lunch, poached salmon and baby potatoes, and when I took her tray into the living room and saw a man walking through the front door, I dropped the tray and stood frozen to the spot. "Ah, sorry, love. I knocked, but the door was open," he said, clearly mortified and struggling with the heavy package. I kept staring at him, trying to trust my eyes. "It's not him," I kept repeating silently. "It's not him." I recovered as quickly as I was able and began to clear up the mess. My hands were shaking so badly that he offered to help. I couldn't even look him in the eye, I was so embarrassed. The following morning, Madame Bowden asked me to give a good dusting to her study, a small room on the first floor facing the street. It had gorgeous, flowery wallpaper and a writing desk beside the window. The other walls were fully shelved and, just like a library, were filled with books. "It's time for a good spring clean in here," she announced, and directed me to take down each and every book and with a damp cloth wipe the dust off every single one. "No, not too damp," she warned, then gave me a dry towel to remove any moisture afterwards. While the task seemed overwhelming at first, I soon developed a method to make things easier. I took one shelf at a time and brought all of the books to the floor, placing them on an old sheet. I put a cushion under my knees and carefully wiped each and every book. Some of them were very old and threatened to come apart in my hands. Others were in foreign languages I couldn't understand. Madame Bowden must have been highly educated, I thought, envying her. Books and I never really got along. No, that wasn't right. Books made me nervous. Always had done. For as long as I could remember, I'd had this kind of reaction to them. Almost like they were a threat to me. I preferred to read people. People were easier than books. My mother taught me how to read a person's story without them ever having to utter a word. Like Madame Bowden, I knew she was afraid of getting senile, and that was why she was so angry with the world. I knew that my mother was carrying some emotional pain that she didn't have words for. And I knew that the Englishman outside my window was in love with a woman called Isabel. For the longest time, I assumed everyone could do this, but it was only when my friends became angry with me for finding out their secrets that I saw it was a gift belonging to me alone. Or a curse. The real curse was how I couldn't read my husband after I fell in love with him. They say love is blind, and for me it was truer than for most. So I never saw the violence coming. Come to think of it, neither did he. Or I would have sensed it. What made him change? Was it me? Something I had done wrong? His favourite taunt was to yell at me, "You think you're special, don't you?" And he was right. I did. Not in a vain way, but in the kind of way where you think you're meant to be something greater in this life. That your path will somehow lead to something better because you're really good at something or you have a destiny. Well, he didn't like that. Nobody liked it, in fact. And so I learned to hide these thoughts. I hid them so well that I'd forgotten where I put them. Because now, I didn't think I deserved any better than this. A battered face, a broken marriage, and a job cleaning someone else's beautiful home. I knew I didn't deserve better, but somewhere inside, I still hoped. That's what was making me miserable. The hoping. I realized then that I would have to give up on one or the other. Happiness or hope.
Chapter 6. Henry. The thing is, 11 Halfpenny Lane is, well, it's here, Mr. Dunn said, pointing to the patch of waste ground that stood between number 10 and number 12. Or rather, it's not here. Here's where it isn't, he said, disguising a snigger with a hearty cough. An official from the planning office, he had reluctantly agreed to a site visit after weeks of my incessant phone calls. Okay, I said. He seemed to be waiting for me to say something else. But you've seen the maps I sent you? The ones showing the shop to be right here?
Yes, I've seen the map, Mr. Field, but as I explained on the phone, there are no official records for any building registered on this site.
Apart from this, he said, pointing to the house next door. But this is number 12.
Exactly. There is no number 11.
But just because it's a house now doesn't mean it wasn't previously used as a shop. The ground floor, I mean. I was warming to this idea. I hadn't a clue about historic buildings, but people used to conduct commerce from their homes, surely.
Even so, it doesn't alter the fact that there is no number 11,
Mr. Dunn said, losing interest.
Have you tried speaking to the residents?
I'm sorry? An articulated lorry was slowly making its way down the street, meaning we had to shout to be heard.
They might know something about the area's past, he roared.
What, a past of disappearing buildings? I said. Mr. Dunn simply looked at me as though there was something not quite right about me, and stepped back, in case it was contagious.
Is this some kind of prank?
Mr. Dunn checked his watch.
I'm already late for my next appointment, so I'll have to leave you to it, he said,
jangling his car keys in a very pointed manner. Good luck with... He gestured to the space between the house.
All of it?
Yes, I get it, I thought. I'm on my own. The idiot who came all the way to Ireland to find a bookshop that doesn't exist. He left, but I couldn't move. I stared at the facade of number 12, and then at number 10, and back again. I wasn't sure how long I'd been standing there when I noticed the front door of number 12 opening. It was her, the fallen angel, looking as unimpressed with the world as she had done the other day, leaning out of the window. There was something about her. Perhaps it was just the sight of another lost soul, looking for something they knew should be here, but wasn't. Excuse me, I wonder if I might take a moment of your time, miss? She halted mid-stride and turned to look at me, as though she would make me regret my entire life if I didn't make the next words from my mouth worthwhile.
What is it?
Well, brilliant. 10 out of 10. She carried on her brisk pace. Can I buy you a coffee? I could tell you all about it.
I can buy my own coffee, thanks.
Look, I'm not some kind of weirdo.
That's exactly what a weirdo would say.
I struggled to find the words that might make her turn around. As a last resort, I went with honesty. I need your help. She stopped. Her head dropped, and she paused for a moment, as though deciding something.
There's a cafe through here, she said,
pointing to a narrow cobbled street through an old archway. As I followed her lead, I reintroduced myself as Henry Field. Exactly like that, as though I were a key member of MI5. She kept her name to herself, making an altogether better spy.
So, you found an old letter that mentions a book no one's ever heard of, hidden in a bookshop that doesn't exist.
That's about the size of it, I agreed, before taking a mouthful of coffee and inadvertently giving myself a frothy milk moustache. It was kind of liberating, this honesty business. For so long, I had hidden my findings, for fear someone else would uncover the lost manuscript. But I knew this girl, Martha, as she eventually told me, no surname, wouldn't have the background knowledge or the interest to steal my discovery.
Have you thought about seeing a therapist? Ha! I hadn't expected her to be funny. Her whole countenance was so serious up to that point. She was wearing makeup, which went some way towards covering her bruises, but she still winced from the cut on her lip when drinking her tea. I did the honourable thing and pretended not to have noticed. I know it existed. I have the address on the letter-headed paper, even if the council has no record of it. And how do you think I can help? I've only been here a few days. I don't know the city at all. Oh, I just assumed. You don't own number 12? At this, she laughed heartily. Then, just as quickly, her features fell back into their strained expression. Madame Bowden owns number 12. I work for her. Oh, I see. As some kind of assistant? She did not answer straight away, and I immediately regretted prying. What did it matter? It was just something you say. I'm her housekeeper. Oh. Oh? Can't you think of anything else to say, idiot? Well, thanks for the tea. I'd best be off. She was up and heading for the door before I reacted. Maybe we can do this again? I called out. But she never turned back, just waved a hand and headed back out onto the busy street.
Chapter 7. Opaline, Paris, 1921. I started early the next day, inquiring about jobs wherever I saw a sign that read Offre d'emploi. It rapidly became clear that no one wanted to hire a young English woman with no skills to speak of, broken French, and no experience of commerce. The naivety of my plan, or rather the lack of it, filled me with panic. I wandered the streets aimlessly, blindly hoping for a sign. I let myself be swept along by people who knew where they were going, and crossed the Seine on the glorious Pont Neuf. I raised my eyes to the spires of the Notre Dame Cathedral, thinking of Esmeralda and Victor Hugo. I reached inside my satchel and rested my hand on the Baudelaire. Even feeling the book under my fingertips calmed me. I couldn't explain it, not even to myself, but books gave me an unflinching sense of stability and groundedness. That because words survived, somehow I would too. As I walked the drizzled streets, feeling as though I were about to give up, I came across a bookshop called Shakespeare and Company. There was something reassuring about seeing that name. The doorway was blocked with boxes, and I saw two women just behind them arguing over where to put things. They spoke English, and while one had an American accent, the other was unmistakably French. The window gleamed with a luminous display of books, a rainbow of colourful calf bindings, woodcuts, and intriguing title pages. The familiar feeling of excitement and curiosity I always had looking in the window of a bookshop pricked my skin. Don't buy anything, I warned myself, as I craned my neck to look inside. "Give me a hand, will you?" said the shorter of the two. She was dressed in a tweed jacket and skirt and reminded me of a scout leader, someone you obeyed unquestioningly. I rather awkwardly took the other side of a large box she was holding, which had the weight of a small elephant. "An occupational hazard," she said, amused by all my huffing and puffing. "I'm afraid I don't have much in the way of muscles," I replied. "Is that an English accent I detect?" I nodded and introduced myself. "My name is Sylvia Beach." She gave a firm handshake. "Well, you're in the right place. We stock English language novels." "You mean you own this shop?" I asked, rather stupidly. It was just that I had never heard of a woman running her own bookshop before. "And all of the debt that comes along with it." She laughed. It sounded like a bark and was quite infectious. I found myself laughing along, even though I wasn't entirely sure what we were laughing about. "I don't suppose you're hiring?" I blurted out, hoping I didn't sound too desperate. Miss Beach leaned back against some boxes with a thoughtful expression on her face. "Am I hiring?" she asked rhetorically. "Do you have experience working in a bookshop?" asked the other woman, who reappeared from inside the shop. "This is Miss Manier. She owns the shop across the street," Miss Beach explained. Unlike Sylvia, her dark eyes looked me over suspiciously, and I instinctively knew she found me wanting. "Not particularly," I confessed. A look passed between them. Perhaps they had seen this before. A naive girl searching for her Parisian dream. "I earned my passage here by selling a first-edition Dickens, and here, look," I said, taking the Baudelaire from my satchel. "I bought this from one of the bouquinistes along the Seine." Miss Beach took it carefully in her hands, gently opening the cover and checking every page. "It's important to count every page," she said quietly. "The earlier in print history you go, the more likely you are to discover missing pages." "Is that so?" "Yes, we call the period before the 1800s the hand-press period, when paper was a much more valuable commodity and people tore pages from books for their own use. Well, this is a nice find. Congratulations." "Thank you," I said, taking it back. "You have an eye for quality, and any young woman who can trade her way to the continent in books clearly has a flair for the business. How about I take you on as an apprentice, teach you what I know about books?" I began to gush effusively when she held her hand up to halt me. "I can't pay you well, and the hours might be long, but you will learn much and make some important contacts." "Oh, Miss Beach," I gasped. "I'm quite unaccustomed to being speechless. But this may just be a first." "Good. Can't stand sentimentalism. Now you can start by helping us with these deliveries." "Start now?" "Well, is there a better time than the present?" she asked, in the matter-of-fact tone I would come to depend upon, more than I could ever have known. Shakespeare and Company was a fascinating place to be. The shop itself had the quiet warmth of all bookshops, with dark wooden shelves worn soft over the years, and that unmistakable scent of paper and leather. But Sylvia, who was merely a few years older than me, was something of a mother hen to a bohemian family of artists and writers, offering them a refuge, a lending library, a literary social club, a post office and, she hoped, a publishing house. She had befriended an Irish writer by the name of Joyce, and was so passionate about his writing that she intended to publish his debut novel, Ulysses. It was a very great risk, as the work was so avant-garde, the author feared it would be suppressed forever. Nor did it help that the manuscript itself was 3 times the length of an average novel, which would be astronomical to print. On my very first day, I must have behaved like a child given the keys to a toy shop. I found my attention being pulled hither and thither by books of every age, every subject and binding. I couldn't help but wonder who they had once belonged to. Where had they travelled from? What is the scent? "You shall be of no use to me if you insist on behaving like a customer, Opaline," Sylvia announced sharply, and over the following days I made a concerted effort not to be swayed by every interesting book I saw, which was often. She was determined that I should learn the business from the ground up. I began by lugging books around and shelving them carefully, as well as serving customers as best I could. On quieter days, whilst dusting the shelves or the books themselves, she explained the finer details of being a book trader. "Now, An old book isn't necessarily rare, Opaline. A book becomes rare when it's both hard to find and highly sought after. And it's not just books that are valuable to collectors. Manuscripts, prints, etchings, archives, even letters, especially letters, anything that will feed the insatiable curiosity that surrounds the greatest minds. I must have looked unsure, because she stopped what she was doing for a moment and turned to face me. Not convinced? I'm not sure why someone would want to collect someone's letters. How could they even be sure they were authentic? Very good question. We'll make a literary sleuth out of you yet. Who's your favorite author? She asked. Easy, I said. Emily Bronte. Right, well, isn't there anything you'd like to know about Miss Bronte other than the fact she lived a quiet life on the moors? I thought about it for a moment. There were many questions I had, like did she ever fall in love? Was she happy or sad? What I've always wondered, the one question that always frustrated me is whether or not she began writing a second novel before she died. And if so, what had happened to it? There you are then. Now you have your question. You can start searching for the answer.
Chapter 8. Martha. Well, that was mortifying, I muttered to myself as I let myself back into the house.
What are you talking about?
Madame Bowden called, startling me. She was stood in the doorway of the parlour, cigarette in hand, mischief in her eyes. Oh, nothing. I didn't realise I was talking out loud, I said, taking off my jacket.
Well, your face is the colour of beetroot, and I'm bored, so tell all.
She took me by the shoulders and led me into the room as though I were one of her guests. There's this guy.
A man? Why didn't you say?
She laughed, her eyes widening with pleasure. She pulled back the curtains and scanned the street.
Where is he?
Oh, he's nowhere. He's gone. It's not important. Is there anything you need before I get started on dinner?
It's cocktail hour, Martha, and I still don't have a drink in my hand, she announced with that put-on upper-class accent she used when she had company. It's 3 p.m, I said, hardly bothering to keep the judgment out of my voice. Exactly,
came the reply, so I went to the kitchen to fix her a martini, whatever that meant. As I was searching through the bottles for one cold martini, my mind wandered back to my old life. I hadn't had any contact from my parents, but then again, they didn't know where I was. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't bother. They were embarrassed by me. My mother would fold her arms and look out the window when I tried to talk about Shane. I assumed she was ashamed of me, not because I married a violent man, but because I didn't listen to her when she warned me of him. My father already acted like I didn't exist, so life would not have changed much for him. Except maybe at the pub. There was bound to be talk. He would hate that. Which made me smile in a vindictive way. This was what they had made me. All of them. I was so lost in my memories I hardly remembered what I was meant to be doing. I still hadn't found any martini, so I just sloshed a measure of gin into a tall glass and threw in a slice of lemon. Then I knocked it back myself and poured her another. "Coming!" I called, hearing Madame shout my name. I almost threw the drink on the table beside her.
So, this man, was he attractive?
Yes. It wasn't like that. He was looking for an old bookshop that used to be here. I don't think he was all there, if you know what I mean.
A bookshop?
She said, her eyes glazing over, probably from the gin.
How amusing.
Is it? I took her ashtray and emptied it into the fireplace.
I'll tell you a little story,
she began, crossing her feet on a cushioned footstool in front of her.
When I was the grande dame of Halfpenny Lane in the 80s, the parties we used to have. That was with my third husband, Vladimir. He was a Russian mathematician, which sounds boring, but my girl, he was anything but. He served the best vodka and caviar. People came from every walk of life to our parties. I pulled a J-cloth from my pocket and began wiping some invisible dust from the mantelpiece. I'd hardly had any interest in listening to her stories when I first arrived, but now I was curious. It was possible that both of us were softening a little at the edges. We had nothing in common, but we were starting to realize that maybe we weren't such bad company. Anyway, there was one particular evening, midsummer, or was it midwinter? Well, either way. No, it was winter. I remember there was frost on the pavement. One of the guests arrived late, and she was very shaken indeed. As she warmed her posterior by the fire, she told us of how she had got out of the taxi and walked into what she thought was our house. But when she got inside, she realized that it was a bookshop, a small, old-fashioned little place full of charming old books and knick-knacks. Anyway, she came back out onto the street, turned around, and poof, the shop was gone. And there was my front door again. Of course, we all thought she was on something. So many people were in those days. But isn't that funny how it happened again? I felt a chill run through me. I didn't like ghost stories, and this was starting to sound like one. Well, not exactly. He just said he was looking for one. What had he said? This house must have been attached to it or something. I shook my head vigorously and got up to prepare her dinner. When Henry had asked for help, it reminded me of the person I used to be. Open, giving. I should probably tell him this story. Maybe it would help him in his search, or at least give him a clue. But helping people only seemed to lead to trouble and regret these days. So I decided I would keep it to myself and keep my blinds closed. It's funny how people complain about boredom. God, how I ached for a boring day when I was living with Shane and his unpredictable moods. A day where the worst thing you could expect was that nothing much would happen. But now that I had it, I wasn't sure what to do with it. My routine was taking up less and less time as I grew more accustomed to it, and I found myself with some free time in the afternoons. Madame Bowden, not being one for tact, dropped as many hints as she could that my clothes were uninspiring and depressing. "It's the uniform of the invisible,"
she scolded, putting a hand across her eyes. I looked at my jeans and jumper in the long bathroom mirror and frowned. They seemed fine to me, maybe a little old. I studied my face then. The bruising had healed and was almost invisible now. If you didn't know better, you'd say it had never happened. Then the images rushed through me like a speeding train, cowered in the corner, back against the kitchen cupboards, screaming for him to stop. I put the flat of my palm against the wall to steady myself. The trick was not to remember, not to let the fear catch up. Always look ahead, keep busy. I looked again at my clothes and saw that small town. The curious neighbours, the guards that did nothing. I suddenly wanted to burn everything I owned that came from that place. It was time. With my small wage packet, cash in hand, no sense bothering the taxman, she said, I took myself down to O'Connell Street and into Penny's. It was wall-to-wall denim. That woman would put me in a maid's outfit if I came back with more denim. I decided to start with new underwear and picked out a cotton bra and knickers. It felt strange, having this time to myself, money in my pocket and no one to please but myself. I looked around, almost feeling guilty. It was the middle of the day, and here I was, acting like... what? A free woman, I supposed. Just then, I felt something I hadn't experienced in a long time. It was like my heart was smiling. so I moved on to the shoe department and picked out some black slip-ons. Then I spotted some black capri pants, and I hooked them over my arm to bring to the changing rooms. I found a white blouse that looked sort of professional, and I even bought a red hairband with white polka dots. I was so impressed with myself and my good eye that I threw caution to the wind and picked up a new backpack so I could get rid of the duffel bag I'd had since secondary school. I tried everything on and put my old clothes in the duffel bag. I took the tags up to the till, just like you'd see in the movies, and felt the thrill of starting my new life right there. I stuffed my old belongings in a bin outside and walked around the city for a while. I bought a take-out coffee and a donut and strolled towards Stephen's Green. The weather was mild, and I became aware of how much lighter I felt in myself. I walked with my arms relaxed, not tight around my chest as they always used to be, always on alert. I watched the swans in the pond picking at the bread people threw in and heard the clap of wings when a flock of pigeons were spooked from their perch. It was like coming out of some kind of coma, I thought, because now everything sounded clearer and looked brighter. That old hope returned to my stomach again as I saw students of all nationalities sitting on the grass, discussing intelligent things, I supposed. Maybe they were just talking about parties they were going to, but either way, it was a life I'd never tasted, and the hunger in me was nearly overpowering. I did something I never thought I'd dare, and stopped in the library on the way home. My courage almost left me at the door when I realised I hadn't been inside one since I was a child, and even then it had been the travelling library. This was a big, busy building with a revolving door that saw much use. I caught my reflection in the glass, a new woman in new clothes, and took a deep breath. Once inside, I wasn't sure what to do. Everyone seemed to know where they were going, heads bowed over open books. It was so quiet, but, my God, you could hear how smart everyone was. It was terrifying. I spotted an older woman at the reception desk and asked her if she had any information on going to university.
Adult education?
She asked. I suppose, yeah. Without any further conversation, she got up and took some leaflets from a perspex shelf behind her.
You'll find everything you need here.
That was it. She'd moved on to the next person, and I was quietly relieved that I'd got what I came for without making a show of myself. That's when I spotted a book I'd heard so many people talking about, Normal People by Sally Rooney. I loved the title, and for the first time in forever, I thought this book might speak to someone like me, someone who felt anything but normal. I picked it up and made to put it in my handbag.
Excuse me?
Came an unsettling shout from the librarian. I halted as though I'd been stopped by the guards and looked every bit as guilty.
I'll need your library card to check that out,
she insisted, at a volume that seemed unnecessary, given we were in the quietest building in Ireland. I felt my cheeks going red. I didn't know what to do.
Library card?
She repeated, her hand outstretched. I don't have one, I mumbled, conscious now that everyone was looking at me. This was where having notions above your station got you.
Well, you'll have to fill out this form then,
she sighed, as though my visit had set her life's progress back about 10 years. I could read the frustration in her body language, the way her wrist flicked and her neck tightened. I could see her as a dancer when she was younger, but something must have happened, an injury, and now she was here, resenting every minute of it. I'll just leave it so, I said, putting the book back on the counter. I had never felt so utterly stupid. I didn't even know how to borrow a book from a library. How was I ever going to get into college? I stuffed the leaflets into my bag and was about to leave when I saw him. Henry.
Chapter 9. Henry. Is everything okay? I'd heard the commotion,
and was quite surprised to see Martha, still with that defiant expression, having something of a disagreement with the librarian. Having spent so long in libraries myself, my sympathies tended to lie with the staff, but not today. "Fine, thank you," she replied, tugging the strap of her bag onto her shoulder a little too vigorously, whereupon it snapped and dropped all of the contents to the floor. "Oh, let me," I said, bending down to help. "It's okay, I can manage," she stage-whispered. "I just bought this," she said, looking somewhat forlorn. I wasn't sure what to say to make it better. "Buy cheap, buy twice," I said, in case there was any doubt that my chosen Olympic event would be sticking my foot in my mouth. She rolled her eyes as I picked up the leaflets and left her to gather her personal effects. "Oh, you're thinking of going to university? Cool," I said, flicking through them. "You really think so?" she asked. "Yes, of course. Especially as a mature student, I think that's—" I looked at her face as she stood up and held her hand out in order for me to return her leaflets. "Oh, you were being sarcastic." It was possible she might have smiled at that, but only fleetingly. "Apologies, none of my business, quite right." She sighed heavily. "No, I'm sorry, it's all just a bit—" "Can you keep the noise down, please?" the librarian whisper shouted at us. "People are trying to read." "Give me a sec to grab my stuff," I said, motioning for her to stay where she was, as though she were a car with a dodgy handbrake. Once outside, she seemed much happier, but still very guarded towards me, which was fair enough. "So, are you still looking for your lost manuscript?" Her tone made it clear that she didn't see it as the life-changing search I knew it to be. "Very much so, yes. Actually, I came across an old catalogue that was printed by Opaline in the 1920s. It's really quite fascinating." "Opaline? What a beautiful name," she said, and I stupidly felt glad that I was the cause for the smile that spread across her face. "Yes, it's unusual, isn't it?" "And what happened to her?" We stepped through a stone archway, which led into something of a secret garden, right in the middle of the city, with marble statues and a fountain, which was currently empty. "Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. I'm hoping it will give me a clue as to what happened to the bookshop." And the manuscript. That was where my interest truly lay. I would make my name, then return home to London a success, and show Isabel that marrying me wouldn't be a last resort, as she had put it once. She took a can of Coke out of her giant bag and pressed down hard on the top, so it wouldn't spray everywhere. "Do you want to sit down for a minute?" she said, pointing to a bench positioned neatly in front of a miserable flower bed. "I'm not really in a rush to get back. Turns out being a live-in housekeeper means you're on call 24/7. I was only too delighted. It seemed her first impression of me had thawed somewhat. That's when it dawned on me why her company mattered so much. I was lonely. My whole life I had been quite comfortable with the lone wolf lifestyle, but I felt like a total outsider here. "So what's with the obsession?" "Obsession?" "With this manuscript?" "I don't think I'd call it an obsession." You seemed pretty obsessed outside my window the other day." "Oh, right. I suppose I did a bit. I'm writing a PhD proposal about lost manuscripts and why we're so fascinated with them." "Are we?" she questioned, scrunching up her nose, then taking a large gulp of her Coke. "Come on, surely you can see the appeal. Look at Harper Lee, for example. All those years assuming that she had only written one novel." She looked at me askance. "To Kill a Mockingbird?" I said, in case there was any confusion. "Oh, right, yes." There was an awkward silence, in which I realized that being an expert in rare books and lost manuscripts could sometimes be construed as quite boring. Of course, there's Sylvia Plath's second novel, Double Exposure, which mysteriously vanished after her death.
Who?
You're not much of a reader, are you? She stole a glance at me then, a mixture of spite and hurt in her eyes. I really had a knack for pissing her off. OK, listen to this. Let me tell you the story of Walter Benjamin. He was a writer, intellectual, genius of a man who also happened to be Jewish, living in Nazi-occupied Paris. He didn't have the right papers, so he had to trek south with other refugees, across the Pyrenees and into Spain.
That's awful,
she said, turning her whole body to face me. But there was one thing slowing him down on this perilous journey, a heavy black suitcase containing his manuscript. Speaking to a fellow traveller, Benjamin said that the contents were more valuable than his own life. Her face was so animated, as though she were on the journey herself.
What happened to him?
Well, when he arrived at the border, Benjamin was informed by Spanish authorities that he would have to go back to France. He knew it meant certain death, so that night he swallowed a bottle of morphine.
Jesus!
Indeed.
And what about the manuscript? Did he give it to someone?
After his suicide, there was no trace of the black suitcase. The manuscript has never been recovered. She shook her head and looked to be almost on the verge of tears. And just like that, she was bitten by the same bug. The unrequited love for what might have been, if not for these cruel acts of fate. I had told the exact same story to Isabel, and yet her only response was that she'd never had a properly good holiday in Spain.
So, for all we know, someone could have published it under their own name?
I'm not sure which scenario is worse, having lost the work for all time, or having it stolen by someone else. I would develop that idea in my paper when I got home. There are so many more stories like that one. Rumours of hidden books, forgotten drafts in shoeboxes, or novels burned by the author's family. Poor old Hemingway's wife had his novel in a briefcase that got stolen from a train station in Paris. 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 The lost generation. I wondered.
What is it?
She asked, sensing my thoughts as they formed. Oh, maybe nothing. It's just I can't seem to find any other records of Opaline Grey, and now I'm wondering if she spent any time in Paris. She took out her phone, which I thought was rather rude, but one can only capture attention for so long.
Is this her?
What? She shoved her phone in my face, showing a grainy black-and-white photo from an old newspaper clipping. Who is it? What did you do?
Well, Mr. Fancy-Pants Scholar, I googled the words Opaline, books, and Paris, and found this.
I looked closer, hardly daring to believe my eyes. This is Ernest Hemingway! She grinned like the proverbial cat, but did not meet my eyes. I read the caption underneath. Sylvia Beach, proprietor of Shakespeare and Company, shop assistant, Opaline Carlyle. There she was, a young woman with dark cropped hair, halfway up a ladder with a book in her hand, Hemingway by her feet.
Carlyle. Oh my God, this is huge. You're welcome.
Oh, gosh, yes, of course, thank you. I moved to hug her, but she jumped away from my clumsy attempt, and I immediately felt her reproof. I'm sorry, you've no idea how much this means.
I think I do, she said,
then grabbed her phone back and picked up her bag.
Anyway, I better go.
Chapter 10. Opaline. Paris, 1921. The weeks swiftly became months, and quite without realising it, I began to feel at home in Paris. I'd become a part of Sylvia's little patchwork family, and my position at Shakespeare and Company became permanent, or at least I hadn't been told otherwise. I rented a demi-pension, a room with half board that was close to the shop. On the weekends, having eventually permitted myself to succumb to his charms, I met Armand. He took me to the hidden corners of the city, like the flea markets in Saint-Ouen, where rag and bone men who scoured the garbage of Paris at night sold their wares. He called them les pêcheurs de lune, moon fishermen, which made me smile because I knew that I was caught in Armand's net, and the more I fought it, the tighter his hold on my heart became. Jane, in her letters to me, had encouraged the romance. What was the point in flitting off to France if not to take a lover? One bright morning at the end of the summer, when the city was quieter as the locals retreated to the countryside, I was working diligently in the shop, shelving the latest books to arrive. Sylvia was in the back having tea with an American writer, Ernest Hemingway, discussing a literary evening they were planning. He was unbelievably handsome, and everyone was enthralled by his intense magnetism. But there was something malevolent about him. He adored Sylvia, of course, whose respect was worth more than that of any critic. Still, I couldn't explain it, but I didn't like being in a room alone with him. Once, when I was on the ladder putting books onto a high shelf, I found him staring at me. "Yes?" I asked, giving him a direct look that I hoped would shame him into looking elsewhere. It did not work. "You ought to be careful, Missy." Missy? Honestly. And why is that? "All writers are cannibalistic by nature." I wasn't sure what he was driving at, but it didn't sound very appetizing to my ears. "Meaning?" "Keep waving that ass around here, you might find yourself a character in one of my books." He grinned, openly enjoying my vexation. Honestly, writers could be such egoists. As I slowly lowered myself down the ladder, Sylvia and another man, a reporter, entered the shop, and as quick as lightning he took a camera out of its case and almost blinded the three of us with the flash. "There we are. I will have it in our next edition," he said. And the two men left, discussing Hemingway's bruised fingers, which he said he'd got defending Joyce in a drunken brawl. "What was that for?" I asked, wary of the idea of my photograph appearing in print. "Cosmopolitan magazine. They're printing one of Ernest's stories." I was halfway up the ladder. I thought to myself, I probably wasn't even in shot. Besides, Lyndon was hardly a reader of Cosmopolitan. Nothing to worry about, I assured myself, and almost believed it too. I decided to surprise Armand with a visit, and on my way to his flat I walked past Les Deux Magots, a cafe fashionable with writers and artists. Its bright green awning stretched out over the pavement, and an intricate ironwork balcony wrapped like a piece of lace around the first floor. I caught my reflection in the window. Then, for a moment, I thought I saw Armand. I came to a halt, and realized that it was him, sitting at a leather banquette beside a woman with cascading chestnut curls. They sat very close, and he seemed to be whispering something in her ear. Something that deemed it necessary for him to part her hair back with his fingertips. A shock ran through me like a lightning bolt. I don't know if he sensed it, but he looked up just then and saw me watching him. For some reason, I was the one who felt embarrassed, and I began walking away in any direction. After a few seconds, I heard him shouting my name, but I did not turn around. "Please, Opaline," he begged, catching up with me and grabbing my arm. "Leave me alone." "But you must let me explain." I didn't want him to explain. It would either be a lie, or worse, the truth. And I wasn't sure I could bear to hear either. "Christine, she is an old friend of mine." I wanted to cover my ears like a child. Hearing her name made everything worse. He wasn't to know it, but I had fallen in love with him, like falling down a flight of stairs, and it hurt every bit as much. Suspecting this heartbreak in advance hadn't helped to prepare me for the reality. Armand, please, spare me the indignity of this. It was as though a cloud passed over his face, and what remained was something close to clarity. You are right, of course. I have humiliated you, and for that I am sorry. But you must believe me. My feelings for you are deeper than I have ever felt for anyone before. You might see me as some kind of ingenue, but I know a cheap cliché when I hear one. I broke away from him and kept walking. It's true, he called out. You think it is easy for a man to admit to his feelings? I turned and gave him a scornful look. It's difficult to explain in English. Do your best. The way you make me feel is wonderful, but it's also a problem. It makes me vulnerable, and that is not something I am used to. So I flirt with other women to prove something. J'en sais rien. That makes no sense. Not out loud, no, but in my head I felt like I was staying in control. I couldn't think of how to respond. It was such a terrible excuse, it must have been the truth. What you saw, just now, I was ending things with her. I looked away, trying to shield my emotions from him. I had my pride, after all. Was he just telling me what he thought I wanted to hear? The human heart does not weigh these cold facts. It sees hope in the impossible, love where perhaps there is only desire. It acts without rhyme or reason. His arms were around me now. I stood motionless as he continued with his soft, comely words, how I was all that mattered to him now. Will you come with me? We can talk better at my apartment. Of course I would go. I was willing to make believe with him. He lived in an area of the city called Montmartre. We walked under the gleaming white domes of the Sacré-Cœur that kept watch over the city, and followed the cobbled streets into a bustling little square. Plat de Tête was like something from a postcard. Elegant buildings with shutters rose above restaurants and cafes, and artists lined the perimeter, selling their wares cheek by jowl. He turned the key in the lock of a blue door, and we climbed the stairs to the second floor. Once inside, neither of us seemed sure what to do. A small table and 2 chairs stood invitingly in front of the long window overlooking the square, and he gestured for me to sit. I will make us some tea. He arrived back at the table with a silver tray, bearing an antique silver teapot with ornate patterns and little glasses printed with gold writing, which looked to be Arabic. However, it was the scent of sweet mint that surprised me the most. Have you ever tasted Moroccan tea? He asked. I shook my head and watched as he lifted the lid of the teapot and stirred a copious amount of thick leaves into the hot water. Then he set about the ritual of pouring the tea into the glasses from an impossible height. My eyes widened as he held the teapot further and further away from the glass on the tray, and he tried not to laugh. It is the traditional way, he replied simply, before handing me the glass. I blew on the surface of the golden-hued tea and let the exotic flavours fill my nose. Some musicians had begun playing in the square, gitane music, with a rhythmic guitar and virtuosic violin. It filled the spaces where our words could not. I had spent the entire time searching the room for somewhere to hide my gaze. The silk rug on the floor, the strange leather slippers by the door that came to a point at the toe, a small wooden table with a gold inlay of Moorish design. Finally, I looked back to him and realized he had been staring at me the entire time. Without breaking his gaze, he stood up, took the glass from my hand, and placed it on the tray beside his. Taking my hand in his, he raised me up, and I stood so close to him that I could breathe his breath. He bent his head, and my lips parted of their own volition. I felt his warm tongue inside my mouth, and my only thought was of wanting more. We held each other tighter, and I had the sensation that I wouldn't be close enough unless. "Opaline," he said huskily, breaking my chain of thought. "Yes?" "Tell me if you wish to stay or leave," he said, his breath heavy, "for I fear I will not have the chivalry to ask you again." All mental activity had ceased. For the first time in my life, my sensuality took the lead. Stay. The room was narrow, just large enough for the brass bed. A voile curtain fluttered in the breeze from the open window. It was almost dark, save for a low candle guttering in the corner on a table. All of those years in my adolescence, how I worried that I wouldn't know what to do. If only I had understood that there is no knowing, only instinct. His body glowed golden in the candle light, the sweat on his skin like an aphrodisiac to me. "Did it hurt?" he asked. "Only a little," I replied. Pain is the price of pleasure, I had read somewhere once. I was no longer a virgin. The thought startled me momentarily, replaced by a deep sense of having crossed a threshold. We lay there together for hours, talking. It was late when he walked me home, and I hoped to sneak past my landlady unnoticed. There was no light, save for the moonbeams softly coming through the tall windows. Every creak on the stairs was like a cannon blast, and I bit my lip, praying that no one would hear. When I reached my room, I locked the door behind me and flopped down on the bed. I could see my reflection in the mirror of the dressing table opposite, half ghostly in the moonlight. I grabbed my pillow and hugged it tightly to me. That's when I saw it. My brother's walking cane beside the door.
Chapter 11. Martha. I began the afternoon by scrubbing the toilet. Madame Bowden had invited some of her old theatre friends around for dinner, or supper, as she called it, and she wanted the house to sparkle. There was an edge about her that I hadn't seen before. She was always a bit of a fusspot, but now nothing seemed right for her. She came back from the hairdresser's in a black mood, insisting they had deliberately set her curls too tight to make her look older than she was, and I left her at her dressing table, brushing them furiously into fluffy balls of frizz.
"Martha!"
She screeched my name, and I dropped the toilet brush, expecting to find her collapsed on the bedroom floor.
"What is it?"
I said, breathless. She was sitting at her dressing table, wearing a nude colour slip and a silk dressing gown. My eyes were drawn to her neck and chest, where the skin was puckered and mottled like a dead turkey at Christmas. I recalled an old nun at school saying that you couldn't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, and I finally knew what she meant.
"I'm missing my pearl earring,"
her eyes openly accused me. I looked on her dressing table at the jumble of jewels emptied out of their box and back at her. She had one pearl earring in her ear, and the other was in her hand. "It's in your hand, madam," I said flatly.
"I know it's in my hand, you half-wit. I'm looking for the other one."
I took a deep breath. If I didn't need the money so badly, I'd tell her where to shove the other one. "It's in your ear." She reached up, feeling nothing but soft flesh. Your other ear. I leaned against the doorframe. I had all the time in the world. She left the cool pearl and gave what could almost be described as a look of shame, if you didn't know her better. Madame Bowden had too much pride for that.
Well, now that you're here, you can help me get dressed. Don't forget, the caterers are coming at 4, so be sure to give them a hand. And did you put the silverware out and give it an extra going over? No apology for basically calling me a thief, not that I had expected one. I took the dress off the hanger, a silver sequin gown that looked like it belonged to Liberace, and ended up bending my body for her to lean on, like a climbing horse, as she stepped into it. I could feel the shakiness in her arms vibrating through my frame. She had a sharp tongue and a quick mind, but her body was letting her down. I felt some sympathy for her then. It was strange to see her like this. She always gave the impression of being too fabulous to care. Perhaps she was a talented actress after all. Eileen Bowden was just like everyone else. Afraid. Following a standoff over what I should be wearing for the event, in which she produced an actual maid's outfit, I wore my new blouse and a black pencil skirt that she happened to have in her wardrobe. It was probably the dullest thing she owned. It was too big for me, so I borrowed a large red patent belt as well, which matched my hairband and pleased her enough to let me answer the door. As I had expected, 3 pension-age women stood gossiping and preening on the doorstep like a couple of old hens. They barely gave me a passing glance as they swept past me in a flurry of feathers and noise. I shook my head and smiled. When I thought of all the days I'd sat in the gloom of my kitchen, staring out at the fields that offered nothing but maybe the odd glimpse of a hare or the bright colours of a pheasant before some farmer shot it was hard to imagine that people were carrying on like this, having fun, eating well, getting caterers. It was another world. I stood with a frozen smile on my face, acting as a human coat hanger. Who even wore fur anymore? Finally, it was time to serve the meal, and I carried out my duties like someone who had worked in service all their lives, an invisible figure. That was when I realised someone was, in fact, invisible. Madame Bowden. Her place at the table was unoccupied. The women ate and gossiped and laughed at other people's expense, not seeming to have noticed. "Will Madame Bowden return before dessert?" I asked, a little uncertainly. "I shouldn't think so,"
said a woman whose neck was of such girth that she was in danger of being choked by her own pearls, which she now clutched. They all gave each other pointed looks, and then, rather rudely in my opinion, began to laugh. Had this happened before? Madame Bowden not showing up for her own party?
"And where did she find you?"
asked the other one, in a slim black dress that threatened to fall off her scrawny shoulders. I stopped mid-stretch as I was clearing the table, thinking of all the things I'd like to say. On the bottom of her shoe, where did she think? She put an ad in the paper for a housekeeper, and I responded.
"Wonders never cease. What possible use would she have for a housekeeper?"
said the third woman, who was clearly the alpha female of the group. She lounged like a cat and smoked a thin cigar.
"I should get myself a nice country girl, too. They're less likely to run off after their dreams or whatever it is. Know what side their bread is buttered,"
she said, speaking as though I wasn't even there. I nearly dropped the tray. I was used to people looking down their noses at me, but you'd swear I was Cinderella. "Actually, I'm working here to fund my way through university," I said defiantly.
"Is that so?" said Pearl Lady. "And what are you studying?"
What was I studying? Why had I opened my mouth? My hands started to feel sweaty. I decided to pretend I hadn't heard the question. "I'll bring you some brandy through to the parlour when you've finished." I was seething with anger and shame. She knew I wasn't good enough to make something of my life. They all did. I'd blown everything, made all the wrong choices, and landed here, bowing down to these pretentious old biddies. But there was nothing I could do. This was my home now. I couldn't just walk out without a plan. I wished I could, but the shame I felt at being a victim always tripped me up first. It was always there. I felt branded by it. I left them playing cards and getting rip-roaring drunk. I went to my little apartment and tugged off my outfit before having a long, hot shower. Wrapped in a towel, I lay down on my bed and saw the continuing education leaflets from the library on the kitchen table. It felt pointless now. Whatever burst of energy I'd had earlier was completely gone. What hateful women they were. No wonder Madame Bowden did a runner. With friends like that, who needed enemies? A feeling bubbled up from somewhere deep inside of me. I just wanted to be held. I missed being held. The only person I'd spoken to since arriving in Dublin, besides my annoying employer, was Henry. Little did he know, he was the only thing I had that resembled a friend. And I couldn't even count on that because he didn't even live here. He'd be gone as soon as he found his manuscript or whatever he was looking for. Why was I thinking about him anyway? I felt guilty or wrong in some way to be thinking about a man at all after everything I had just been through. But Henry was the polar opposite to Shane, to any man I'd ever met. The way he told me that story about the author carrying his heavy suitcase across the border, his passion for rescuing lost or misplaced things, there was something so endearing about it. And even though I didn't want to admit it to myself, he really was attractive. Sometimes when he looked at me with those hazel eyes, I found it hard to catch my breath. But then I would think, what would he ever see in a woman like me? All he was interested in was the bookshop, nothing more. I turned on my side and hugged my pillow. That was when I noticed the cracks in the wall. Had they always been there? Surely I would have noticed them. 3 crooked lines of various thickness appeared from behind the wardrobe and spread out like tiny vines creeping along the blue wall. I lay there staring at them. How could I not have spotted them before? And what was going on behind the wardrobe? I got up and ran my fingers over them. They seemed pretty deep and solid, as though they had been there for some time. I tried to move the wardrobe, but it was an antique and weighed a ton. For a second I became aware of breathing. Someone else's breathing. I turned around, but there was nothing there. I wondered if it were possible to read places, the same way that I could read people. The thought made me shudder. Maybe I didn't want to know what was going on here. I whispered the name Opaline into the walls. Nothing. I shook my head, realized I was being ridiculous, and got dressed for bed. I woke in the middle of the night with another line from the story in my head. Like a notification in my inbox, they came to me like that sometimes, whispered into my subconscious mind. I had no explanation for it. I only knew that I had to hold on to them somehow. Writing the words down on paper wasn't enough. So the following day, I would go to the local tattoo parlour and have them inked on my back. It was a story that didn't seem to have a beginning or an end, but every time I felt a new line came to me, I would ink the words on my skin along with the others and instantly feel better. No one knew about it, not even Shane. It was a small act of defiance, something just for me. I'd managed to hide this strange story from the world, but the further along it went, the more I needed to know what it meant and where it was coming from. Knowing I'd struggled to get back to sleep, I tiptoed upstairs to see what kind of mess the women had left. I didn't want Madame Bowden giving me an earful in the morning, and figured I might as well clear up while I was awake. I stepped into the dining room and flicked on the light. I couldn't believe it. The room was in perfect order, and not a thing out of place. I quickly reassessed my earlier opinion of Madame Bowden's friends and conceded that anyone who clears up their own mess can't be all bad. I didn't even hear them leave. A quick trip to the kitchen confirmed that they had even washed and dried all of their plates and glasses, There wasn't even a spoon left to be cleaned. Like nothing had happened at all.
Chapter 12. Henry. I did consider ringing the doorbell, but where was the fun in that? I hunkered down and knocked on the basement window of number 12 Halfpenny Lane. I'd spent the past few days searching through online archives and old newspapers for Opaline Carlisle, but with no success. I needed a break, and that's the excuse I was telling myself when my feet brought me back to her door. Or rather, her window. After a few minutes, the blind flew up, and I came face to face with a very angry and tired-looking Martha. "What the hell?" she croaked once she got the window open. "Bit early?" "It's 7 in the morning, so yes, I'd say you're a bit early." "Oh, apologies. I just wondered if you might join me for a little excursion." "Now?" What had seemed like a good idea last night when I couldn't sleep had now lost its luster. I hardly knew this girl, and here I was banging on her window. Well, whenever you're free, really." She looked down at her clothes and did that thing again where she seemed to be calculating an impossible equation very quickly in her mind. "I'll have to get Madame Bowden's breakfast and do some cleaning, but I could be free by 11? "Perfect!" I shouted, a little too enthusiastically. I'd forgotten how nerve-wracking it could be, asking someone if they wanted to hang out with you. As youngsters, we do it all the time, making new friends. But when you get older, it feels as though there is so much more on the line. The rejection is so much harder to take. "I'll text you the deets." I had never spoken the word deets aloud in my life, and wasn't quite sure I had carried it off. "You don't have my number?" "Yes, that was a roundabout invitation for you to offer it, Martha. Work with me here." An awkward silence followed, which she seemed to relish a little too much. "Are you going to give it to me?" "I might." She smiled. Was this flirting? It certainly felt like flirting, but it was hard to tell when most of her body language was on the defensive. "Here," she said, putting her hand out for my phone, quickly typing her number in. "Now I have to go." With that, she shut the window and pulled the blind back down. It was like something out of a rom-com my mother would watch. My thumb hovered over the send button until I recalled a hack my sister often employed. Count down from 5 to 1, and then just do it. I lightly touched the screen, my phone made a whooshing sound, and my message was now time-stamped. "Meet me at Pen Corner." I thought it sounded enigmatic, until I got Martha's reply. "Who is this?" "It's Henry, the guy who isn't a weirdo." "Oh, that Henry. Where is Pen Corner?" "Just get to the junction of College Green and Trinity Street. You'll see." The only establishment that could rival a bookshop or a library, in my opinion, was a good stationery shop. The Pen Corner, however, was something of a hallowed ground when it came to the humble writing instrument. In full prominence on the corner of the street, the Edwardian building had a tower with a clock at the top, which told me I was unfashionably early. The black and gold lettering of the shop sign, along with the mosaic-style glass panels above the windows, held all the promise of a hushed library. I had intended to wait for Martha outside, but my willpower lasted all of 2 minutes. I spotted a Mont Blanc pen in the window that begged closer inspection. Once inside, I felt my shoulders relax, and my nose picked up that distinctive scent of paper, leather, and ink. Glass cases discreetly displayed rows of Parker and Cross pens, along with calligraphy nibs, like expensive jewels. Behind the counter were leather satchels that brought to mind Hemingway's lost novel. Would it have been kept inside a leather satchel, just like this?
That's what every MA Lit student assumed as they strolled around campus with an exact replica slung over their shoulder. 2 or 3 other customers milled around, and as I turned to see if I could find my pen, I saw her, standing in the doorway, unsure of herself. "Martha, you made it!" Well, no one could say I ever missed an opportunity to point out the obvious. She just smiled in response and slowly let the door close behind her. "What are we doing here?" "An existentialist, I knew it." She looked at me, askance. "Just a little humour, no need to be alarmed." God, why did I sound like such a fucking weirdo? It seemed I'd lost all ability to speak like a normal person. "Can I help, sir?" came a voice from behind the counter. Yes, please. I was looking at the Mont Blanc in the window." "Ah, Le Petit Prince," he said, anticipating my taste. The sign of an excellent salesman. "Why did you bring me here?" Martha asked when he was out of earshot. "It's magnificent, isn't it? Although this isn't the place. We'll be going someplace else after this." "Okay." She sounded anything but okay. "Here we are, sir. The Meisterstück Le Petit Prince edition." It was beautiful. A burgundy-coloured case with a tiny gold star on the clip. "As you can see, it's engraved with a quote from the book." I read it aloud. "On ne voit bien qu'avec le cœur." "You speak French?" she asked. "Just a smattering. I spent a summer working in a gîte in the south of France." "Okay," she repeated, her eyes widening before she stared at her feet. "It means that one sees clearly only with the heart." I could see that the word struck her in a way that I hadn't predicted. Just like in the park, when I told her the story of the lost manuscripts, she became truly moved by it. I had grown used to the indulgent smiles and nods from lay people when I talked about my passion, but she seemed genuinely interested. I struggled with the instinct to puff out my chest with pride. I don't care what anyone said. Quoting Antoine de Saint-Exupéry was impressive in any man's language. "Shall I wrap it up for you?" said the shopkeeper, interrupting the moment. Yes. How much is it?" €799 inclusive of VAT. I gulped. I had wanted to impress her, and now I had backed myself into a financially constrained corner. I didn't know how to get out of it, and in the end told him that it was a gift I would buy as a reward once I'd completed my paper. He simply stared at me with the dead eyes of a shopkeeper who knew I would never return. "But you know what? I will have one of those moleskin notebooks," I said, assuming this would erase the entire episode from everyone's memory, except mine.
Chapter 13. Opaline. Paris, 1921. I immediately got up, packed all of my books and other belongings into my bag, and fled down the stairs. I thought if I could just make it to the shop, Sylvia would know what to do, how to help. I waved away Madame Rousseau's offer of breakfast and pushed the outer door open only to find myself coming face to face with my brother, who was waiting for me. He was not alone. "Here she is," he said, a new black walking cane in his grasp. "You see, Bingley, she is overcome with emotion." I stood there, open-mouthed, like an idiot, trying to take it all in. There was my brother, triumphant and relaxed, and this Bingley character looking eager and holding a large bouquet of flowers. "Well, don't just stand there, man. Give her the blasted things before they wilt." "Miss Carlyle, I'm delighted to finally make your acquaintance," he said, handing me the blooms. Still, I said nothing, but gripped tightly the handle of my bag and wondered if I could outrun them. Now don't worry, sister. Good old Bingley here bears you no grudge for standing him up on the last occasion you two lovebirds were to meet. I couldn't fathom his tone of voice. It was not my brother speaking, but some impostor with endless charm. "How did you find me?" I asked, finally. "How do you think? Your dear friend Jane found a picture of you in a magazine, and her husband was only too delighted to share it with your proud family." He must have seen the look on my face. How foolish I had been. "Oh, come now," he said, taking my arm firmly in his grasp. "We are men of the world, after all. We understand that you need to spread your wings before marriage. Have one last hurrah, isn't that so, Bingley?" "Indeed, indeed," he agreed, eyeing me up and down as though I were his next meal. He was tall and ruddy with a hooked nose and a receding hairline. They both smelled of brandy, which explained their exaggerated behaviour. Everything seemed outrageously strange. The juxtaposition of my brother and his associate in my Paris. I hardly noticed them guiding me towards a hotel. "Where are we going?" I asked. "I have to go to work." "Work? We have a socialist in our midst, Bingley." My brother continued in this strange, jovial voice that didn't suit him. It was like the wolf talking to Red Riding Hood. "Of course I should call you Lord Bingley," he said, ushering us both ahead of him and into a grand-looking foyer. "This is all very well," I began. But Lyndon once again hushed me with his effervescent monologue. "Champagne! We must celebrate." He gestured to a waiter, who was serving an elderly couple their coffees in the foyer. I could tell he was insulted by my brother's arrogance, but he simply nodded his head and arranged some chairs at a table for us. "I shall book my little sister a private room for this evening," he said, gesturing towards the concierge's desk. "Must uphold tradition and all that. There will be time enough for you both to become better acquainted after the wedding." Wedding? Surely he wasn't suggesting that I marry this stranger. Of course, I didn't wish to create a scene in front of so many people, so as he turned to leave, I said in a low voice, "Lyndon, have you taken leave of your senses entirely?" "I'll explain everything upstairs," he said, and all but pushed me down into my seat. Alone with Lord Bingley, I did my best impression of a mute. He asked if I had enjoyed my time in Paris, and I simply nodded and pulled my lips into something resembling a smile. The waiter returned and placed a bucket of ice on the small table beside us. He gently popped the cork of the champagne and poured a tiny amount into Bingley's glass. Naturally, he had to taste it first, and the whole charade left me inwardly screaming with impatience. "Just pour the damn thing," I wanted to say. I needed a drink. Bingley clinked my glass and toasted to our future. I smiled again, thinking of how our future would be as long-lived as it took me to escape my brother's clutches. I saw Lyndon still chatting to the concierge. My mind raced. Perhaps I could get them both drunk and slip away unnoticed. "He's quite the fellow, your brother." "Quite." "We served together in the army, you know." "Oh." "A man of rare conviction." "Is that so?" "Why, yes, Miss Carlyle. Opaline, I may call you Opaline." May you indeed, I thought, wondering how long I would have to endure this charade. A thought struck me of how Sylvia would mock this forced politeness at all costs. If only I were American. You learn a lot about someone's character in the trenches. You have to make unpopular decisions. I knew what he was referring to. It had been a bone of contention between Lyndon and my father, Yes, I am aware that my brother shot one of his men for cowardice, I said, no longer able to keep the fake smile on my face. The thought alone disgusted me. Killing our own men, purely because their fear got the better of them. One of his men? Oh, it was at least 10 times that, he said, almost boasting. You see, one must set an example when leading men. An example? And himself a nickname. The Reaper. He widened his eyes, and I felt a frisson of fear run along my spine. Just then Lyndon returned, holding a room key in his hand. Let's get you settled, he said, lifting me by my arm. I felt I had to comply until I could find the right opportunity to escape. We stepped into the elevator while the attendant closed the iron grille and pushed the button for us to ascend. No one spoke a word, and I looked down at my shoes. I could see the rip in my stockings from the night before. Armand. Oh, my heart crumpled in on itself like a discarded love letter. I suddenly felt very weary. I longed to be inside the comforting surrounds of Shakespeare and Company, working with Sylvia, cataloguing the books, greeting the customers. Troisième étage, the attendant informed us, and opened the gate for us. As we walked down the carpeted hallway lined with tall plants on either side, I tried to gather my thoughts, but it was pointless. Here we are, Lyndon said. I booked you in the room next to ours. I walked in, about to put my bag on the bed, but came to my senses and turned to leave. I can't stay here, Lyndon. He stood in the doorway, blocking my path. You will do as you are told, little sister. With a movement I hadn't seen coming, he pushed me so hard into the wall opposite that I smacked my forehead and slumped to the floor dazed. As I sat there, he calmly closed the door and left. I'm not sure how long I lay there, hugging my knees on the floor. 20 minutes or 2 hours. Menage? Called the housekeeper. I had no energy to reply, but the knocking was relentless. S'il vous plaît? I heaved myself up and unlocked the door. What on earth? It was Armand. He strode into the room and picked up my bag and coat. Come, quickly. But where? How? I'll explain after. Dépêche-toi. He grabbed my hand and made for the door. We hurried down the corridor in the opposite direction from which I'd come, to a back stair. I hadn't time to think. Only silently prayed that we would not get caught. He held my hand tightly, and once on the ground floor we kept to the staff corridor and found ourselves running through the kitchen, where the chefs hardly had time to shout at us before we found a side door onto the street. We ran down the alleyway and crossed several cobbled streets, Armand winding his way through the shortcuts of the city like a street urchin. Past street vendors selling flowers and fruit, under bridges, and then out onto a grand boulevard I recognised. We were heading towards Shakespeare and Company. Wait, I panted, out of breath. Just a moment, I said, grabbing a street lamp for support. Armand finally let go of my hand, which he'd had in a tight grip the entire time. Immediately I felt the loss, and as I glanced at his face, his brown eyes scanning the street, the night before came into sharp relief. He knows about the bookshop, I said. It's the first place he will look for me. Sylvia wants you to come. She has a plan. You've spoken to her? This morning I came to your lodging. He hesitated. I couldn't wait to see you. A brief smile lit his face. That's when I saw them take you. So I followed. But how did you know what room I was in? I didn't, he replied, shaking his head. I knocked on every door. Oh. I was somewhat taken aback. "Now we must hurry." Sylvia was awaiting my arrival at the back entrance. She gave me a quick, firm embrace, then handed me a key. "A friend of mine has a house outside Paris, near Tours. You can stay there until... You don't understand, I have to leave, permanently. What I have done, running out on this wedding." "Wedding?" Armand repeated. I opened my mouth to explain, but found that I did not have the wherewithal to speak. "How's everyone at Stratford-on-Avon today?" Mr. Joyce asked in his offbeat manner, poking his head around the door. My heart jumped. He must have wandered through the front of the shop without any of us noticing. "There's no time to explain, Jimmy. Opaline must leave the country immediately," said Sylvia. After some suggestive winking in Armand's direction, he casually suggested a swift exit to Dublin City. "I've only ever heard you complain of your country," said Armand, which was quite true. We'd all heard him opine about Ireland's lack of culture and their ignorance at failing to recognise his genius. "Yes, but I'm a writer, an artist. I'm obliged to curse my home. But no," he said, leaning against the wall and lighting a cigarette. "I think Ireland could suit you down to the ground." I considered it. We spoke the same language. For heaven's sake, it had been part of Britain until that business with the treaty. "Now that I think of it," Joyce said, snapping his fingers, "I've got a friend there who owns a nostalgia shop. A rare gentleman in these times, Mr. Fitzpatrick. If you use my name, he's sure to give you a job. Might sort you out with lodgings, too." "It sounds like a bit of a long shot," I said. "What other option is there?" Sylvia asked. And that was that. Joyce was hurriedly scribbling the name and address of the shop, whilst promising to send his friend a telegram so he could expect my arrival. What he actually meant was that he would get Sylvia to do it. Everything got lost in a blur of tears after that. I felt like I was breaking apart, and no one was coming to put me back together. Now, there's no need for all that," Sylvia said, handing me an envelope with the address and my wages. "You're a grown woman with a brain in your head, 2 good arms for carrying books and 2 strong legs to get you where you need to go." "What will you do if my brother comes here looking for me?" I asked. "Why? Sell him a book, of course." Armand took me to the port and secured a crossing for me. As we stood together, waiting for my turn to embark, he removed a chain from around his neck. The golden hand-shaped pendant sparkled brightly in the sunlight. "It is called a Hamza," he explained. "In my culture, we believe it offers the wearer protection from the evil eye." "Like an amulet?" "Exactement. As long as you wear it, you will always be safe." It was time to leave. "You have my address. It is the safest way to communicate with Sylvia. Your brother knows nothing of me." I nodded. I hadn't been aware that I'd been crying. I could now feel my tears drying on my cheek, or perhaps the sea air had caused them to evaporate. He took me in his warm embrace one last time. There was nothing left to say. He crossed the street and did not look back. I felt my heart descending rapidly, like an anchor into a bottomless sea.
Chapter 14. Martha. I had no idea why he wanted to take me to a shop filled with pens I couldn't afford. And what exactly was a propelling pencil? There was a sign outside the shop saying they stocked them, but I couldn't bring myself to ask in case I ended up looking like a complete idiot. I remember somebody once saying it's better to keep your mouth shut and look stupid rather than open it and remove all doubt. Well, something like that anyway. Henry, on the other hand, had no such worries. "Ah, the old Parliament buildings," he said, pointing to a large cream-coloured building that looked as though it had just landed there from ancient Rome.
Wonderful architecture. The Palladian style, I believe.
He just said stuff like that, off the top of his head, as if it were perfectly normal. He wasn't even from here, and he knew more about it than I did. I stuck to my rule of nodding in agreement, whilst having no idea what he was talking about. Where are we going exactly? I have to be back to... I was about to say, to make her ladyship's dinner, but I couldn't bear how ordinary and mundane it sounded compared to him. To work on my application for university.
Fantastic. Then we're going to exactly the right place.
It was nice to have the distraction. My back was still stinging from the new tattoo I'd had done the day before, adding the lines to the previous ones. It felt good while I was getting it done, as though giving the words permanence was a kind of release, but it hurt like hell afterwards. We crossed the road, walking through some gates and then in through a giant arched wooden door that had a smaller door within. It suddenly occurred to me that he was taking me to Trinity, and I reared like a frightened horse.
I can't go in here.
Why ever not?
Because I don't know. Don't you have to be registered or something?
He looked at me like I was some kind of simpleton.
Gosh, you're right. I hadn't thought of that. What if we get caught by the police?
I've never been here before, I said, bumping into other people as I turned in circles to take it all in. The cobblestones, worn smooth over the centuries, were like the set of some historical movie.
Really? I just assumed. This is where I've spent most of my time since I got here. Beats sitting in the bed and breakfast.
Imagine, just wandering in here 'cause you're bored. He inhabited a completely different world to me, that was for sure. Just knowing that he belonged, without question. I tried to ignore the jealousy that made my stomach tighten.
Down there is the Glucksman Library, the Centre for Cartographic Materials. I've been trying to find a map with the Bookshop marked on it, but no luck so far.
There's a Centre for Cartographic Materials? My mind was blown. All of this existed and I knew nothing about it. It's like that movie, Narnia.
You mean the C.S. Lewis books?
I'd done it. I'd confirmed out loud that I was an idiot. Exactly, that's what I meant. It's just like that. There was even a lamppost.
I suppose it is in a way. It has over 500,000 maps and atlases down there. A little labyrinth with underground guardians of overhead maps, keeping track of things in case we get lost. Still couldn't find my bookshop, though.
Your bookshop? I arched my eyebrow.
Yes, well, we're not looking for maps today. We're going in here.
He pointed to a sign saying Book of Kells. There was a line of people in front of us, mostly tourists, coming to see a very old, very famous book. My skin began to bristle. The only thing more intimidating to me than books was really, really old books. Who knew what kind of knowledge they held, the power they could wield? It didn't make any sense. But with Henry, I felt like a tiny doorway had opened up inside of me, and I found myself thinking, maybe it wouldn't do any harm to look.
I know what you're thinking. Who cares about the New Testament? Am I right?
No, he was not right, and that's not what I was thinking. My thoughts had flitted back to my first date with Shane. Not that this was a date today, obviously. We had gone to the cinema to watch a film about a racing car driver, then went home with a bottle of wine and had sex in his single bed. I'm not very religious, I said.
Just wait, you'll see.
He was so excited about going to see some old pages of a manuscript written by monks hundreds of years ago. I didn't understand it, but I kind of liked it. I kind of liked him. But I knew his heart was elsewhere, and this was clearly a fun little detour for him, exploring these literary delights before heading back to his real life. It felt bittersweet standing by his side, and the feeling almost knocked me over. That sense of glimpsing a life that could have been. And he was right. Once inside, I forgot about everything else. The darkness of the room and the light falling on the pages illuminated them like gold leaf. It felt as though I were witnessing something important, something beyond the fingertips of my understanding, yet resonating within my soul.
It was written in 800 AD by Columban monks on the island of Iona, Scotland.
I simply gaped and followed the people in front of me, peering into the glass cases that held the manuscripts.
How did they survive all this time?
I whispered. A smile spread from his eyes to his lips.
You're getting hooked now, aren't you?
I just rolled my eyes, but he wasn't far wrong. Of course I'd seen reproductions from the Book of Kells in books, and even on tea towels, but seeing it in real life like this, the intricate drawings and the handwritten text, it was hard not to get sucked into its story.
It was stolen once in 1007 from Kells by the Vikings. They stripped whatever gold they could from the cover and left what they believed was a worthless manuscript under a sod of turf.
I couldn't help wondering about the lives of the people who wrote the text, all in Latin. Still, there wasn't much time to ponder, as the crowds kept coming, and it was time to move on to the long-room library. I don't know what I expected, but my skin flushed with goosebumps at the sight of it. It was like a cathedral of books, wooden galleries arched upwards from floor to ceiling, filled with leather-bound books. I'd never seen anything like it. As we walked along the central corridor, marble busts lined the way, philosophers whose names sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't have said what any of them were known for. Surrounded by all of this learning, it was hard not to feel like, no matter how much you studied, you would never have an inch of the knowledge contained in this room.
Impressive, isn't it?
He said. I hadn't been aware that he was watching for my reaction. I turned to face him, ignoring the crowds pushing us ever forwards. Why did you really bring me here? He took a moment, shoved his hands in his pockets and looked up to the highest mezzanines where conservators were working with gloved hands.
I wanted to show you that anything is possible.
He stepped out of the way of a group of American students, noisily making their way past. Then he stepped back a little closer to me, so I could feel his breath.
After that day in the library, I could see you wanted to belong, and I just wanted to show you that you do.
I stopped hearing the people around us, barely even noticed them filing past. No one had ever seen me the way he just had. And even if they did, they certainly didn't do anything to try and help me. I was lost for words, and my throat felt thick with the sadness I'd never allowed myself to feel. He ran his hand through his hair, which unfailingly fell into his eyes when he bent his head, as he was doing now.
Do you want to grab a pint somewhere?
I just nodded and smiled as he stood back and cleared a path for me to walk ahead. He'd found a pub on a small side street that looked as though it hadn't changed its decor in 100 years. All dark wood with layer upon layer of varnish, smoothed down over the years, and little snugs lit by low-hanging glass pendants. It was quiet enough, just a couple of regulars at the bar, and so we sat in a snug that even had a little door if you wanted complete privacy. We left it open and ordered 2 pints of Guinness and 2 shepherd's pies. A light rain began to fall outside, and as the drops hit the window pane and passers-by took out their umbrellas, I felt a warmth inside that I hadn't felt for a long time. Once our food arrived, we each took a mouthful and both groaned in satisfaction at how good it tasted. I was beginning to feel more comfortable around him, even if sometimes my breath still caught when he looked into my eyes. So, what got you into all of this anyway? I asked, eager to know more about him. He took a large gulp of his pint as though buying time.
When I was a kid, my dad used to take me to car boot sales, massive things, out in some old field in the middle of nowhere. Looking back, he'd probably had me foisted upon him for the day, and it was that or the pub. We used to park up with everyone else and spend the day looking at what was usually other people's old tat. He'd call it a treasure hunt, trying to get me excited about it. And it was true, sometimes you would find something pretty special. He liked all the old war memorabilia, medals and that sort of thing, but I still stuck to my books. He picked up his fork and carried on eating his pie, but I could tell that something was troubling him. I didn't know how I'd missed it before. I was probably so dazzled by his seemingly perfect life. Something had happened with his father. They hadn't spoken in years. I didn't want to push, and sometimes found that if you gave people enough space, they would say the words that haunted them from within. He must be very proud of you now, an expert scholar. He gave me a look that I hadn't seen in his eyes up to then. It was a look of hurt and anger. He took another long gulp of his pint, holding it there until he'd finished it, and caught the waiter's attention for another round. I didn't say another word and focused entirely on finishing my meal. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, and when I came back, the atmosphere had changed. I could tell he was sorry for the mood that had gripped him, and I just wanted to touch his hand and say it was okay. I knew. People you loved could hurt you, and there was nothing you could do about it. When I was 15, I picked up an old copy of Lord of the Rings in a second-hand bookshop. By then, I was already a bit of a dealer. I snorted. In my experience, a 15-year-old dealer meant something else entirely. I nodded for him to continue and began on my second pint. I hadn't watched the films, but had heard that they were based on a series of books. I learned the value of the rarer editions and what collectors were willing to pay for them. It was a handy source of pocket money and an easy way to earn it. I'd scour the markets and charity shops for books they didn't know the true value of, then sell them on to the more upmarket antique sellers. I needed the extra cash by then. My father's drinking had grown worse and things weren't great at home. His eyes flitted across the room, but I could sense he wanted to get this out. Anyway, when I got it home, I had a proper look at it, and tucked into the flap of the jacket, I found a letter. I leaned forward, drawn into his world of literary treasure hunts. The date was 1967, the address was Oxford, and the name signed at the bottom was J.R.R. Tolkien. Wow. Indeed. Wow. It was a handwritten note addressed to a little girl who must have sent him a fan letter. I couldn't believe what I was holding in my hands, and back then I had no idea how to authenticate it. So I asked my father if he knew anyone, and that was the last I ever saw of it. What happened? He sold it for £500. Well, that's not bad, is it? It was worth 10 times that. Not just that, it was the prestige of finding it, bringing something lost back to the world. He took that away from me and drank the proceeds. He blinked quickly, then shifted in his seat. I'm sorry. I'm giving you the abbreviated version. My father's alcoholism is like a footnote to every chapter of my life. Sometimes I feel like I'll never be free of it. This time I did reach out my hand and placed it softly over his. He gave me a tight smile, then once again signalled for another round. I lost track of the time as we sat there across the table from each other. He was letting me into his world, and it felt good to be out of my own for a while. He spoke about the paper he was writing on lost manuscripts. Reading the book, that's only the beginning. I want to know everything about it. What I want to know is who wrote the book, when and where and how and why. Who printed it, what it cost, how it survived, where it's been since, when it was sold, why and by whom, how it got here. There's no limit to what I want to know about a book. I could tell he was getting a bit tipsy now. His words were crashing together in a haphazard way. I was getting very tipsy myself. I'd forgotten all about Madame Bowden. That's the allure of books. It's not just the story between the covers, but the story of where they came from, who owned them. A book is so much more than a delivery vehicle for its contents, he continued, hands gesticulating wildly. He only stopped talking when he realised I was laughing. What? I'm rabbiting on, aren't I? No, it's just, I've never heard anyone so hyped up about anything. But it makes sense now, why you're here. I broke off, realizing that something was niggling me. But what about the story? Don't you care what the book is about? Well, of course, but when you're a collector, the books themselves become artifacts. Most collectors don't even read them. Well, that doesn't seem right, says the person who doesn't read books. That's different, I snapped. He failed to read the change in my mood and kept playfully prodding. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but university life tends to involve books. His smile faltered when he saw my face. I was never one for crying, certainly not in public places, but my eyes were stinging with hurt, and I fought to keep the tears in by squeezing my brows together. God, I'm sorry, Martha. That was unforgivably stupid of me. I felt hot and stuffy in the snug, and when I turned around I saw the pub had filled up with people. Now it had become noisy and unwelcoming. I had to get out of there. What time is it? I have to go. I grabbed my things and he shot up beside me. I'll walk you home, if you like. I shrugged. What difference did it make? As we stepped onto the street, the fresh air made me feel as though I'd drunk double what I had. Instead of the warm, fuzzy glow of earlier, now I felt nauseous and irritable. It was dark, and people were heading home from work, so the street was at a standstill, full of traffic and the honking horns of impatient drivers. Here, Henry said, taking my hand and leading me down a quieter side street. The touch of his warm skin had a powerful effect. I felt a sense of safety that I didn't think possible again. I probably should have let go once we'd got around the corner, but I didn't want to. Neither, it seemed, did he. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, Martha. He spoke so softly it almost broke my heart. I had assumed when we first met that he had the perfect life. But after he told me about his father, well... Eventually I made a decision, took a deep breath, and told him what I'd never told anyone. My feelings? Don't worry about it. There are worse ways to hurt a person, I know that now. I've had 2 broken ribs, a dislocated shoulder, bruised kidneys, and I've lost 4 teeth. Henry looked horrified. I could tell that, despite what he had lived through with his father, there hadn't been violence. If you haven't experienced it, it's easy to fool yourself into believing that it could never happen. That was how people could look through you, how you became invisible, because your story didn't exist. But they're the physical wounds. They heal over time. Imperfectly, maybe, but they heal. It's the constant fear he's left me with. That's the wound that won't heal. I'm not just afraid of him, I'm afraid of life. How... he began, then stopped. We found ourselves outside a small church, and he gestured to the bench just inside the gate. I smiled. It was the right place for a confession. I may not have committed the sin, but I carried the guilt nonetheless. How had I let this happen to me? The thing is, you don't really recognize what's happening at the start, and by the time you do, it's too late to do anything about it. You think it's a one-time thing. He's so sorry about it, feels terrible, but then it happens again. Next thing you know, it's all you know. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, he said. I realized he was still holding my hand, or I was still holding his. I could still read him well enough, and I knew he would keep my story safe. It started during my first year at the technical college. I decided to do an admin course and got myself a room in a house, renting with 2 other girls. I would stay up in Galway for the week, then come home at the weekends. I was still living with my parents then, but mostly I stayed with Shane in his flat. Looking back, I think he was kind of an escape from the atmosphere at home. It was fine when we were in school together. I mean, he was a bit jealous at times, but nothing that made me think he might be any different to any of the other lads. The hardest thing about telling my story were the flashbacks,
One minute I was here, in Dublin, and then bam, I'd be back there, cowering on the floor, trying to protect myself. Had it actually happened, or was it some awful nightmare that I'd imagined? No one could have lived through that kind of abuse, could they? I thought of the day my 2 girlfriends came home to find me hiding in the wardrobe in my room. I remembered getting out and putting my hands in the pockets of my jeans so they couldn't see them shaking. I tried to pass it off as a joke, as though I were planning to surprise Shane. I was so embarrassed. I would have said anything to make it look like something other than what it obviously was. He had come up to Galway for the night, and I couldn't wait to show him around. But he was moody the entire time, making fun of my friends and acting jealous at every guy in my class. How did they know my name? Was I flirting with them? By the end of the night, he was roaring drunk and calling me a slut. He shouted at me on the street the whole way home from the pub, and by the time we got to my door, he had worked himself up into a fury. I shouted back that he had no right to speak to me that way. Next, I heard a crack. He had smacked me, open-handed, right across the face. I was too stunned to speak. He took the keys from me and opened the door. I'll never forget what he said as he walked past me.
"That'll teach you to answer back."
I walked in behind him, stunned into silence. I didn't want to wake the girls. I lay on the bed beside him and didn't even change out of my clothes. He fell to snoring as soon as his head hit the pillow. After a while I got up and didn't know where to go. I was terrified. So I hid in the wardrobe until I heard him leave the next morning. That year, which should have been about my first year at college, became all about Shane and his jealousy. My flatmates knew what was going on. They saw the bruises, even under the layers of makeup. The worst part was, right before the exams, they convinced me to break up with him. And I did. For 2 whole months, I was free of him. But his father died, and I felt so sorry for him. He swore to me that he had changed and was ashamed of what he had done. He said he wasn't himself at the time, and I believed him because it was true. He wasn't being himself. That wasn't the person I fell in love with. And so we both believed the story that he had somehow been possessed by a mad fit of jealousy, and of course it wouldn't happen again. I failed my exams in the summer, and that was the last time I ever went back to Galway. I could see the look in the girls' eyes when I told them I'd got back with him. I think they felt betrayed and confused. How, after getting away from a man who hit me, could I go back? I couldn't bear their judgment, because they were right, after all, weren't they? His promises meant nothing, and I was a bigger fool for believing him. I was so lost in my memories, I almost forgot where I was or what we were doing. I looked up at him and saw a look of empathy in his eyes. Not sympathy, thank God. I couldn't bear that. "I'm sorry, I don't think I can do this." "It's okay," he said, about to embrace me, but then stopping short. Do you want a hug?" I nodded. A lot. Yes, I did want a hug. I never asked anyone for anything, but to have what I needed offered to me like that was a blessed relief.
Chapter 15. Henry. Holding her in my arms, I wondered how any man could inflict the kind of pain and terror that would fracture this woman apart. That was how she felt in my arms, like broken pieces that no longer fit together. I wondered if there was more going on than she had said, but her poker face was the best I'd seen. Until now. Just then my phone began to ring, and she pulled away. I searched in my pocket, trying to turn it off. "Bloody thing," I muttered, until I finally got hold of it, only to let it slip through my fingers and onto the ground. We both bent to get it, bumped foreheads, and finally she picked it up. "Isabel," she said, reading the name and handing it to me. I just stared at the screen until it stopped ringing. "Isabel,"
I'd somehow managed to put her completely out of my thoughts. Like I'd compartmentalized my life in London into a separate filing system in my head. Having spent the most incredible day with Martha, opening up about our pasts in a way that neither of us ever had before, and being in a different country, I felt like a different person. I felt as though I were no longer running, at least for now. My whole life up to this point had been running away from something, losing myself in books and hoping to God that no one would notice the great big hole inside of me where something vital should have been. I looked back at Martha, the vulnerability in her eyes challenging me, and my propensity to simply tell people what they wanted to hear rather than the truth. "She's just a friend," I could have said. But there was something about her gaze, like she could see right through me. "Isabel is my girlfriend." "Oh." There was a vacuum, which I stupidly chose to fill with more words. "Actually, I should probably call her my fiancée. I proposed just before I left." "Oh," she said again. "Well, congratulations." She smiled with a forced jollity that made me feel even worse. Why hadn't I told her earlier? I should have told her at the start. Surely that's what a normal person would have done. I could sense her embarrassment, which was misplaced because I was the one who should have been embarrassed. I tried to seek refuge in the thought that lying and not telling the truth were two different things, but even I didn't believe that. She then made a big production out of checking the time on her phone and saying she should get back home. Alone. That point was underlined and in bold. I'd fucked up. I arrived back at my B&B to find Nora watching a quiz show on the telly in the front room. She sat on an armchair with wooden armrests, her ashtray balancing precariously on one, while a Jack Russell snored peacefully on her lap. I looked around for the other two, then realized they were sniffing my shoes. He could probably smell where I'd been, and how much of an idiot I was. "Oh, you're back," she said, despite the fact that I had not made her aware of my departure. She simply maintained an air of familiarity with everyone coming through her house, like a mother to all of us. "Do you want a cup of tea or a sandwich?" she asked, slotting her bunioned feet into her slippers. "I'll make it," I said. "You stay where you are." She looked at me as one might look upon the face of a saint, which made me realize how little it took to make someone happy, and yet how rarely it happened. I rinsed out a brown teapot and set the cups on a tray with a packet of pink wafer biscuits. Once she had the tea in her hand and another cigarette lit, she turned her attention to me. "Come on then, who is she?" "Sorry?" She even took the unnerving step of turning down the volume on the TV. "You've that look." "What look?" I asked, immediately trying to change my look, which is a very difficult thing to do when you weren't aware you had a look in the first place. "I didn't come down in the last shower," she said, tipping her ash into the ashtray and wriggling into a more comfortable position for interrogation. "You're a brooder, a bit like himself outside." She nodded at the shed, wherein I assumed her husband was still hiding. "He used to be a window cleaner before he got the pension. Now, that might not seem very grand to the likes of you, but there'll always be windows that need cleaning." I nodded, because you couldn't argue with logic like that. And there was no point in telling her that the likes of me had to rely on scholarships and student loans, thanks to father's drinking. "Anyway, years ago he had the chance to go into partnership with this fella, said they could tout for more business and get bigger jobs. So himself starts brooding on it, and brooding until, well, it was too late. The other fella found someone else who jumped at the chance and they got the contract for half the hotels in the city." Just then her husband stomped down the stairs in his vest and trousers and smacked the newspaper down on the hall table. "For the last time, woman, I'm afraid of heights," he announced. before shoving his arms into a shirt and storming out the front door. It closed with such a thud that the pictures of the various popes hanging in the hall shook in the most unholy way. We stared, open-mouthed, at the hallway where he no longer stood. "He never got over it," she said, a slightly judgmental tone in her voice. And I wondered what was the glue that held people together. Mutual disdain? Lack of any better idea? "Anyway," she continued, undeterred, "it doesn't do any good to brood." Perhaps she was right, I thought, as I sipped my tea and the volume on the TV crept up again. What the hell was I brooding over anyway? I came here to find the manuscript, not to develop a crush on another woman. If anything, spending time with Martha was getting in the way of my research. I began warming to this idea, because it meant that the blame was being lifted off my shoulders. I took my leave of Nora and went upstairs to my room and laptop. There were 2 emails. The first from Isabel. "Answer your phone." Classic Isabel style, direct and to the point. She was a woman who had high standards for herself and everyone around her. She was a life coach and often spoke in rousing statements like, "Go big or go home," or "If it doesn't challenge you, it won't change you." Was I slightly intimidated by her relentless energy? Maybe, but it's also what drew me to her. She was everything I felt I needed to be. We had met 2 years before, at my sister's wedding. She was the wedding planner then. Her previous incarnation, as she called it. She seemed to have a new career every few years, and was totally brilliant at all of them. I had it on good authority that she was an amazing yoga teacher before that, according to the groom, who could still throw his legs over his head, which was a bit too much information, really. I was immediately struck by her confidence, and by the time we waved the happy couple off on their honeymoon, she made it clear that whatever I had in mind, it would be on a trial basis only for her. Much like her careers. She looked at me like someone deciding whether to pick a bruised apple and give it a go. And so I found myself constantly trying to win her over, as much as myself, to the idea that I could, given the right conditions, become a success. Like a houseplant. I knew that if I had someone like Isabel in my life, everything would be infinitely better, bigger, brighter. I never had anything or anyone in my life that I could feel proud of, that I could say, "Look what I've got." Flashbacks of my father's face haunted me, those tear-drenched nights when he tried to convince my mother to take him back. But at times, I just felt so tired. Tired of proving myself. Tired of trying to make someone see something in me that I wasn't even sure was there. I decided to send an equally punchy reply. "Lost in research. Tomorrow okay?" I opened the second email. It was from a colleague in London who had been scanning Carlisle family archives for any mention of Opaline. There was nothing of note beyond her 21st birthday. It was as though she had dropped off the face of the earth. Her brother, however, was very well documented and had been quite high up in the army during the First World War. He'd earned himself a rather grim nickname, the Reaper. It wasn't very much to go on, and brought me no closer to the lost bookshop on Halfpenny Lane, or the elusive young woman who lived next door. The woman who had helped to find out Opaline's real name. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I had this weird sense that she was somehow the key to it all. Or perhaps that was the story I had to tell myself in order to stay close to her, no matter the cost.
Chapter 16. Opaline. Dublin, 1921. I'm afraid Mr. Fitzpatrick died 2 months ago. We were going to put the place up for sale. These were the first words I heard on arriving in Dublin City, after a long, uncomfortable train journey from Cork. I was standing in the parlour of a Georgian-style house, with long panelled windows looking out onto a busy street. "But I've come all this way," I said, rather desperately. "You received my telegram?" The man I was speaking to seemed rather baffled by my sudden arrival into his life. "Yes, Mr. Joyce telegrammed from Paris. He mentioned that you worked in a bookshop. Shakespeare?" "Shakespeare and Company. Forgive me, but I'm not entirely sure why he would have suggested—" He hesitated for a moment. "That someone such as yourself should come to work for my father." I tried to overlook the implication. "Mr. Fitzpatrick was your father?" "My condolences, sir," I said, shaking his hand. He thanked me, and it seemed as though our business was at an end. "I don't suppose I could trouble you for some further information." "Of course, if I can be of assistance." "Can you recommend a decent hotel room? Or perhaps somewhere that I could rent a room at a reasonable price?" "You don't have anywhere to stay?" he asked, obviously perplexed that someone with my accent and appearance should find themselves in such a predicament. A middle-class woman, travelling alone, with nowhere to stay, and very little money. "I'm afraid I made my departure in something of a hurry." God only knew what he made of that explanation. I wanted to assure him that I hadn't broken any laws, but that would have only raised his suspicions further. "Well, it's not much," he said, before taking a set of keys off a hook by the door and leading me outside, then down the front steps. "There is a small flat in the basement of the shop," he explained, as he turned right and stood outside the shop. I looked at the building with no small amount of incredulity. It was tapered, almost as if it had grown like a stubborn weed between the two houses on either side. He noticed my face, scrunched up in the evening light. "It shouldn't really be here at all," he said, mumbling something about planning permission. Neither should I thought to myself. It felt surreal, and as though I was strangely removed from myself, a baffled spectator wondering what would happen next. The crossing to Ireland had taken all day and most of the night. As there was no passenger ferry, I'd had to travel on a mail and goods boat that took me to Cork. Once again I was on a boat with my small carpet bag, running towards freedom. I tried to sleep on a makeshift bed that was in reality just a bench with a thin cushioning on top. I vomited into a bucket and cried into it too. It was nothing like crossing the Channel. This sea was rough and unforgiving. When the boat moored at the harbour in Rosslare, the rain pelted down and the wind threatened to separate me from my bag as it attacked in gusts. One of the boat hands guided me to a small bed and breakfast nearby, where I was able to freshen up before taking the train to Dublin. Matthew Fitzpatrick was a pleasant man who spoke few words, something for which I was grateful at that moment. I was not at my most sociable. I was tired and hungry and homesick for the kind of home I had never known. Any display of kindness might have resulted in an outburst of tears, so I was glad to keep things perfunctory. I gave the narrow facade another appraising look. On the ground floor, there was just room for one panelled glass window, which bowed outwards, and an identical yet smaller window on the first floor, and a tiny diamond-shaped window on the top floor, which seemed to taper into a point, like the hat of a wizard. The sign above the window was in the Art Nouveau style, so popular in Paris with its swirls and flourishes, Mr. Fitzpatrick's Nostalgia Shop. The door gave way with a sigh, followed by an elongated creak. Matthew turned to offer an apologetic smile, and I waited on the threshold for a moment, giving him time to switch the lights on inside. I heard a click, and caught my first glimpse of the shop by the warm glow of a yellow lampshade. The checker-tiled floor welcomed my feet as I entered the topsy-turvy world of the nostalgia shop. The dark green walls gave one the impression of entering a thick forest, with wooden shelves stretching around the entire room like branches. There were all types of knickknacks and ornaments, with everything from soaps and hand mirrors to toy soldiers and candelabras. Yet they were of a variety I'd never laid my eyes on before. Brightly painted and ornately decorated, the gold and silvers glimmering in the soft light. "It's beautiful," I said, and meant it. Like walking inside a fairy tale. He regarded me strangely, and it seemed for a moment as though I were looking into the face of a young boy. Gone was the harried man with the hat and overcoat. It seemed he was wearing a disguise also. "I'm glad you think so." Such few words, yet they were imbued with so much meaning. It was as if I had passed some sort of invisible test for him. "Look, I know you came here to work for my father, but how would you feel about running the shop yourself?" "Me?" I squeaked. So much for trying to impress him. "You could rent it on a trial period. I'd considered the idea but couldn't find anyone suitable. Until today." I looked around the shop and felt a ripple of excitement. "I'm not sure I could afford it, on top of my lodgings," I said. "Well, as it happens, the flat is included in the rent. Here, let me show you," he said, leading the way down the stairs. I watched the back of his neck, where his blonde hair grew darker. He had to duck as we came to the last step to avoid a beam, and he stood back to let me go first. His soft, lilting accent as he pointed out the bed and the tiny kitchenette couldn't conceal the myriad questions he must have had about my hasty arrival from Paris. He must have thought me strange. There was no doubting that. And yet, if anything, he seemed intrigued by my presence. It suddenly felt quite intimate, standing there with him. And so, as if in agreement, we both decided to cut the tour short. "It's perfect. I'm sure I will find everything I need," I said, with a competence I hoped would appear from somewhere in the very near future. "I don't doubt it. I'll have a tenancy agreement drawn up." As we ascended the narrow wooden staircase, shining with a high varnish, I noticed that there was a word painted on the riser of each step. "In a place called Lost, strange things are found." "He built it himself, so you'll have to forgive the slightly eccentric nature of the building," Matthew said, placing his hand on the newel post with a tender look of pride on his face. "Had the wood shipped over from an old library in Italy. A strange story, actually. He took my mother on their honeymoon to a little village in the mountains, and they found this abandoned library. It was going to be demolished, and my father was the kind of man who couldn't let something that held so much history go to waste. So he bought the building, had it dismantled, and put it back together here." "Didn't any of the locals wish to keep it?" "Ah, well, that was the thing. Many of the villagers believed the library to be inhabited by spirits." "Good grief. But of course that was just superstition," he assured me. "I wish I could have met your father. He must have been such an interesting man," I said, looking with new eyes at the interiors that resembled a puzzle pieced together. Matthew smiled to himself. "Eccentric, that's how most people would have described him." His features failed to conceal the bitter-sweet memories of his father. "Some people have no imagination, that's all." He seemed pleased with this assessment, and presumably felt safe to open up a little more. "He used to say that he would like people to open this door in the way they would open a book, entering a world beyond their imaginings." He gave a wry smile, an expression formed by grief and loss. He sounds a little like my own father. Is he a book dealer also? I shook my head and continued shaking it until I had to shut my eyes tight to prevent the tears from falling. Why had I mentioned father? It brought reality crashing down around me. Everything that had happened. Lyndon, Armand, escaping on that horrid boat. Truly, I still felt it to see myself. Who was I now? I felt ashamed of my night with Armand, and how my father would be so disappointed in his little girl. I must have been in shock. Try as I might, I could not contain it, and my shoulders began to shake until I let out a desperate gasp. Miss Carlyle, Opaline, whatever did I say? Words failed to form. He took me by the shoulders as if to keep me steady, but I fell into his arms and sobbed for what seemed like a very long time. He held me fast and absorbed all of the grief and pain without saying a word. When I finally felt wrung out and my ears throbbed with the sound of nothing but my own ragged breathing, I hastened to pull back from his embrace. Please forgive me, Mr. Fitzpatrick. I have embarrassed us both with this unbecoming outburst. He made no reply but handed me a handkerchief from his pocket. I wiped my eyes and blew my nose before attempting to hand it back. Our eyes met and we both smiled. Perhaps I shall have it laundered first, I said, and released an unfortunate snort of laughter. The giddiness after such an impromptu intimacy. There didn't seem to be much else to say, and I was too worn out to think. He saved me the trouble by acting as though nothing problematic had happened at all. I will stop by in a few days to arrange the particulars, if that's agreeable to you. I nodded and walked him back to the door. Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and again I apologise for— No need. Grief is a constant companion, is it not? He placed his hat on his head and turned to leave. Given the history of the place, you'll have to excuse its little eccentricities, he said, as though it were a mischievous child. I think we are well matched, I said, determined to prove that I was not easily put off. I brought my old carpet bag downstairs to the basement and hung the only other skirt and blouse I owned in the armoire. I lit the stove and boiled some water in a little pot for tea. Except I hadn't bought any tea. I realised I would have to go out and buy some provisions. Suddenly the weight of everything that had happened, and the effort needed to carry on, seemed too much to bear. I let myself collapse onto the bed, and regretted it as the springs made a very uncomfortable dig into my ribs. Whether it was luck or courage that I had possessed in Paris, it felt like they had both abandoned me. Perhaps Lyndon was right. I was indulging in childhood fantasies. This was not how the world worked. At best, I would be looked upon as an anomaly. I turned onto my side. The mattress was bare. I didn't even have a coverlet. I would have to buy that too. No tears, I warned myself. But it was no good. I could already feel them running down my cheeks. No matter how much I let myself believe that I could be just like Sylvia and her partner Adrienne, it wasn't true. They were outliers. They no longer cared for the kind of society that would not accept them. Instead, they inhabited a world of artists and free spirits, who chose the vicissitudes of a non-conforming life over the comforts and security of the status quo. And the truth was that they had each other. I had never felt more alone, so far from the only home I knew. I cried myself to sleep that night, with an empty stomach and only my overcoat for warmth. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of scratching, like a branch against the window. I couldn't figure it out, as there certainly weren't any trees on the street outside. I sat up for a moment and realised it was coming from the shop overhead. I flicked the switch on the wall, but no light came on. Mr. Fitzpatrick the Younger had warned me that the building could be temperamental. Luckily, I had spotted a candle on the kitchen table where I had left my purse, and so I carefully felt my way across the room to it. My hand searched and found a small box of matches beside it, and soon the room emerged out of the shadows. I climbed the stairs, reading the words that Mr. Fitzpatrick painted there. In a place called Lost, strange things are found. I certainly felt strange and out of place. I paused for a moment, wondering what on earth I would do when I found the source of the noise. What if it were an intruder? Then I heard it again. A soft tapping, like brambles in the wind. I took a deep breath and carried on to the top of the stairs. The shop itself had an air of stillness and anticipation, as though it were waiting for me. The light from the candle reflected softly on the curiosities adorning the shelves. I felt like an intruder myself amongst these things, and hesitated to touch anything. Intricately designed music boxes sat atop a glass case full of pocket watches and engraved pendants. A wooden cabinet of long, narrow drawers, the type for keeping botanical drawings, was actually full of old buttons and stamps. I jumped when a cuckoo clock announced the hour from the opposite wall. 3 cuckoos. It reminded me of one of my favourite books I had read repeatedly as a child, by Mrs. Molesworth, in which a young girl called Griselda and a cuckoo from a clock become unlikely friends. I spoke the opening line aloud. Once upon a time, in an old town, in an old street, there stood a very old house. A collection of Russian Matryoshka dolls painted brightly in red and blue peeked out at me expectantly from one of the shelves. I couldn't resist opening one, revealing a smaller doll inside. I opened that too, on and on, until I had 5 dolls, each decreasing in size, all made to perfectly fit inside the largest one. It was exactly how I felt. A fully formed woman, but the little girl inside was still there. A heavy thud made me turn around with a fright. I held the candle out in front of me. "Hello?" I whispered, feeling slightly ridiculous. Perhaps a cat had come in through an open window. I walked to the rear of the shop where the noise had come from. There was a modest glass cabinet of books, its doors open and a tome lying on the floor. The temperature was so cold, and I was in my bare feet, so I bent to pick it up and replace it quickly. A cursory glance at the cover almost made my heart stop. Dracula, by Bram Stoker. A terrifying image of a vampire was on the cover. I looked around the shop. All was quiet now. I replaced the book and turned to go back downstairs when another thud made me jump. Looking back, I saw the book on the floor once more. "That's very strange," I said out loud, trying to sound calm. The very fact that I thought someone, or something, was listening confirmed my state of mind. I picked up the book and once again spoke out loud. "Yes, I think I shall take a book to bed," I said, with a little uncertainty, before bringing it back downstairs with me. I read until the candle extinguished, terrified, exhilarated, and unsure whether the book was a warning or an invitation.
Chapter 17. Martha. The cracks were getting bigger. I sat at the table eating Weetabix before I had to go upstairs to cook Madame Bowden's breakfast. With every mouthful, I looked up again at the dark lines spreading across the wall like the branch of a tree. There was no crumbling plaster, but a very definite line of growth. A dark material was visible now, and I slowly raised my hand to touch it. With a slight tremble, my fingers ran along the ridges, and I discovered that the surface I was touching was wood-like. It wasn't even wood-like, it was wood. There were branches growing in the basement. I would have to tell her now. This couldn't be good. What if the house was structurally unsound?
"Oh, I shouldn't worry about it too much," Madame Bowden remarked, having finally made her way down to take a look. "Old buildings have their quirks. Now, I think I shall have croissants for breakfast this morning, Martha. You can pop over to the French bakery," she said, already turning to leave. I stood there with my mouth agape.
"But they're pretty big cracks, and they weren't here when I moved in," I said, unsure she'd grasped the seriousness of the situation. "Shouldn't you call an engineer?" She had a wistful look in her eye as she let her fingertips rest on the cracks. She was touching the wall the way you would touch the soft cheek of a child. "It was always such a strange little place," she whispered, almost to herself.
"Oh, Martha, do stop worrying so much. You're giving yourself frown lines."
"Frown lines?" I asked, perplexed, and giving myself more frown lines. That was when she spotted the leaflets on the table.
"So you're going ahead with it then?"
she asked, raising her reading glasses that she wore on a pearl chain around her neck and peering at the papers. "University? Oh, yes. You would know this if you'd bothered to attend your own dinner party. Where were you?" She gave me a filthy look and a hasty reminder that she was still paying my wages and I was living under her roof.
"I can't stand those women."
"So why did you invite them?" She walked around the room and wrapped her silk shawl around her shoulders.
"Maybe I wanted to amuse myself, see how you coped with them. By all accounts, you held yourself rather well."
"Did I? Hang on, what? I assume you'll fit these studies around your work here?" she interrupted. "Of course. I'm thinking I might just start with a part-time course." Shit. I hadn't thought about how to ask her about it. Would I still be able to keep my job, a roof over my head? I tried to quieten my thoughts and read her story. Most of the time, you could predict someone's behavior by their past. Most of the time, people didn't change. Most of the time. I realized she was staring at me.
"Croissants, Martha, and fresh coffee, chop chop."
And with that, she went back upstairs. "So, when did you buy this house?" I tried to act as casually as possible, as if the answer mattered little, one way or the other. I knew if she thought I was fishing, she wouldn't bite. Perhaps it was her acting skills that made her so difficult to read.
"Martha, a person such as myself does not buy a house. One acquires a house."
It took all of my willpower not to roll my eyes. "Okay, well, when did you acquire number 12?
"Oh, it's hard to say, really. I feel as though I've always been here. In fact, it's hard to remember a time when I lived anywhere else."
I dusted the picture frames on the mantelpiece and picked up the black and white wedding photo.
"It was 1965,
she began, settling down to the cosmopolitan-style breakfast I had laid on the dining table.
"I was a beautiful bride. Many of the guests likened me to Grace Kelly. Oh, you mightn't think so now, but I was a natural blonde."
A natural liar, I thought. It was hard to tell if her stories were real or mere fabrications of the truth, stories she had picked up along the way and made her own. I looked at the woman in the picture. It was true, she did look like an old Hollywood starlet, but I couldn't see the resemblance at all. The man was tall, dark and handsome, with the look of someone who had captured the moon in his pocket.
"He was a pilot.
she said, slathering butter on her croissant.
Far too old for me, or at least that's what my mother told me, but I was hopelessly in love with him. I thought he was so dashing. He was an American, you know, and to a 20-something Irish girl, well, he was like Clark Gable.
She lost herself in the past for a moment.
He adored this strange little house, but he was a perfectionist, always trying to fix things. You have to understand, old houses have their quirks. Some things are meant to be flawed. Therein lies beauty.
She was a captivating storyteller. I knew there was a peculiar history within these walls, and whatever it was, it must have happened long before Madame Bowden arrived. What happened to your husband, if you don't mind me asking?
Plane crash. We were only married a year when his plane went down over Gibraltar.
Oh, I'm so sorry, I said.
Yes, it was a difficult time. That's when I met Archie.
Archie?
My second husband. He was a doctor from Cork.
I thought you said he was Russian.
Oh no, that was husband number 3.
But what happened to Archie? I realised this was really none of my business, but I couldn't help myself. Maybe when you got to her age, minor details like this didn't matter anymore.
Archie contracted malaria when he was working in Africa. Poor fellow.
I wondered what had happened to the Russian mathematician. Death by numbers?
What's with all of these questions? I hope you're not planning on bumping me off and getting your hands on my house.
Honestly, Madame Bowden, if anyone should be worried about getting bumped off, I think it should be me. She stared at me for a moment, and I was full sure she was going to fire me for insolence, when she let out an enormous laugh. I really needed to hang out with people my own age. I spent that entire day giving the house a deep clean. It was something I always enjoyed doing, not because I was a fan of housework, but because the methodical action of cleaning was the only way I'd ever found to make my thoughts stop. Thoughts like, I had married a bully, I had wasted my life, and now I could add a new one to the list. I had humiliated myself in front of Henry. Why did I care about his opinion so much anyway? Besides, it wasn't my fault he'd neglected to tell me about his fiancée. But the truth was, I already knew. I could read in his eyes that his heart was tied elsewhere, so why did I act like it was such a big surprise? And why did it even matter? What kind of an idiot would start having feelings for someone when they'd just got out of an abusive marriage? That should have been the end of it. I simply couldn't permit myself to feel anything. I was exhausted by the time I got downstairs to the basement that night. I brushed my teeth in the bathroom and changed for bed with unseeing eyes. It was only as I pulled the covers down and flopped into bed that I saw it. Where the lines in the wall had been, there now emerged a shelf, with one single book on it, standing upright. I looked around the room, for what, I don't know. I almost felt like saying out loud, "Can anyone else see this?" I was afraid to get out of bed, and so I just stayed there, frozen for a minute. Nothing else happened, not a sound came. I had no idea how it got there, other than that Madame Bowden must have placed it there while I was busy steam cleaning the curtains or bleaching the bathroom. My curiosity won out, and I got up to inspect the book. The spine read, "A Place Called Lost," but the author was anonymous. I got back into bed and opened the beautiful old cloth-bound cover. It bore a picture of an antique shop front with a stained glass pattern in the window. I had to admit that, so far, it was very inviting. I read the first line aloud. "Once upon a time in an old town, in an old street, there stood a very old house." I hadn't told my employer of my issues with books or why I practically broke out in hives at the thought of reading them, so she wouldn't have known. But perhaps it was a gesture of some sort, and it would have been rude not to accept it. I decided I should try to read it, in case she asked me about it. Besides, I had to break through this mental block if I had any hope of going back to university. I had to face my fears.
Chapter 18. Henry. I rehearsed what I would say all the way there, but when I tapped on her window, all of my lines fell away, like a novice actor on opening night. "What are you doing here?" she asked, opening the window and somehow managing to heave herself out of it by climbing on a stool. "Careful," I said, setting down the coffees I'd brought. I took her arms, but there was really no need. For a slight woman, she was incredibly strong. Dressed in old jeans and a sweatshirt, with her hair roughly pulled into a bun, she looked even more attractive than I remembered, and I struggled to keep my focus on the task at hand. I couldn't leave things the way they were. "It's fine." "No, look," I interrupted, determined to be upfront and honest with her. It was the least she deserved after what she'd been through. "I didn't get the chance to say it before, and I want to say it now. What you told me about your husband, I can't imagine the courage it took, and I wanted to say thank you for trusting me with it." She looked at me, as though slightly relieved. "And I should have told you about Isabel. Honestly, I don't know why I didn't." I said this, although, at that moment, it was crystal clear to me why I hadn't wanted her to know. My feelings grew stronger every time I saw her, but there was nothing either of us could do about it. She was vulnerable, and I had made commitments. The end. "I hope we can carry on our friendship," I said, sounding like something out of a Jane Austen novel. Yet it was the best I could do, and I really meant it. Her friendship meant more to me than I realized, and if I couldn't have anything else, it would have to be enough. "Are they donuts?" "What?" Of all the things I had imagined she might say, that was not one of them. She hunkered down on the rough ground with its patchy grass and weeds, crossed her legs and opened the box of doughnuts I'd brought, whilst taking a large gulp of coffee. "Of course we can be friends, you big idiot," she said between bites, sugar all over her lips. I sat down beside her and leaned my back against the gable wall. I couldn't think of anywhere I'd rather be. "I mean, besides Madame Bowden, you're the only friend I've made since coming here." "Oh, I see. So it's more a lack of options thing?" I said, taking the lid off my coffee and blowing on the liquid, which was already stone cold. "Beggars can't be choosers." She shrugged and all but concealed a malevolent grin. Banter, a safe harbour. I got stuck into a custard donut, grateful that we were back on a firm footing. I didn't know why she had confided in me, and I wasn't sure why I had told her about the darkest times in my life, but perhaps the trick was not to question it, not to put a label on it, as cliched as it sounded. "Any luck with the manuscript?" I made a mental note that whenever I showed up at Martha's window, I should bring sugar. Her mood was positively upbeat. No, not really. A colleague found something about her brother, Lyndon. He was a soldier, a general or something, in the war. It's strange," I said, tearing a chocolate donut into two halves and offering her one. You'd think a woman like her, who'd been rubbing shoulders with Hemingway and contacting one of the top book dealers in America, would leave some sort of trace, wouldn't you? She took her time to think about it, and once she had satisfactorily munched the last of the donut and wiped her hands on her jeans, she looked me square in the eye. "You think it's strange that a woman has been silenced, forgotten about, written out of history? Henry, what have they been teaching you?" "Okay, all right, that sounded completely stupid, but you know what I mean." "Well, maybe your problem is that you keep looking at Opaline from a man's point of view. Hemingway, her brother, the other guy?" "Rosenbach?" "Yeah, Rosenbach. Why don't you find out more about Sylvia and the bookshop in Paris?"
Why hadn't I thought of that? You know, you really are quite good at this. What? Research. What was it you were thinking of studying? Her whole demeanour deflated, like those inflatable men outside car dealerships when the air runs out. Ugh, let's not talk about it. She checked the time on her phone and said she had to get back to work. With one leg halfway in the open window, she stalled for a moment. Madame Bowden told me something a bit strange about the bookshop. I felt the hairs on my arms standing straight up. Actually, forget I said anything. You'll think it's ridiculous. Now, see, all you've done there is create a more captive audience. Spit it out. I wanted to use her surname, but then realised I still didn't know what it was. The thing is, Madame Bowden tends to embellish a lot of her stories, so I guess you have to take it with a pinch of salt or whatever. Just tell me. She pulled her leg back out of the window and stood beside me once again. One of her friends, who was probably very drunk at the time, claims that she saw the bookshop. Not only saw it, but walked inside. I said nothing. I couldn't risk opening my mouth to speak. It was back in the 60s, so, you know, hallucinogenic drugs and stuff. But I figured you'd want to know. Anyway, I really have to go. With that, she slipped back inside and shut the window behind her. I stayed on the patch of ground where the bookshop should have been and walked slowly around in circles until my legs stopped feeling like jelly. I wanted to tell her, but just as she had said, it sounded ridiculous. My first night in Ireland, following a few too many G&Ts on the Ryanair flight, I took a taxi straight to Halfpenny Lane. I was fully expecting to find a bookshop, and that is exactly what I found. Even the taxi driver must have seen it. I think. I remember getting out of the car, handing him the money, and walking up to the door. The lights were on inside, and there was a golden glow from within, dispersed through the stained glass windows. It was warm and comfortable inside, with that distinct bookshop smell of old musty covers, and something spicy, like cinnamon. The walls were lined with shelves full of colourful book covers, and I felt the tips of my fingers itching to touch them. But I wanted to speak to the owner first, show them the letter I had found, and see if they could shed any light on its contents. I heard the bell ringing over the door, and as I turned to see who had walked in behind me, I found myself outside on the pavement again. Just like that. I hadn't moved my feet, and yet there I was. I turned back to where the shop had been, and found nothing but the darkness of night, as though it had swallowed the shop whole. For some reason, I patted myself down, maybe to see if I was still there when the shop I was just standing in so clearly wasn't. I did that ridiculous thing where you turn around and around on the spot, like a dog chasing its tail, in case the thing you lost is right behind you. But how could anyone lose a bookshop? The only logical explanation was that I had been very, very drunk. That is what I kept telling myself. A drunken haze, and the shop was a mirage. But I had been drunk many times before that, and never conjured up a building, let alone walked into one. Now I had a corroborator. Someone else had seen the shop. The question now was, what had caused it to disappear, and how could I get it back?
Chapter 19. Opaline, Dublin, 1922. My first few weeks at Mr. Fitzpatrick's nostalgia shop were punctuated by a string of strange occurrences. It seemed the building itself did not exactly welcome me with open arms, but I was determined to prove myself a worthy custodian. I ventured up the spiral staircase that led to the attic, where he had kept the overflow from the shop. At the top was a tiny door that required me to bend a little, and when I pushed against it, I found that the wood seemed to push back. I stood back in order to take something of a run at it, and on the third go I burst through and fell flat on my face. "I see," I said aloud. "Like that, is it?" I got up and dusted myself down, trying not to take the idiosyncrasies of an old building personally. A tiny window with a circular pane, opaque with green lichen, was the only source of light. I found a Victrola gramophone and immediately set it aside to bring downstairs. At first glance, it looked like an old museum with glinting treasure peeking out from under dust sheets. There was a telescope in the far corner, behind bits of old furniture and lots of boxes. On a shelf I spotted a pair of workman's trousers, and looked down at my impractical skirt, covered in dust and worn in places. Decision made, I slipped it off and pulled on the tan-coloured trousers. They weren't a bad fit, and I pulled the belt through the loops, securing it around my waist. Mr. Fitzpatrick must have been a rather slender man, as well as being a conscientious one, as they were neat as a new pin. Slightly too long in the leg, though, so I turned up the hem once and then twice, until I could see the heel of my boot. Catching sight of myself in a cheval mirror, which was amusingly strung with feather boas, I smiled at my reflection. "Hello, Miss Carlyle," I said, turning from side to side. I ran my hands through my hair and held it back, giving myself an androgynous look. My blouse looked remarkably well, tucked into the trousers, and I only wished I had a cravat to finish off the look. Like the Parisian author Colette, perhaps I could also be known purely by my Christian name and conceal my identity. Opaline, however, was not a very common name. "Hello, Miss—" I spotted a book lying on the dusty floor. The Picture of Dorian Gray. "Hello, Miss Gray?" Not bad. Keen to investigate the rare book dealers in Dublin City and see what could be picked up, I set out and walked across the humpbacked Halfpenny Bridge, like the spine of a whale decorated with lamps, to visit Webb's Bookshop on the Quays. Sylvia had mentioned the name to me before I left, and the only way I could retain the information was to picture a spider's web. I took a moment to lean against the iron railing and looked up at the green domes of the cathedral and the four courts. My eyes followed the River Liffey as it flowed down towards the Custom House, which had only recently been burned out by the Irish Republican Army. Joyce had neglected to mention that the country was in the middle of a civil war when he suggested I escape here. From the frying pan into the fire, as they say. Wearing a man's trousers and using a pseudonym, I felt like I was playing the part of an actress. Mr. Hannah was one of those rare types who took absolutely no notice of my appearance, and instead filled a box with some popular titles to keep me ticking over, as he put it. At the mere mention of James Joyce, it seemed my good reputation was sealed. I had a quick scan through his Dickens collection, just in case my father's copy of David Copperfield was among them. It had become a little habit of mine, a way of keeping him close to my heart. It was a rare addition, and I could tell with a glance that it wasn't there. No matter, I said to myself. I will find it one day. Armed with my new books and a list of distributors I could call on, I arrived back at Halfpenny Lane with renewed purpose. I looked around the shop, at the rich green walls and the little Tiffany lamps shedding their colourful glow on all the treasures that had held their breath, waiting for the doors to reopen after Mr. Fitzpatrick's death. It almost felt like Sleeping Beauty's room in the tower, and I needed to find the spell to waken her. I'd insisted on keeping all of Mr. Fitzpatrick's stock for the shop would have looked bare with only my small bookcase of titles to furnish it. Yet I had no idea how these two ideas would merge. I first looked at the window display, which hadn't changed in all the time the shop had been closed. If I wanted to entice customers inside, I had to use my imagination. There was a carousel with a winding mechanism which played a jolly fairground tune while the horses elegantly turned around and around. A string of pearls and other costume jewellery were draped artfully over a coffret, and overhead, various multicoloured hot air balloons with baskets were strung from the ceiling. That was when inspiration struck. I opened the box of books from Mr. Hanna and found just what I was looking for. The Oz books by L. Frank Baum. They were utterly magical and would fit perfectly with the hot air balloons. I would use Mr. Fitzpatrick's curiosities to create a visual storyline for the books. I was so pleased with myself that I hardly noticed the hours passing by as I played what felt like a parlour game of matching books with their props. I had received several Beatrix Potter books, which were always so popular with children, and magically found 2 little velvet rabbits with bows at their necks. The window now had the enticing look of a treasure chest, albeit slightly skewed towards a younger clientele. No matter, I thought. They were the true pioneers of every family, and would lead their parents through any street or thicket to chase their heart's desires. In any case, I set up a little trestle table outside with some cheap second-hand books, which could always tempt the passer-by. It was just missing one thing. A sign. I searched for a piece of card, which of course I found in the stationery section, a rich cream vellum, and spied a beautiful calligraphy pen held on a piece of marble. That was when I realised that I had no desk. I found the perfect specimen, a rich walnut console table, which was currently displaying an alarmingly large collection of ceramic frogs in all shapes, sizes, and poses. That was the amusing thing about collecting. You never knew what would hold value, nor to whom. Were we all preconditioned to love certain things? A moment in childhood, lost to memory, but indelibly marked on our souls. To me, the promise of finding what I did not know I was looking for was the lure of the game. I dragged the desk over to the corner by the window, so I had good light and a full view of the shop. I found a sturdy carver chair, also in dark wood and upholstered with a deep red and gold brocade. Rather unconsciously, I found myself modelling my surroundings on those of Shakespeare and Company. The memory made my heart lurch, and I wished I could speak to Sylvia, ask her advice. But I knew what she would say, to trust my gut. And my gut was telling me that it was all well and good dreaming of printing my first catalogue of rare books, but I had to get some customers first. Let people know I was open for business. And so I sat at my desk for the first time, placed the card in front of me, and with the pen suspended in mid-air, realised I hadn't even come up with a name for the shop. "Grey books?" I said aloud to no one but myself. It sounded terribly dull. "Please step inside and buy some grey books," I chattered to myself, realising that my new pseudonym wouldn't do at all. I tried to think of my favourite book titles. Wuthering Books? Again, such dreary names would never attract customers. I immediately thought of Emily Bronte's pseudonym, Ellis Bell. Bell Books, or Bell with an E, to add a little French flair. Perfect, I said, congratulating myself, and in my best handwriting wrote the new name, and Rare and Used Books for Sale in smaller writing underneath. I put it in the window and nodded my head with satisfaction. No matter what came, I had my books. And in the quiet morning air, I could hear their breathing, patient and steady, like the resonance of a piano note held in the air long after it's been played. I jumped when the bell above the door rang shrilly and turned to see my first customer. "I've come to buy a book, if that's all right." It was Matthew. I blushed momentarily at the memory of my outburst and how he had held me in his arms. I hadn't seen him since, despite the fact that he lived next door. "Well, you've certainly come to the right place," I said, a little redundantly. He moved about the shop, noting the changes I had made with a nod of his head. He was a tall man, with piercing blue eyes and blonde hair that seemed to curl at the ends. He held the brim of his hat between his fingers, as though he were afraid to leave it down. That if he did, he might wish to stay. "What books do you generally like to read?" I asked, busying myself with rearranging some stationery. "Oh, non-fiction generally," he said, turning briefly to face me before noticing my attire. Are they my father's work trousers?" I blushed. I didn't think he'd notice. Not the fact that I was wearing trousers. Everyone who came into the shop noticed that, but that they didn't belong to me. "I found them in the attic. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all," he said, failing to hide a bemused look. "I have some new non-fiction over here if you'd like," I began, changing the subject. "Oh, it's not for me, it's for my son, Ollie." I had to prize information from him, not because he was unwilling to give it, but because he seemed to think I wouldn't be interested. Was I interested? I felt as though I should be. Women were supposed to be interested in children, after all. Yet it struck me that being a woman was akin to a performance, with its cues and lines that had to be learned. I knew how I was supposed to act, and what I was supposed to say. I just wasn't exactly sure if I wanted to. "He has a vivid imagination," he said, keeping his sentences short, yet heavy with implication. "You say that as though it's a bad thing, Mr. Fitzpatrick." "Matthew, please." "Has he read any of the Oz books?" I went to the window and took the first in the series down from the shelf. "What are they about?" "Well, they're about a great wizard who lives in an emerald city." "I don't think so, miss." "Opaline, please." "Opaline. His mother wishes him to follow the family business." I panicked for a moment, thinking I would become unemployed and homeless yet again. "Her father's business. Banking." "Ah," I said, looking around the shop for anything that would suit a young banker. Nothing. The silence made me feel uncomfortable until the cuckoo clock announced the hour and made us both jump. "Would you like some tea?" I wasn't sure why I said it. Possibly because I was certain he would refuse. But he surprised us both by saying yes. I went downstairs and put some things on a tray. "So, is it going well?" he called down the stairs. I wasn't sure if he was concerned about the business or my ability to pay the rent. "Well enough," I called back. "I see you've managed to incorporate my father's antiques with your books. Very clever." I peeped out from the door and saw him standing by the maritime section I had created, with Moby Dick and Robinson Crusoe floating on a blue muslin sea, with mermaids and boats sailing in impossibly tiny bottles. I even had a copy of Peter Pan there, with a toy crocodile snapping at the corners. "This is truly fantastic," he said, finally coming to life. "The shop seems bigger, somehow." I went back to the kitchen and turned on the tap, but no water was forthcoming. The pipes gurgled and belched like someone with bad indigestion. I let it run until it spluttered and clanged, and then was silent. I stood back and put my hands on my hips. It didn't make any sense. Just like the attic door or the copy of Dracula falling from the shelf. I climbed the stairs, the kettle still in my hand. "Are you wearing your landlord hat today?" I asked, holding up the kettle. "I'm afraid I might need a plumber." "I'll have a look," he said, in the way that men do, assuming the problem is something straightforward enough for them to fix. Before I knew it, he had his jacket off and was down on the floor, wrangling with pipes under the sink. I didn't even know there was a spanner, and it seemed highly unlikely that he would carry one around with him. I almost asked him if he was quite sure what he was doing, but instead asked if he knew what the problem was. "Probably a blockage of some sort," he said, his voice straining. "I'll have it fixed in no time. I'll just switch off the—" Before he finished his sentence, the tap flew off the top of the pipe and water began gushing like a geyser. I ran to it and shoved an old rag into the hole where the tap used to be, stemming the tide until he managed to turn off the mains. "Perhaps I should have called a plumber," he gasped, getting up from the floor and brushing his wet hair from his forehead. We looked at each other and realised we were both soaking wet. I could feel a giggle slowly erupting from my ribcage, but tried to suppress it, until I saw him wringing water out of the ends of his shirt. He looked so ridiculous. My shoulders began to shake with laughter. He looked up at me then, his cross expression melting into a broad smile. "Amusing you, am I?" he said, as I bent over with laughter. "I'm sorry," I said, turning my back to him so that I might stop. When I turned around, he was taking the wet shirt off and wringing it properly into the sink. He had a vest underneath, which was also wet through. "Might I hang this in front of the stove for a while?" "Of course," I said, and quickly added more wood to the fire. I hung his shirt on the back of the chair and moved it closer to the heat. He could have simply returned home. He only lived next door. But there was a silent understanding that the explanation that would have been required was too complicated. My clothes were wet also, but I couldn't change while he was there, so I merely wrapped a shawl around my shoulders and stood beside him, watching the flames. "I'll have someone come and fix it first thing tomorrow." His tone of voice had changed again. I knew I wasn't imagining it. This closeness that he would temporarily allow, an intimacy, before pulling up the drawbridge again. I had to snap myself out of this silly attraction. It was some jumble of homesickness and loneliness, a misplaced focus for all of my mixed-up feelings. He was kind to me at a time when I needed comfort. But I knew this was dangerous and had to stop. "Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick." A moment passed, and as though he had heard some distant noise calling him, he grabbed his still damp shirt and put it on. I responded and jumped to action, picking up his jacket from the floor and handing it to him. Our fingertips brushed as he took it from my hands. I did not look him in the eye, but kept my head level with the hollow where his neck met his chest. I did not think about touching him, but found my hand was already on his chest, above his heart. The rise and fall of his breathing grew heavier, and in one movement he pulled me close to him, and our lips collided. Clumsily at first, then passionately, desperately. His mouth was soft and yet eager. The sudden realization of how he felt about me set fireworks off behind my eyelids, knowing that it couldn't ever happen again. Neither of us wanted it to end. I don't know how long we stood like that, buried in our embrace. We did not speak. Occasionally his hand would caress the back of my neck, but for the most part he simply held me, enveloping me closer and tighter. I didn't want to move, or think, or wonder what it meant. The intimacy was all I craved. And then it was over. I wasn't sure how or who had pulled away, but we were no longer touching. He thrust his arms into his jacket and buttoned it up. His eyes met mine briefly, and the look was one of fear. "I'm sorry." I tried to respond, but found I had no words. My mouth formed the word, "I," but no sound came forth. Then he was gone, the bell ringing with his departure. I sat at my little table, shivering. What was I doing? Matthew was a married man, with children. I could not, would not, be that other woman. But there was something between us, and I wasn't sure how we could carry on suppressing it. When I was in Paris, I had known Armand would break my heart. But Matthew, he would break my resolve, which was much, much worse. The solution came with the postman the following morning. A letter with a return address printed on a gold label on the back of the envelope filled me with excitement. Honesfeld Library. I had written requesting access to their vast collection of papers, manuscripts and letters, specifically those pertaining to the Bronte sisters. The owners, Alfred and William Law, were two self-made industrialist brothers who grew up near the Bronte family home and had acquired some of their manuscripts from a literary dealer. I was taking my first tentative steps as a literary sleuth, thanks to Sylvia igniting the passion for a second Emily Bronte novel at Shakespeare and Company. There was just one problem. I would have to return to England to investigate further. It was a risk, but now it seemed even more of a risk to stay. I had to put some distance between myself and Matthew. Besides, did I want to pour all of my energy into another doomed liaison, or concentrate on my work? I nodded in the affirmative. My work. That was where my true passion was to be found. I considered the logistics. The Honesfield Library was in Rochdale, near the Laws factory. That was over 200 miles away from London, so I was unlikely to run into anyone I knew. I thought of Emily's poem, "No coward soul is mine," and without realizing it, had already made up my mind to go. I finally felt as though I were leaving Opaline Carlyle, the girl, behind. Miss Grey would become the woman I always wanted to be. As I glanced out into the street, I noticed that the stained glass patterns had shifted and were now the shape of a vast and rolling moorland, with a path leading up to a grand farmhouse. Wuthering Heights, I whispered to myself.
Chapter 20. Martha. I began to read the book at night. There was something sacred about those quiet, dark hours that made it feel special. I lit some candles, despite Madame Bowden's repeated warnings against it, and arranged some cushions on the floor. It felt a bit like a séance at times, because the strange noises in the walls wouldn't stop until I settled down to read. The branches spreading across the wall were now freeing themselves from the plaster, and I half expected to find leaves growing. Instead, a new book appeared. Normal People by Sally Rooney, the book I had seen at the library. It was Madame Bowden. I didn't know how she was doing it, but with her theatrical background, anything was possible. It was quite sweet, actually, her quirky ways of encouraging me to read. If only she knew that I was carrying someone else's story on my skin. Another line had come to me that morning while I was polishing the floors. I knew my mind wouldn't rest until it was inked on my skin permanently. I had no idea what the story meant, how long it would be, or whose words they were, but the biggest mystery was why they were being told to me. I could never tell anyone. Hearing voices was definitely still frowned upon as far as I knew. But that was just it. I wasn't hearing a voice as such. The words just showed up. A Place Called Lost was a much simpler story to understand, and it seemed to be written for children, which suited me fine. At least in children's books nothing terrible happened, and if it did, it always got fixed by the end. It told the story of an old library in a remote Italian village. It was so remote, in fact, that it was said only people who wandered off the beaten track and became hopelessly lost could find it. A charming wooden building, it held ancient volumes stacked from the floor to the ceiling, arranged without apparent order. The guardian of the library was so old that no one could remember a time when he had not been there. Yet one day, as he locked the outer gate at the end of the day, a violent storm blew up out of nowhere, and the poor old man was hit by lightning. However, that was not the end of the story. Still wayward travellers would stumble across the faraway library and, despite the guardian's absence, would find themselves drawn to a certain book and, upon reading it, find the course of their lives completely changed. It was as though the library itself, the very fabric of its being, could intuit which book would help a lost soul to find their true path. But the locals feared what they did not understand and wanted the library destroyed. They believed that the building was haunted and that spirits were trapped within the pages of the books, waiting for a reader to set them free. And so it was that the books were taken out and dispersed across the land. But before the building was knocked down, a young man on his honeymoon arrived with a proposal. He would take the wood to build his own shop in Ireland. I knew this story was no mere coincidence. In fact, sometimes when I slowly read the enchanting lines on each page, I felt as though my entire life was an elaborate plotline that would now somehow make sense in this context, in this place, and with these people. Person. Henry. I could already feel my ability to read him fading, and I knew what that meant. My judgment was becoming clouded with that one emotion I could no longer afford to have. Love. Before I blew out the candle, I read a line that made up my mind. In the story, there was a young woman who came to the library, miles away from her true home. She read a story about a girl who had come to a fork in the road and was so afraid of making the wrong decision that she stayed where she was, huddled in the hollow of a tree. After several days, an old woman came along and told her a riddle. She asked, "What is something you create even if you do nothing?" The answer was a choice. Choosing not to do something was still a choice. I was choosing not to register for college because I was too scared. What I hadn't realised was that I was actively choosing to stay stuck where I was, which scared me even more. The following morning I rang the admissions office and arranged an interview for the very next day. I felt empowered, strong, terrified and excited. There was no going back now, I assured myself, and hardly thought anything of it when the doorbell rang after I'd served Madame Bowden her breakfast. I opened the door with a spontaneous smile on my face, which fell the moment I saw him standing there. It was too late to run. Besides, he had that look about him, the remorseful one, where he would promise me a brand new start. I spotted the crumpled bouquet of flowers in his hand. Even they looked brittle and half-hearted. I knew the routine. We had been through it so many times before. I felt my body becoming heavier as I came closer to him, the weight of being around him already crushing me. "How are ya?" he said bashfully, head lowered, all innocence. "What are you doing here, Shane?" He opened his mouth to speak, but then an overriding thought came to me. "How did you find me?" "A mate of mine was up for the day, shopping with the missus. He saw you." "Where?" "On Grafton Street. So, I was trying to calculate it in my head. How did he know I lived here? Did he follow me? Was it Mitch? I didn't even have to ask. I knew it was Mitch. He was Shane's best friend and would have thought nothing of spying on me. Look, he said, taking a step closer, which caused me to step back. He seemed visibly upset by this, as though my fear of him was an overreaction on my part entirely. Martha, does it matter how I found you? It does, actually. Do you think it's normal to have your goons following me around? Mitch isn't a goon. Jesus. A couple walked past and gave us a wary glance. Can we go inside? He asked. I just want to talk. I didn't answer. I wanted to say, no, go away, leave, and never come back, forget about me, pretend I never existed. But nothing came out. I just turned away, looking at the street. Your mother hasn't been well. My head spun around to look at him. That's why I came. She wants you to come home. What's wrong with her? Is it serious? Serious enough. She's in hospital. Jesus Christ. My hand flew to my chest. It was as though all of the oxygen had left my body. I felt woozy, like nothing was real anymore. Not the buildings or the street or my flimsy life here in Dublin. He took my arm and I no longer flinched. It was Shane. He knew me and I knew him. Regardless of what had happened between us, he was here to help me. I looked in his eyes and I could see the sadness that was there when his father died. He knew how I felt. He wanted to help. Okay, come in, I said. I walked down the hall towards the stairs leading to the basement, but when I turned around, he wasn't following. I live in the flat down here, I said, pointing to the stairs. Jeez, it's a nice place, isn't it? He said, putting the flowers down on the console table and wandering into the front room. You can't go in there. He stepped out of my eyeline. After a few moments I followed him in. Madame Bowden was out, so I figured there wasn't any harm. Was it an accident, or is she sick? I asked. What? Oh, it's cancer. My legs went weak, and I sank back on the sofa. I couldn't believe it. It felt like a waking nightmare. Why didn't she tell me? I didn't expect him to answer. I was simply trying to make sense of it. How could she? None of us knew where you were. You didn't even leave a note, Martha. I was so worried about you. Were you? I knew I shouldn't have said it. I could read his face like the weather, and that comment made him angry. A flash of him beating me with the head of a mop came unbidden. My arms wrapped around my ribs instinctively. He turned his back on me and he walked slowly around the room. You've done all right for yourself, though. I can see why you might have forgotten your family. It's not like that. This was so twisted. I felt myself needing to prove that I still loved him just to keep things civil. But I didn't love him. I fucking hated him. I stood up and walked towards the door that led to the hall. Where are you going? I'd better pack a few things. What hospital is she in? The regional. He had delayed just a beat, but enough to raise some doubts. Who are you? I heard Madame Bowden's imperious voice from behind us. She was standing in the doorway that led back to the parlour. I hadn't heard her come in, and I had to fight the urge to hug her for her impeccable timing. She held her walking stick more like a weapon waiting to be wielded than a support. Another friend of yours? Oh God, don't say it like that. This is my husband, Madame Bowden. I was shivering all over. I didn't think anything bad would happen while she was there, but I couldn't be sure. Husband? Good grief, you kept that quiet. I wished she would shut up. She was making everything worse. I was immobilized. The past and the present were colliding in the front room, and no one seemed to understand how terrifying that was. They continued to exchange barbed pleasantries, and I just stood there, my mind racing to nowhere. I found myself wishing that Henry was here. "Well, we best be off," Shane said, walking towards me and taking me by the arm. I remembered this, how it looked normal because no one could see him digging his fingers into my skin. "Oh, where are you off to? Somewhere nice? Bewley's do a lovely lunch menu." "Back to Sligo. Martha's mother is in the hospital, so I'm taking her home." Madame Bowden looked genuinely sad, although I couldn't tell if it was sympathy for me or for the fact that she would have to make her own breakfast. She was unpredictable in her moods at the best of times, kind and gentle one minute, cold and uncaring the next. I couldn't rely on her to get me out of this. "Well, I'm sorry to hear that," she said, her eyes lowering to where his hand grasped my arm. "I have to pack some things first," I croaked, my voice breaking. "There's no time for that now. We have to beat the traffic." "I said I'm sorry to hear that because Martha can't possibly leave today. No, I'm afraid I have a very important supper this evening, and I cannot do without her. I'm quite sure she can make her own way there in the morning. We have a very reliable public transport system," she added, enjoying how he visibly squirmed at her interference. "Her mother is seriously ill. I think that's more important than your supper or whatever." I looked from one to the other. I didn't know what to do. "I would like to hear Martha's opinion on the matter, if you don't mind." She was giving me breathing space, and I had to grasp it, at least until I could find out for myself what was going on. I'd better stay here for tonight anyway," I said, despising the pleading tone in my voice. 5 minutes with Shane, and I was already back to the frightened girl hiding in a wardrobe. I hated him for making me this way, but I hated myself too. Why couldn't I be stronger? He shook his head and widened his eyes in disbelief. "Nice to see where your priorities lie." "It is my job, Shane. I'll call home tonight and be on the first bus down in the morning." "There, you have your answer," Madame Bowden said, stepping in front of me. "Don't call the house. There's no one home, obviously." It seemed as though he was giving up. What else could he do with her there? He took one last look around the place, then filled his mouth with saliva and spat on the floor, before walking out and slamming the front door. My lungs exhaled, and I realised I'd been holding my breath for who knows how long. The relief of his absence was spoiled only by the embarrassment I felt in front of my employer. "I'll clean that," I said, reaching into my apron pocket for a cloth and walking away quickly so I could hide my tears. "Martha Winter, you'll do no such thing," she commanded. "I think it's time you told me what exactly is going on."
Chapter 21. Henry. I'm following a new lead. The sigh on the other end of the line was not open to interpretation. "I'm just wondering, is all of this really worth it?" said Isabel. I gave my own version of the frustrated sigh. She had no idea. How could she? I'd been cryptic about my research for so long that she'd lost interest in asking. "It's worth it to me." "Fine. Well, I suppose there's no point in me saying that I miss you. It hardly seems relevant to you." "Of course it's relevant. I really miss you too, Izzy." And there it was. My first lie. Or rather, the first lie that I was blindingly aware of, like staring into the sun and seeing the worst part of yourself eclipsed. I didn't want to be the kind of person who simply told someone what they wanted to hear, but I didn't know what the truth was anymore. Or maybe I did, but I didn't know what to do about it. I was stalling,
Did that make me a bad person? Your mother called? What? My mother called you? Yes, Henry. She is going to be my future mother-in-law. If we ever get married, that is. I gulped. She said your father's checked himself into rehab. I'm not sure how many seconds passed by. Henry? Are you there? I cleared my throat. It felt thick with something I was determined to suppress. Yep, I'm still here. Well, aren't you going to say anything? This was typical of my mother, using someone else to deliver the news she should have told me herself. I hated her, and pitied her at the same time. She was always hiding behind someone or something. Perhaps she was ashamed of the whole thing. I know I was. What is there to say? Am I supposed to be impressed? He'll sober up for a fortnight, maybe 3 weeks at a stretch. Then, just when we're starting to believe that he's changed, he won't come home one night, and that'll be the last we hear of him for another few years. It's always the same. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I made a fist of my hand and smacked my forehead. What was I thinking, saying this stuff to her? No, I'm sorry. You shouldn't be caught in the middle of this. I'll have a word with Mum. And I'll be home soon, I promise. I spent 20 minutes trying to schmooze the archivist at Princeton University on the phone. My definition of schmoozing was leaning heavily on my British accent and hoping that made me sound important. As it turned out, my schmoozing skills were either rusty from lack of use or highly overestimated by me. Sir, you are welcome to visit the reading rooms here. Simply make an appointment. Yes, I understand that. It's just not fiscally feasible to make that kind of journey at the moment, I said for the 3rd time. As much as I would have loved a trip to New York, I could hardly afford the bed and breakfast as it was. Is there any chance you could, have a little look through Sylvia Beach's letters for any correspondence with an Opaline Carlyle? So, you want me to drop everything I'm doing and do your research for you? Is that correct, Mr. Field? Now, when you say it like that, as I said, you can submit an online request, like everybody else, to consult the special collections. Yes, but time is of the essence. It is, Mr. Field. My time is of the essence, and I have spent as much as I am willing to on this phone call. Goodbye. I stared at my phone. I think that went rather well, I told myself, and grabbed my wallet off the bed. When I got to the front gate of the university, I saw her. Fancy meeting you here, I said, and wished I'd thought of anything more original to say. Thankfully, she didn't notice. Her face looked paler than usual, and her eyes were bloodshot. Had she been crying? Is everything okay? Yeah, fine. People were bumping into us as she stood motionless before the entrance. Are you going in? Her eyes darted about nervously. Then she shook her head. I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. Well, let's just step out of the way, I suggested, hooking my arm through hers and guiding her to a quiet corner inside the quadrangle. I don't know what I'm doing here. I think I've changed my mind, she said, looking around with wide eyes, like a trapped animal. Can I help at all? It was clear that she wasn't even listening to me. Her mind was elsewhere. I thought my mother was ill. I can't speak to her on the phone, and my father won't answer my calls, not since... She broke off. Not since she left her abusive husband? What kind of family would do that? I texted my brother. He said she was fine. Must have been a misunderstanding. That's good news. I couldn't understand what was going on, but she was clearly upset about it. Fancy a walk? You'd be saving me from a boring afternoon in the library. This was a blatant lie. Libraries were anything but boring to me, but I knew it's what people said sometimes, and to my relief she nodded. I didn't really know where we were going, but sensed that it mattered little to her, as long as it was quiet. We wandered off the main thoroughfare and down the quieter streets with independent shops and honest cafes. I found the Holy Grail, a second-hand bookshop with a tea room upstairs called Tomes and Tea. I waited until she had a pot of tea and a scone with extra jam in front of her before I spoke again. "We're friends, right?" She nodded non-committally, towering a spoon of light cream on top of her scone. "And friends can tell each other stuff? No judgment?" "Henry, But they can also not tell each other stuff, but still lean on the other person, if they want to. So what I'm saying in the most ham-fisted manner ever recorded in history is, whether you want to tell me or not, that's up to you, but I'm here, either way." "Until you find your manuscript?" "Yes, well..." She could see right through me. I had nothing to offer her. Even this olive branch of friendship was a flimsy substitute for how I really felt. "If we're being honest, I can't understand why you would propose to someone and then immediately hop on a flight to another country, searching for something that probably doesn't even exist." That was not the kind of honesty I had in mind. "You're hardly in any position to lecture me on my love life," I flung back, then immediately regretted it. "I didn't mean—" Her chair screeched on the floor as she got up. Her eyes were burning with hurt, and maybe even hatred. I hated myself. What a stupid comment. I ran down the stairs behind her, quietly asking her to wait without wanting to attract attention. Walking through the bookshop, she happened to step into an anteroom by mistake, and it was just us two, alone. "Please, Martha, I'm so sorry. I wasn't thinking. It was a stupid, throwaway comment." She was looking towards the ceiling, trying to stop the tears from falling. "It doesn't matter. I shouldn't have said those things. I was being unkind." "You were right," I said, stepping closer. "I did run away from Isabel. Not consciously, perhaps, but I found a way to not be there." "I don't know," I said, raking my hand through my hair. "I thought it was what I wanted, and then I just freaked out." The shelves of books around us muffled the outside world. Wisps of blonde hair fell about her face, and her red cheeks glowed with the turmoil of emotion. She bit her lip and leaned back against a bookshelf, considering her words. "Love is scary." Someone should write that book. She smiled and looked directly into my eyes, as though trying to decide something. "Are you in love?" Such a simple question, but coming from her, in this context, I didn't know what the answer was. Did I know what love was supposed to feel like? Had I ever been in love? There was the initial attraction, then a kind of comfortableness, followed by a sense of... what? Unease. Like I knew all along that I had chosen the most sensible path, and now resented every step I took upon it. As though I'd signed up for the wrong course in university, and with each passing day was feeling more and more trapped. Looking over my shoulder for the life I should have had, and never really being present in my own life. She gave up waiting for an answer. "I'm starting to think maybe love isn't supposed to be scary. Maybe I didn't love Shane at all. I thought I did, but that's the trap, isn't it? Fooling yourself into believing that it's your fault for not doing it right. But if I'd known it wasn't really love, I would have left sooner." She wasn't talking to me anymore, although her words rang true for me. It sounded like a conversation she'd had many times with herself. I thought that's what love was. Sticking by someone, no matter what. Waiting for the person I'd fallen in love with at the start to come back. I wanted to reach out to her, hold her, but I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to do. How could he hurt you? I whispered, seeing the little girl inside of her that just wanted to be loved, not beaten black and blue. She looked up at me with an expression that was completely unguarded. I didn't overthink this time, and reached out to touch her cheek, brushing the tears away. She let her face be held, and I could feel her melting into me. Before I knew it, she was in my arms, her head buried in the space between my shoulder and my chest. We didn't speak any more words. It felt as though the books were protecting us, and I hoped the moment would go on forever, my fingers lost in tangles of her hair as I caressed the back of her neck. Christ, I said eventually, unsure if I had spoken aloud or not, until she pulled back and looked up at me. What is it? I searched for words that wouldn't scare her off or make me sound like an idiot. I really like you, like a lot, and I don't know what to do about it. Her solemn expression slowly broke into a smile, and then she laughed. Oh, thanks. Thanks for that, I said sarcastically, still with my arms around her. I think I like you a lot too, and I don't know what to do about it either. That turned out to be untrue, because she did, in fact, know what to do about it. She slowly tilted her head upwards, and, looking into my eyes all the while, moved her head closer to mine until our lips touched. To say that I saw fireworks would have been an exaggeration, but to say that I felt fireworks in my entire network of blood vessels would have been 100% accurate. I bent my head and kissed her as though it was the first time I had ever kissed anyone. It felt brand new. We fit perfectly together. Her fingertips skated from my chest up along my jawline and then through my hair. I pulled her hips closer to mine and heard her sigh. I stopped for a moment and spoke, my own voice hardly recognizable, as it had dropped to the husky octave of Barry White. Is this okay? She nodded, and then her lips were back on mine. I don't know how long we stood there. It could have been 20 minutes or 20 seconds before a customer came in and cleared his throat loudly. While silently vowing to murder him in his sleep, I found Martha's hand and curled mine around it. Do you want to come back to mine? There's something I have to do first, she said, and she dragged me out of the shop, making a run for it. Where are we going? Trinity! I have 5 minutes left to register for my course.
Chapter 22. Opaline, England 1922. My trip began as planned, with a visit to the Bronte Society, merely to stand where the Bronte sisters had stood. To look out at the moors that inspired Emily's writing was such a touching experience. The house itself stood like a fortress, its grey brick tempered by the large sash windows. I tried to imagine what it would have been like to live there. Daughters of a fervently religious man, pressed up against the wilds of such an unyielding landscape. Young women, spinsters like myself, ignored by the world of men and literature, pouring their heart and passion into their writing, and taking on the male pseudonyms of Currer, Ellis, and Acton Bell. I stood there, in Mr. Fitzpatrick's trousers and a long overcoat, similarly at odds with the constraints of our gender. It was also a disguise, in case Lyndon had his spies out. After Patrick Bronte's death, the entire contents of the house were either auctioned off or gifted to those who worked at Haworth. The Society was fortunate enough to have acquired much of these effects, and their archives were quite impressive. I came across poems by Emily, annotated by elder sister Charlotte, immediately giving me the impression of a sibling power struggle, albeit a loving one. It was common knowledge that Charlotte was critical of her younger sister's masterpiece. In the preface to the 1850 edition of Wuthering Heights, where Emily's authorship was finally recognised, Charlotte wrote, "Whether it is right or advisable to create beings like Heathcliff, I do not know. I scarcely think it is. Wuthering Heights was hewn in a wild workshop, with simple tools, out of homely materials." Charlotte was the only one of the sisters to marry. She married Arthur Bell Nichols, a curate who worked with her father and was not particularly liked in the village. I read that he inherited all of her belongings after her death, just 9 months after their marriage. Perhaps marriage didn't suit her after all. He later moved back to his native Ireland and married his cousin. The Honorsfield Library acquired many of the manuscripts and effects in his possession, so that gave me a spark of hope that I might find some clue there on my visit the following day. I decided to dine at the inn, which was only a short walk from my lodgings. I ordered a hearty shepherd's pie and sat by the window, drinking a small glass of gin as an aperitif. I spoke briefly to the landlord, who seemed well versed on all things Bronte. They were starting to make quite a bit of money out of visitors to the parsonage, and saw it as their civic duty to fill tourists in on whatever the museum's curator left out. I sat there, reading Elizabeth Gaskell's biography of Charlotte Bronte. Unfortunately, all that was known about Emily could scarcely fill a page. There was, however, mention of a Martha Brown, the maid who worked at the parsonage. As the landlord's son cleared my dish and wiped down the table, I ordered another drink and asked if he knew anything about her family, being from the area. "Oh, aye, the sexton's daughter. She never married," he said, in a way that sounded so desperately forlorn. I gulped a mouthful of gin. Why was marriage always seen as the key to happiness? "So there was no family to look after her when she got sick," he continued in his relentless character assassination of the unmarried woman. "I think she died alone in a small cottage." I took another gulp of gin. My future suddenly looked quite grim. "It says here in my book that she inherited quite a bit of the Bronte family memorabilia. I wonder if she had any other relatives she might have passed it on to." "My Uncle John went to school with one of her nephews, as it happens." I clapped my hands. It felt like I was on a trail. "Can I speak with him? Your uncle?" "He died this past year." "Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that," I said, keeping my hands clasped, as though in prayer for his soul. "I do remember him saying that the two brothers had a bookshop down in London. One of them still lives there. Maybe you could inquire there." "Oh, wonderful. Do you have the name?" He looked heavenward for inspiration. "Brown's Bookshop." "Quite," I said, handing him some coins for my meal before walking back to my accommodation. My appointment was at 9 a.m. to study the collection at Honorsfield. Mr. Law was away on business, so his assistant, a very diligent young woman by the name of Miss Pritchett, welcomed me. While the estate was vast and his wealth evident, the house retained a practical atmosphere. One wing was entirely devoted to their remarkable collection of British literature, with manuscripts by Robert Burns, Sir Walter Scott, and Jane Austen. "Your letter stated that you have an interest in the Bronte collection?" Miss Pritchett said, opening the large wooden doors to a smaller anteroom. "I believe you'll find everything you need here," she said, handing me a catalogue of the library and a pair of soft, white gloves. "Mr. Law asks that every visitor wear these. We must preserve the integrity of the paper." "Of course," I agreed, my eyes darting round the walls of shelves containing all sorts of riches waiting to be discovered. First editions of Pride and Prejudice and Northanger Abbey, no doubt with a fascinating provenance. Yet, I had to pull my focus to the task at hand. With great care, I eased a first edition of Wuthering Heights from the shelf. I brought it to the table, which had a kind of easel to rest the book on. In its original cloth cover, it was in pristine condition. On the first page, I was intrigued to discover that it was inscribed by the Reverend Patrick Bronte to none other than Martha Brown, the family housekeeper and arguably a much-valued member of the household. My senses were fizzing with connections. What else might she have been bequeathed? And where might it have ended up, if not sold at auction? There were many boxes containing entertaining yet inconsequential letters between the sisters and Ellen Nussey, along with more interesting correspondence between Charlotte and her erstwhile biographer, Elizabeth Gaskell. Then things became more interesting. I found a letter from Charlotte to her own publishers, complaining about Thomas Courtly Newby, the man who published Wuthering Heights and Agnes Grey. He was a bit of a scoundrel, by all accounts, demanding the sisters pay £50 up front and capitalising on the confusion surrounding the Bell name. The theory at the time was that all 3 books were authored by one man. Of course, it could not have been further from the truth, as Charlotte and Anne travelled to London to confirm. We are 3 sisters. Yet Emily remained at home, and seemed to prefer the anonymity of a nom de plume. Unlike her sisters, she did not seek recognition from the London literary set, nor did she seem perturbed by Courtly's greedy character. Perhaps she understood that he was true to his nature, as she was to hers. I noticed a letter without any address, and scanned it rather quickly, as my stomach rumbled, yearning for food. The words caused time itself to stop. London, 15th of February, 1848. Dear Sir, I am much obliged by your kind note, and shall have great pleasure in making arrangements for your next novel. I would not hurry its completion, for I think you are quite right not to let it go before the world until well satisfied with it, for much depends on your new work. If it be an improvement on your first, you will have established yourself as a first-rate novelist. But if it falls short, the critics will be too apt to say that you have expended your talent in your first novel. I shall therefore have pleasure in accepting it upon the understanding that its completion be at your own time. Believe me, my dear sir, yours sincerely, T.C. Newby. I sat there, blinking at the words in front of me. Your next novel. Here it was. Irrefutable proof that Emily, or Ellis, Bell, had begun working on a second manuscript. There was no record of the kind note she had sent, but there was evidently some hesitation on her part in rushing its publication. Perhaps she was already unwell, and felt herself unequal to the task. Or was it more likely that, being a perfectionist, she wished to take more time to complete it? My head buzzed with excitement. I looked at the entry in the catalogue for further explanation. Letter from T.C. Newby, found in Emily's writing desk with an accompanying envelope addressed simply to Acton Bell. But I knew it couldn't have been meant for Anne, for her second novel had already been submitted for publication. No, this was a correspondence with Emily regarding her follow-up to Wuthering Heights. I knew it. I sat back in my chair and looked out of the long sash windows to the garden. If Charlotte had destroyed Emily's papers following her death, I would never find the manuscript. My hopes rose and fell with each contradictory argument. Then I saw something I never would have predicted in a million years. Walking up the drive to the house was a man I was sure I would not see again. Armand Hassan. "What on earth are you doing here?" I said, standing in the entrance hall and blocking Miss Pritchett's way. "Opaline." He simply said my name, and it all came flooding back. Paris, his apartment, the touch of his lips on my skin, the scent of his hair wax. It was intoxicating. He looked deeply into my eyes until I broke my gaze. I thought I had put my feelings for him far behind me. But seeing him again, I realized that I had merely hidden them. All of the longing and the hurt was still there, as strong as ever. He took my hand and kissed my wrist, then, still holding it, moved closer and kissed me on each cheek. Miss Pritchett began to clear her throat behind me. "Mr. Hassan, is it?" she asked. "I have the books you wish to view set up in the drawing room." I stood back and let them discuss their business. I couldn't help but watch him. He was dressed impeccably, as always, in cream linen trousers and a navy sports jacket. His skin was rich and darker now, thanks to his travels, no doubt. His hair shone like onyx, and it was all I could do not to reach out and touch it. "I'm here to view some illustrations for a client. However, I am attending an auction in Sotheby's tomorrow afternoon, if that is of interest to you." "Sotheby's?" I repeated, failing to keep the excitement from my voice. I couldn't possibly go. It was too risky to go to London. My smile crumpled. "No, I must return to Ireland." He looked at me as though he was searching for memories in my eyes. I looked away. "You still wear my necklace, I see." My hand instinctively went to touch the golden Hamza pendant he had given me on my departure from Paris. A brief smile came to my lips unbidden. Of course I should have refused him. But I told myself that I needed news of Paris and Sylvia, that he was one of the few friends I had left, that without his help I would probably be back in London now and trapped in an arranged marriage. "Well, maybe it wouldn't hurt," I said. How wrong I was. He held open the door of a gleaming black car. If I didn't know better, I would say that he had come into some money, but it was too vulgar to ask. "My client," he said, replying to my unspoken question. "She is quite generous." She? I looked out of the window, concealing the prickle of jealousy that pierced me. It had been several months since our time together in Paris. How could I still feel this way? "I am so very glad to see you, Opaline. Many times I have wondered about you." And yet he had never sent a letter. "Are you still in Dublin?" "Of course," I replied, quite terse. Where else would I be? Did he expect me to have travelled the world, finding a lover in every port, like him? I sulked for much of the journey, and wondered why I had bothered to go at all. We pulled up on a busy and grimy street full of 18th century houses and shops, with trams trundling past at one end and the buses of High Holborn at the other. "I thought we were going to Sotheby's," I said, looking around and pulling my cap down to hide my face. I had decided to dress head to toe in men's clothing, with my giant overcoat concealing my form. "Just a quick stop. I think you'll enjoy it." "Are you always so enigmatic?" I asked, as if I wasn't charmed by it. He knew how to reel people in. Women, more specifically. we stood in front of a tiny bookshop, with the usual dusty barrows of unsellable stock outside. Next door to a junk shop, it had an old-style window divided into tiny square panels. There, I spotted a sign. "These are the only dirty books we have. Please do not waste time asking for others." What in heavens? I looked up and saw the name printed above the door. The Progressive Bookshop, 68 Red Lion Street. "Shall we?" Armand held the door open for me. I wasn't sure what kind of den of iniquity we were entering, but I had a wonderful sense that we were going to find something out of the ordinary. A nervous-looking fellow of similar vintage to ourselves was kneeling on the floor, with his head halfway inside a cardboard box, quietly muttering expletives as he searched for something within. "I understand you are distributing works that breach the British obscenity law," Armand said, in what was quite a passable London accent. The man jumped up and propelled his wiry frame towards us with such haste that I took a step backwards, which was quite a feat in itself, as the shop left little room to manoeuvre. "Armand Hassan, you bastard!" he cried, which caused Armand to smile broadly, and then both men hugged like long-lost brothers reunited. "I knew it was you," he said, with a slight German accent, laughing. "Here, may I present my colleague, Mademoiselle Opaline Gray," I interrupted. "Miss Gray," and I proffered my hand. "Freut mich," he said, which I interpreted as a good thing. He offered to make us some coffee, but Armand declined, saying that we didn't have much time before the auction. "I have your copy here, price as agreed. I must cover myself for any legal repercussions, you understand?" "Of course," said Armand. "My client is very eager to have it." My curiosity was almost a fourth presence in the room when he handed over the small rectangle wrapped in brown paper, and Armand began to count out the notes. I asked if I might open it. "Why not?" Armand replied. I unwrapped it slowly, tantalizingly, and saw the title, Lady Chatterley's Lover. D.H. Lawrence, Armand confirmed. "This man is a literary genius, and yet we must sell his books illegally like this," Herr La opined. I wanted a copy very badly. I wanted 20. Yet I was aware of how selling such controversial literature might bring unwelcome attention to my little shop. But I simply had to read it. And so I negotiated a price with him for a copy of my own, before we drove to Sotheby's, carrying our prohibited literature on the back seat. Through Sotheby's dark passages, an excited throng tumbled into the large auction gallery, sweeping us both along with them. Armand took my hand and led me to a little alcove at the other side of the room, where we stood, pressed up against each other on the wall. For one heady moment I inhaled his scent, and again was transported back to that night and the heat of his body. I coughed several times and tried to count the number of people in the room to distract myself. Gosh, what a scene! I wonder what is up for auction. You did not see the catalogue? It is the original manuscript of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. Good grief! Armand borrowed a leaflet from a man who was seated beside us and handed it to me. A Christmas gift to a dear child in memory of a summer day. I had simply adored his book as a child and was surprised to learn that Charles Dodson, Lewis Carroll, a mathematician at Oxford, had lovingly penned and illustrated the little book in 1864 as a gift to the Liddell family. The story went that on a boat trip down the Thames, he first told his surreal story to the daughters of the Dean, Henry Liddell. Eventually he was persuaded to publish the work, and the rest was history. "This is fascinating," I said, having completely forgotten my ardent thoughts of a moment earlier. "There are rumours that the bidding could exceed £10,000. Barely noticed in the crowd was a small, elderly woman in a black dress. Armand pointed her out as Alice Liddell Hargreaves. I turned to him and said, "You don't mean it couldn't be?" He nodded, gratified by being the one in the know. "She is the original Alice. She held on to the manuscript all this time, but since the death of her husband she has been drowning in tax bills. Not Reginald Hargreaves, the cricketer." They were a high-profile couple in London society. It must have pained her greatly to put the manuscript up for auction. She sat at the very front, her head erect, and her pride intact. The bidding began hesitantly, as it often does while the buyers get the measure of each other. There's a certain amount of poker playing in the auction room, and no one wished to show their hand too soon. "8,500 to the man in the alcove," announced the auctioneer, as I felt Armand's hand go up. "You never said you were bidding," I whispered. "On behalf of a client," he said, always with that mysterious air. Another wealthy client. He seemed to collect them like snowdrops in springtime. As the bidding rose higher and higher, attention focused on a short, well-dressed man with an unmistakable air of authority. £15,000, he announced, in a strong American accent, as though to bring this charade to a close. "Who's that?" I asked. "Merde! That, my dear Opaline, is the terror of the auction room." The gavel came down with a decisive bang, and the tense silence shattered into a cacophony of voices, some in wonderment, most aghast that such a quintessential English work was now lost to an American. The man wiped his glasses, as some bidders went to congratulate him. "He has outbid me at every auction this year," Armand said, in a thorny tone that suggested begrudging admiration for the man. As we passed by him on our way out of the room, the two men nodded to each other. "Mr. Hassan, tell the Baroness she will have to do better next time." Armand bristled at his gloating and attempted to bustle me out of the room. "And who is your companion? Are you not going to introduce us?" "Eb Rosenbach, may I present Mademoiselle Grey?" I interrupted him again. "I'm a book dealer from Ireland," I said, loving how that sounded. "Is that so? Here, let me give you my card," he said, procuring one from his pocket. "You never know when we might do business together." He had a smile heavily laden with innuendo that I tried to ignore. "Congratulations on your acquisition, Mr. Rosenbach." "Thank you, Miss Grey. But this is not simply an acquisition. I have wanted this manuscript for a very long time. You see, it was the book my dear departed mother read to me when I lay ill in bed with chicken pox. I suppose with my fever, I had a fancy that she was telling me a story about her childhood. I thought she was Alice. She died shortly afterwards, and I've read this book every night since." I was almost moved to tears by his story. Even Armand seemed affected. "Ha! Don't be ridiculous," Rosenbach bellowed. "Never trust a book dealer who lets sentimentality get in the way. I had to own it because there's only one of it in the world. That's all there is to it. If I own it, then no one else can. I've known men to hazard their fortunes, go long journeys halfway about the world, forget friendships, even lie, cheat, and steal, all for the gain of a book." "Mr. Rosenbach, you had me completely fooled," I said, annoyed at having been lured in by his tale. "Apologies, my dear. I couldn't resist. After love, book collecting is the most exhilarating sport of all." "What a cad," I whispered to Armand as we left the auction room. But he did not answer. They were made of the same stuff, Rosenbach and he. They felt no guilt, no remorse, and would do whatever it took to get what they wanted. It frightened and fascinated me in equal measure, like standing too close to a flame and hoping that I would not be consumed by its heat.
Chapter 23. Martha.
"What has you looking like the cat who got the cream?"
Madame Bowden asked while I dressed her bed. It kept happening. I'd be in the middle of the most mundane task, and I'd think about Henry kissing me, and my cheeks would hurt from smiling so much. "Just happy, I guess," I replied.
"Nonsense. The only reason a woman blushes like that is a man. It's the scholar, isn't it?"
After the bookshop, he had taken me back to his B&B, but it turned out that it was the landlady's birthday, and the house was full to bursting with a surprise party. Maybe. He walked me home after, but I didn't invite him in. Things were still a bit new, and I took the birthday party fiasco as a sign not to rush into anything. I did kiss him goodbye, though. When I thought of that kiss, that's when my cheeks hurt the most, because it was the most romantic kiss of my life. Under a street lamp, his hands in the pocket of my coat, mine under his sweater, his lips slowly finding their way down my neck and to my collarbone. I'd never been kissed like that, with a tempting kind of tenderness, like he was telling me there was much more to come. That tickling sensation in my lower belly was threatening to unglue me completely. I had to focus on something mundane. "Do you have anything for washing?" I asked, realizing that she had been staring at me with a wicked grin on her face the entire time. I gathered up the laundry and took it down to the utility room just off the kitchen. Separating the whites from the darks, my thoughts turned to my mother. In a house full of spoiled men, we always did the housework together. That's when I would practice my sign language with her and my people reading. But she didn't like me reading her too much. She said it wasn't right for a daughter to know too much about her mother's life. I never even asked why, but when I got older, I tried to break that rule. Unlike everyone else I met, though, my mother was prepared for this kind of intrusion and kept herself guarded. There was something she was hiding from me, that was for sure, and so I began to hide things from her too. By the time I met Shane, our relationship had become distant, and there was a different kind of silence between us. She told me I was making a mistake, that she didn't trust him, but by then it was too late. As if I was trying to prove a point, or punish her, or myself, I sleepwalked into my marriage like stepping out into oncoming traffic, and I had no one to blame but myself. I was setting the fire in the living room when I thought I saw a movement at the window. I immediately thought it might be Henry and rushed, then slowed, to the front door. As I was opening it, I realized that Henry would never come to the front door. He always tapped on the basement window. The thought came too late. Before I had time to react, I felt the hard blow against my cheekbone, and it knocked me sideways against the wall. Shane. As I looked up, he threw a scrap of paper into the street before slamming the door shut behind him. I touched my face and felt the wetness, then saw the blood. His hard expression and clenched jaw told me everything I needed to know. He was in charge now.
"You must be losing your memory, Martha." What? Forgotten you're a married woman? I fucking saw you. What are you talking about? Last night, all over that guy like a slut. Is that how you repay me? Repay him? For what? I could smell the drink on him. There was no predicting what he'd do now. I began calculating the safest option. If I went with him now and took whatever punishment was coming my way, I could try and escape again, if I was still able. How was I back in this situation? He kicked my legs out of the way and walked into the hallway. Suddenly, I could see a future of this careful planning, weighing up the least dangerous ways of living a life with this man. My life was reduced to surviving Shane's violence. If Mitch hadn't been with me last night when I saw him kissing you, I would have murdered that guy with my own bare hands. Henry, please say you didn't hurt him. I had visions of Shane attacking him on his way home last night. Henry, what the fuck sort of name is that? He grabbed my arm and tried to pull me up, but I stayed on the floor. You're my wife, Martha. You belong to me. I belong to myself, I said, tired of placating him. What did it matter anyway? Whatever I said, he would always be this angry person. I could see now that I wasn't the cause of it. I don't remember inviting you in, came a voice from behind us. Oh, Jesus, Madame Bowden. I wanted to die rather than have her see me like this. A victim. I told you already, her mother has cancer and wants her home. You damn liar. I found my voice again. How could you lie about something like that? And even if my mother was on her deathbed, I wouldn't go back there. He hesitated, but only for a moment. I'm taking you home, now. She's not a potted plant, Madame Bowden said, with a sarcasm that hardly fitted the situation. She would get both of us killed. I'm not going with you, I said, scurrying backwards on the floor and shielding Madame Bowden. I didn't trust my legs to hold me upright. Shane shook his head in disbelief. You ungrateful bitch. I've given you everything. He stepped towards me and began pulling me by my hair, but I grabbed onto the banister of the stairs. Why are you doing this, Shane? Why do you want me back? We're not happy together. If we were, you wouldn't hurt me like this, I said, pointing to the blood on my face. I'd never asked him before, never had the courage. My voice sounded detached from my body. It must have worked because he stopped for a moment, his hands still gripped around my wrists. You push me, Martha. You know you do. I was the scapegoat for everything that had gone wrong in his life, so he never had to face up to anything. Even now he was blaming me, calling me everything under the sun. I turned my head towards Madame Bowden, but she was no longer behind me. You just keep pushing. And then something did push him. Something pushed him so hard that he broke through the wooden spindles of the banister that led to the basement flat. The sound of wood breaking was like a volley of gunshots, followed by a sickening thump and crack. What happened? I asked. The hallway was dark around, and I had the sudden feeling that I was alone. The silence was terrifying. I couldn't move. My vision grew blurry. Is he dead? My hand flew to cover my mouth once the words were spoken. Finally, I heard the sound of her walking stick against the floorboards. She looked down into the stairwell for a long time, then turned around and asked me if I were all right. I felt as though I were in a dream. The noise of people outside told me that the world was still turning, but I felt like it had ended. I crept up behind her and looked over her shoulder. Down, 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 and there he was. Splayed on the floor with one of his legs trapped underneath him at an impossible angle. The bone was sticking out of his skin. I thought I would vomit and so kept my hand over my mouth. Letting my eyes reach his, it became clear that his head wasn't right either. Something was wrong.
but I couldn't make sense of it.
I want you to get your coat and go down to the shops for me.
What? What are you talking about? Madame Bowden looked unnervingly calm.
I'll need a round roast for this evening and a nice bottle of that French Beaujolais I like.
Are you serious? Have you seen what's happened? I looked back down at Shane. It was strange to have our roles reversed like this, me standing over his injured body. I looked for some glimmer of recognition in his eyes. Maybe he was still alive. But there was nothing. I began to shake all over.
Martha,
she repeated, placing her hand on my shoulder.
I want you to leave the house and do as I ask. All will be well on your return.
I walked down the street, unseeing. Outside, I could almost believe that it hadn't happened. I'd had some kind of episode and imagined the whole thing. I did exactly as she asked. I went to the butcher and asked for a round roast. I went to the off-licence and found the wine she liked, and yet all the while the same words swam around in my head. Had she pushed him? I walked up and down Halfpenny Lane a dozen times with the handles of my shopping bags digging into my fingers. How could I go back in there? And what did Madame Bowden mean by all will be well? Was she calling a doctor or an ambulance? There was no sign of anything on the street. I could just leave, I thought to myself. I could just walk away now and never come back. But what about Henry? I had to get my phone and see if he was okay, and my phone was in the house. I used my keys and let myself back in. The hallway was brighter now. The flowers in the vase were in full bloom, and the broken stairway had been repaired. I left the shopping bags on the floor and forced myself to look over the edge. Shane was gone.
I'm afraid your husband was pulled from the river last night.
A detective was standing in front of me, his small black notebook open, pen poised.
His mother had declared him missing over a week ago. Did you have any contact with him during this time, Mrs. Winter?
No. I was no actress. I was still in a state of complete shock.
Am I right in saying that you have been separated for some time?
I nodded and bit my lips to stop them from trembling.
I see.
He looked past me into the hallway.
And can I ask you your whereabouts on the afternoon of Thursday last?
Yes, Thursday afternoon is when I do the shopping.
Anyone who may have seen you?
Of course, yes. I gave him the names and addresses of every shop I'd gone to that day. I caught sight of myself in the hall mirror. I'd put thick makeup on my cheek, but I didn't know how long it would hold. I have to call home and let them know what happened, I said, and he mercifully closed his notebook. I shut the door firmly behind him and walked back into the living room to where she was waiting for me. I leaned against the door frame and looked her squarely in the eye. What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I simply arranged to have the matter taken care of, and I suggest you take the accusatory tone out of your voice.
We've broken the law, I think.
Which law? The one that says you cannot take a violent man's dead body out of your basement and place it elsewhere? I've saved us both a lot of bother. It wouldn't hurt you to show some gratitude.
Is this what happened to all of your husbands? I shouted, no longer sure who or what I was angry at.
Emotions are running high,
Madame Bowden said, slowly getting up from her chair.
I will pretend I didn't hear that.
With that, she made her way up the stairs and to her bedroom. I slumped down on the couch. Ever since that day, she had taken care of me. She had prepared my meals and encouraged me to eat when I felt I couldn't. She had reassured me that what happened to Shane was not my fault. It was an accident. Convinced me that telling the police the truth would only raise suspicion and make me a suspect with motive.
"We were both here," she said, patting my hand. "We both know what happened. It was an accident."
Yes, an accident, I kept repeating after her. We were both there.
Chapter 24. Henry. I thought I'd never get out of Heathrow. Travellers from every corner of the globe seemed intent on slowing me down, or perhaps I was moving with more purpose than I was accustomed to. Sitting on the tube, I thought about Isabel, and what I would say when I got there. It was like thinking about an old acquaintance, not the woman I had planned on spending the rest of my life with just a few weeks ago. How had that happened? All I knew was I had to end things, and I had to do it face to face. Kissing Martha had left me without any doubts. I wrote her a letter explaining everything and left it in an envelope on the doorstep, beside the milk bottles. It was too early to wake her, and besides, it was easier to pour my heart out on paper. I couldn't know what the future held, but I was clear that Isabel and I were not right for each other. Not now I'd felt the emotion I'd spent my whole life longing for, yet was too scared to pursue. I heard the announcement for Pimlico and rushed up the steps of the station to street level. The streets were quieter now, with rush hour over, and the parks were playing host to parents watching their toddlers test their independence on climbing frames. I was testing something too. Trusting my gut. I arrived at Denby Street, where a terraced row of highly ornate houses with balustrades on the first floor and soft yellow London stock brick on the upper 2 floors. I felt a churning nausea at the pit of my stomach as I rang the doorbell. A light flicked on, and I could hear her footsteps before she opened the door. "Henry!" She pulled me into an embrace, and I wasn't sure what to do. She wouldn't want to hug me after I'd told her what I came to say. "Why didn't you say you were coming? I invited Cassie and James over for drinks. You don't mind, do you?" She was a manicured vision of beauty. Her silky auburn hair tucked expertly into a bun, a cream satin dress falling just so from her athletic frame. I need to speak with you. Alone." My expression was unmistakable. "What is it? Is everything okay?" I was still on the doorstep. Christ, my whole life seemed to be lived on the doorstep. Never fully in or out, never feeling as though I belonged anywhere. She pulled the door behind her and stepped outside. "You'll get cold," I said. "It doesn't matter. I have a feeling this conversation won't take very long." I looked up at her. She was always more intuitive than me. She was the smartest woman I'd ever met. There was no point trying to find the right words, because they simply did not exist. "You're an amazing woman." "Oh, God." "What?" "Anything but the 'it's not you, it's me' speech. It's humiliating, Henry." "But it's true. It's me. I'm the problem." "I know that. So why are you leaving me?" Fuck. This was why people lied. It's far easier to lie to someone than to watch them bear the hurt of your careless words. "Because I thought I knew what love was. I thought it was something I could manage. You and I, we knew how to rub along together. We had a good partnership. But if you're honest, I know you'll think the same thing. We weren't—" I searched the sky for inspiration. "Fireworks?" "Wow."
She wiped a stray tear from her eye. You must have had your doubts too, Izzy? Stupidly, I thought she would agree with me. Don't expect me to make this easier for you, Henry. You see, the thing is, I do love you. Very much, as it happens. And I thought we had fireworks. I felt 10 stone heavier. Her arms were folded tightly around her. What could I say to make it better? I'm so sorry, Isabel. I truly am. I never wanted to hurt you. She said nothing, wouldn't even meet my eyes. I feel terrible, I said. You feel terrible? Try being dumped on the doorstep by your fiancé before we even had a chance to pick out a ring. This must be some kind of record. Nothing I said was coming out right. You're better off without me. Finally, something we can agree on. With that, she walked back inside and slammed the door in my face. I buried my face in my hands, and hardly noticed when the door opened again. And here is all your shit, she said, handing me a black plastic bag. I hope she's worth it. The door slammed again. It was late by the time I returned home. There was scaffolding on the house next door, which in the evening sunlight made it look as though it were trapped in a gilded cage. I walked up our driveway and noticed an e-bike parked where my mother's old VW Golf used to be. I turned my key in the door and was hit by the welcome scent of a roast chicken, giving me an appetite for food that I thought I would never have again, not after talking to Isabel. I never felt more unsure of who I was, and that was saying something. For a man who lived his entire life in the shadow of other people's opinions, I felt empty. "Henry!" my mother exclaimed from the kitchen, rushing into the hallway. She held me in a tight embrace, and I found myself absently wondering why she was wearing a long white shirt, covered in paint, and a bandana in her hair. She was normally a pearls and twin set type of person, keeping up the illusion that we still had money, and that my father had not drunk it all. "You look different," I said. "I've taken up life drawing. Annie next door goes to a class every Thursday, and—" "It's just so they can perv over young naked models," said the unmistakable monotone voice of my sister. She and her husband, Neil, thumped their heavy Doc Martens boots down the stairs. "Oh, Lucinda, honestly," my mother cried, rolling her eyes in mock offence. My sister's eyes were rimmed with black liner, and while her jet-black hair reached almost to her lower back, she had cut her fringe in a very definite hard line that gave her a stern look. We all made an obstacle course out of getting ourselves from the hall into the kitchen. It was awkward, but familiar, and I was glad of that. "Why didn't you say you were coming home? A phone call would have been nice," Mum said, putting on some oven gloves and bending down to take out the chicken and roast potatoes. I set the table, while Lucinda and Neil carried on kissing each other as though we weren't there. It was a last-minute thing. "A surprise for Isabel?" I let the sound of plates and cutlery drown out whatever useless response I was attempting to conjure to that. "Isabel and I were a mistake," I said, eventually, having realised this for the first time. "We both knew it. It's better this way." There. No room for debate. My mother stood like a statue for a moment, her mouth shaped in an O. "You young people today," my sister said, punching my arm and slightly rescuing the situation. "Gosh, you are incredibly pregnant," I said, noticing the size of her bump. "Yep, she really ballooned out these last couple of weeks," Neil agreed, earning himself a kick on the shin. "I'm not due for another fortnight," she groaned, but it looked as though Neil was the one suffering. Over dinner, I listened as they chatted animatedly about plans for the future, and I realised that during my short absence, things had changed at home, and for the better. My mother had become something of an eco-warrior/militant cyclist, and Lucinda seemed, well, happy. "So what was Ireland like?" Neil asked, his dark eyes peeping through a heavily back-combed mop of hair. "Lou said you were researching an old bookshop. Sounds cool." I finished my last slug of wine before answering. "It's proving elusive, but I may have found something else of interest," I said, the smile forming on my lips. "What?" my mother said, cutting the Viennetta into slices at the worktop. She loved a classic dessert. "I've met someone in Ireland. I'm going back as soon as I can get a flight." All of their faces turned towards me. I couldn't quite believe I'd said it, but that's how certain I was. "Are you seriously leaving the country so you won't have to change a nappy?" my sister asked, slack-jawed. "Bit extreme, mate," Neil chimed in. Mother cut another chunk of Viennetta. She decided this was a subject she alone should tackle. "Henry, sweetheart, I know you were something of a late developer, but I don't want you turning into some kind of Lothario." I couldn't help but laugh. If only she knew. "So you just came back to see Isabel. What about Dad?" Lucinda had always been his champion. She'd somehow managed to miss the worst of his drinking, and he'd never taken his moods out on her. "What about him?" "Aren't you going to visit him? He's been asking about you." "You've seen him?" "Of course," she said, and then flashed a look at my mother. "You too?" I asked. She shook her head. "No. I'm moving on with my life. I have to put my own needs first now. You are both grown-ups and can make your own decisions. He'll always be your father, Henry, but it's up to you." If it had been up to me, he would have been a better father. It was never up to me. It was up to him.
Chapter 25. Opaline, England, 1922. I awoke the next morning to the sound of a milk truck making deliveries. The daylight had barely begun to breach the dusky pink curtains, but I could make out the line of his shoulder and his dark mop of hair on the pillow. Armand slept so soundly. It made me question my constant self-doubt. I doubted myself, my choices, my desires, and my abilities, all of the time. Oh, to be a man who is always sure of himself and sure of his place in the world. In becoming Miss Grey, I wasn't just hiding from Lyndon. I was hiding from everything and everyone. All of the expectations of my gender to be all of the things I no longer was. Pure, timid, passive. I wished we were still in Paris, where being ordinary was frowned upon and breaking the rules was a rite of passage. I hadn't slept well, or at all, really. I found my thoughts returning to Matthew. He had visited the shop briefly before I left. I think he was embarrassed by what had happened, how we had held each other that night. I imagine he would not have come at all if he did not need to collect the rent, but his good manners precluded him from having a purely transactional visit, and so he began to speak about the shop and his childhood dreams to become a magician. A magician? I echoed in disbelief. As if to prove his point, he reached behind my ear and found a small glass ball. I reached out to take it from his palm, yet somehow it had disappeared into thin air. "How did you do that?" I said, smiling brightly. "Ah, now, that would be telling." If only I could have made my feelings disappear so easily. On the days he came, everything was brighter, sunnier, happier. But when he left to return to his family, I felt wretched. Mon opale, Armand whispered, nuzzling into my neck. I let him put his arms around me, chasing the loneliness away. I hadn't intended to come back to his rooms, but I suppose from the minute we set eyes on each other in Yorkshire, it was inevitable. Yet I couldn't help thinking that I held no place in his heart above any of the other women he bedded. Well, I wasn't going to let him think that I cared for him either. That way I wouldn't get hurt. The reasoning of an idiot, but love, as they say, is blind. I must go, I said eventually, kissing him lightly on his cheek. Mais non, reste. I cannot. My boat leaves this evening, and I have some business to attend to before then. Business? He propped himself up on his elbow and watched me dress. God, he was gorgeous. An Adonis. I had to turn my back on him while buttoning up my blouse. A book. Of course it's a book. Tell me. I turned to look at him. Yes, he was beautiful, and yes, he was a valuable connection in the book-dealing world. He had also helped me to escape Paris. Yet, as I had realised in Sotheby's, he was cut from the same cloth as Rosenbach. Ruthless, single-minded, and greedy. When it came to books, perhaps I was too, because in that moment I realised that while there may be honour amongst thieves, the same could not be said for book dealers. Perhaps I can stay a little longer, I said, kneeling on the bed beside him and letting him unbutton my blouse again. Loneliness is not a discerning bedfellow. In fact, the more inappropriate the company, the more it suited my fatalistic outlook when it came to love. Something told me I would never find it, so why bother saving myself for it? I didn't have much time. My ears echoed with the sound of my heels rushing along the pavement as I scanned the numbers on the door. My search had led me to Soho and a small warren of alleyways tucked behind Regent Street. I stayed true to my word and told Armand nothing of my detective work regarding Emily Bronte's second novel. I made a decision that morning that I would stand by for the rest of my life. The work would always come first. However, I did ask him to suggest a dealer who might be familiar with bookshops that were no longer trading. Having spent an interesting morning in Mayfair, I was given the address of Brown's Bookshop. It was now a solicitor's office, but I was reliably informed that the previous owners retained the flat above the shop. I knocked on the door for quite some time before a middle-aged woman, dressed all in black, answered. "Mrs. Brown?" I hazarded a guess. "Yes," she replied, raising her head slightly to peer through the glasses that were sliding down her nose. "Do I know you?" "No, we're not acquainted, and I'm sorry to bother you, but I was hoping to speak to your husband. It's concerning his bookshop and his aunt, Martha Brown." She smiled in a sorrowful way. "Oh, we haven't had one of these for a while, have we, Reginald?" There was no one there, but I assumed Reginald was upstairs as she looked skywards. "One of what?" "A Bronte fan." "Do come in," she invited, as it had begun to drizzle slightly. We climbed the stairs and came to a pretty little parlour room facing the street below. Every surface was covered with lace doilies, but there wasn't a book in sight. It was not a good start. I took the seat she offered me at a small round table in front of the fire. "We shall have tea," she called out again to some invisible person. Within minutes a young girl with sullen features carried in a tray with cups and saucers and a silver teapot. "Thank you," I said, but received no response. "Well, she might look vexed. I will have to terminate her employment and go to live with my sister in Cornwall. I simply cannot afford to live here any longer," Mrs. Brown pointed out sadly. Once a polite amount of time had passed, I inquired about Mr. Brown and whether or not I could speak with him. "Oh, but, my dear, you are a fortnight too late. My dearest Reginald passed away in that very chair," she said, pointing to an armchair in the corner. "Hence the move to my sister's." "Ah, I see," I said, rueing my terrible timing. "I am very sorry for your loss, Mrs. Brown, and I won't take up any more of your time with my silly detective work." She bade me stay a little longer, at least until the rain eased up, as it had now turned into a torrential downpour. "Besides, I don't get to talk very much about our old bookshop any more. I used to enjoy working there." "Might I ask what happened to the stock? Did you sell everything?" "Everything that would interest one such as yourself, I'm afraid. Oh, there were many dealers back then keen to get their hands on anything related to the Bronte family. Even a book of birds belonging to the family," she cooed. "I mean, honestly, there comes a point where you have to draw a line." She had no idea who she was talking to. When it came to book scouts, there was no line. Anything that might relate to an author or their life was of interest. Besides, if I had anything left to sell now, I would be only too happy to part with it. I will need all the funds I can muster at my age. Life was difficult for a woman on her own. I could appreciate that. I told her about my shop in Dublin, and as pathetic as it may sound, I revelled in her praise of my independence. "But now I really must go, reluctantly, Mrs. Brown," I said, realising the time. I had to get the train back to Liverpool for the evening sailing. "Oh, I'm sorry you've come all this way hoping to find something, and I've been of no help," she said, struggling up from her seat to see me out. "Wait a minute. Perhaps I do have something you might fancy," she said, disappearing into another room. When she returned, she was carrying what looked like a little tin box. "We had it in the bookshop, but it never sold," she said, handing it to me. "What is it?" "An old sewing box, belonging to Charlotte." My eyes widened. I couldn't believe I was holding one of her humble, yet personal possessions in my hands. Something she would have used daily. I lifted the lid, which revealed a neat row of threads in dark hues and an embroidered pincushion with needles lodged snugly in. "According to my husband, who of course got it from Martha herself, it was Branwell who gifted it to Charlotte, although Lord knows it wasn't much of a gift. He was fond of the odd tipple, that one." I knew from my research that he was fond of quite a bit more, having struggled with both alcohol and drug addiction during his lifetime. I often wondered if Hindley Earnshaw's chaotic descent into gambling and addiction in Wuthering Heights was based on Branwell, who often suffered delirium tremens while attempting to sober up. £2 and it's yours," she said. In any other situation, I would have required proof of the provenance of such an item, but I decided to take it on faith. Besides, I thought how amusing it would be if in fact she were a swindler selling me her own sewing box and passing it off as a Bronte collectible. I handed her the money, which she said would go towards her retirement pot, and I set out on my journey back home to the anonymity of Dublin. Perhaps it was hypervigilance on my part, but in London I could not shake the sickening sense of being watched. It had been 3 months since my trip to England, and even though I had not expected to hear from Armand, having my thoughts confirmed by the postman every morning was a little stinging. Still, I found a sense of fulfillment in my achievements and the success of my wonderful little shop, which, despite the growing number of books I stocked it with, seemed to find room to accommodate them. I had long suspected that something just beyond my comprehension was afoot, as though Mr. Fitzpatrick had put a spell over the place. At night, when sleep stole away from me like a vanishing point, I would make some cocoa and sit on the floor of the shop, wrapped in a blanket. I was immediately soothed by that breathing sound I had heard since I was a child, the stories settling between the pages. Only now, I could hear another sound. I shuffled over to one of the walls, and feeling a little foolish, put my ear to it. A soft creaking, like the boughs of a tree bending slightly in the breeze. I smiled to myself, and often fell asleep like that, cradled in the corner of the dark green walls, wooden shelves with fluttering book leaves shimmering overhead. When I awoke, it was still dawn, and a peach light filtered through the windows. I'd had the most vivid dream, the kind that leaves you drenched in a feeling you can't quite grasp the meaning behind. My father was listening to the books and smiling, telling me to listen. I held one to my ear and heard a heartbeat. Then two, the second one lighter, quicker. And like an apple falling to the ground, understanding came to me all at once. I placed my hand on my stomach and felt a kick. I had not had my monthly courses since my return home, and had put it down to travelling, or anything other than what it truly was. Now I felt the curve of my belly. It was real. A tear rolled down my cheek. "This will not be easy," I whispered to myself, or the shop. I wasn't sure which, but I could not deny the joy that bubbled up inside of me. A baby. A baby. Conflicting emotions rushed through me all at once: fear, excitement, anxiety, gratitude. I felt too young, too incapable of becoming a mother, but I simultaneously relished the idea of having a family of my own. I completely lost track of time as I idealized a very different future for myself. I opened the shop quite late that day, but it felt as though it were the first day of my life. Everything was gilded in optimism and grounded in meaning. I saw each customer as the child they once were, or the parent they would become. I saw us all being connected, a universal family. And in the quieter moments, I pictured the life growing inside of me, like a little rosebud, an unparalleled beauty that would make the world a brighter place merely by her presence in it. It was only when night fell that my glowing heart began to doubt itself. Reality crossed my threshold in the form of Matthew coming to collect the rent. I had to tell him. In another month or so he would see for himself. In another 6 months, there would be 2 of us living here. It all suddenly felt quite weighty. What would he think of me now? I wished the shop could close in around us and keep us safe. Keep the world outside. I wished we could hide within these walls forever.
Chapter 26. Martha. Once the autopsy was concluded, the body would be released for burial in a matter of weeks. It was decided that I would have to attend the funeral to avoid any suspicion. These plans were not mine, but Madame Bowden's. I really did start to wonder if she had, in fact, seen off her husband's. Such was her calm approach. and I realised how forward-thinking she had been to ensure I had alibis to corroborate my whereabouts. "Why are you doing this for me?" I asked her later that night when, despite my exhaustion, I could not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I would replay the scene.
"Doing what? I'm simply making sure that justice is done."
"But that's not how it happened." I still couldn't say for sure what had happened. Had he been so drunk that he lost his footing and fell? Every time I replayed it in my head, I could still see him being pushed, but by whom or what? Some invisible force. Was there more to Madame Bowden than met the eye? I couldn't decide whether she was my guardian angel or a devil in disguise. Reading her was difficult. There were so many stories distracting me. Too many for one lifetime. She told me once that, as an actor, she had to embody her characters. Perhaps they were all still living inside of her, like ghosts.
"Martha, the facts are that Shane arrived here drunk and abusive with ill intent. He was the architect of his own demise, and that is the only truth worth remembering of that day."
She sounded so convincing that I tried to hold on to her words, like flotation devices, every time I felt like I was drowning in the darkness. I wasn't sure how I was going to face the funeral. My family, Shane's parents. I thought about asking Henry to come with me, but it would have been wrong on so many levels. Besides, I still hadn't contacted him. The shock of Shane's death had paralysed my senses. I tried to text him, but what could I say? I had to see him in person. I took the bus to Rialto and found the bed and breakfast he had taken me to. It felt like a lifetime ago now.
How you love, looking for a room, is it?"
A short man with a comb-over answered the door, with his foot across the threshold, as a barking dog attempted to make a dash for freedom. "No, actually, I'm looking for someone staying here. Henry Carlyle? He's English." I added the last bit when the name didn't seem to register.
"Oh, Henry, of course. No, love, he's gone back home."
"Home?"
"To England."
I staggered back a little, as though I'd been shot. I couldn't take it in.
"Are you all right? You look a bit pale there, if you don't mind me saying."
I nodded and tried to say something coherent. When did he leave?"
It's only a couple of days ago now." Sorry, love, the match is on the telly," he said with a longing gaze back down the hall to where the sound of a team scoring a goal could be heard.
"Oh, no worries." The door was closed before I had time to say anything further. The shock gave way to another feeling. Humiliation. I checked my phone. There wasn't even a text from him. It was obvious now. He must have known after kissing me that it was a mistake, and now he regretted it. Of course he did. I pressed the heels of my hands into my eyes. Maybe he just felt sorry for me. That was it. He pitied me and I mistook it for something more. It probably meant nothing to him. Or else he realised too late that he'd made a mistake and now he didn't know how to tell me. My fingers trembled as I pulled up his contact details on screen. I tapped the block button before stuffing my phone back in my pocket. I staggered back down the street. I hadn't expected it to hurt so much. I always knew he would leave, but I never thought he would be so cruel as to pack up without a word. I stopped and took a deep breath. I wasn't going to give another man the power to hurt me. If there was one thing I was good at, it was being alone. Nothing could harm me now. Time passed erratically. I would lose entire days to flashbacks and memories, then find myself jolted forwards into a reality I could scarcely believe was happening. Being back in the village was a shock to the system. Being back in the village for my husband's funeral was another thing altogether. It felt surreal. People had always thought I was a bit off. I tried to act like everyone else, but I could never quite fit in like other people did. Never really felt like I belonged there. Shane's mother ran the local supermarket on her own after his father's death, and she was often described as a pillar of the community. She had always treated me well, if somewhat standoffishly. She knew there was something different about me too, or maybe she knew their son better than she let on. Better than I did. Maybe she saw the bruises and wanted to keep me quiet. She couldn't have a scandal like that ruining her reputation or her trade, and I silently went along with it. I didn't want to disrupt things either, and somehow believed that I was partly to blame for it all. I must have been doing something wrong. Reading her, all I could see was a woman who loved her family to the point of blindness. Madame Bowden had offered to accompany me, but I didn't want her there. I was embarrassed by the town and everyone in it. I just had to get through the day and it would all be over. At least, that's what I told myself. I was in a black car with Shane's mother.
Well, I hope that job in Dublin was worth it.
Sorry?
What kind of a wife would put a job before her husband?
She had been staring straight ahead at the road, but now her red-rimmed eyes were trained on me. I didn't.
And my poor Shane, he'd never stand in the way of your dreams. Said he didn't mind if you were away for a few months. Oh, but he was so looking forward to bringing you home with him.
He hadn't told her I'd left him. I took a deep breath in. Of course he didn't tell anyone. How would he explain it? Either she had no clue about the violence, or her mind wouldn't let her see what was staring her in the face. Not my son.
If it hadn't been for the accident.
She broke off, swallowing her words in one big gulp and pressing a handkerchief to her nose.
Why weren't you there, Martha?
My voice cracked. I'm sorry. She took my hand in hers so tightly I thought my bones would crack.
I know what people are saying, that it was a suicide, but I don't believe them.
I nodded and felt the mixed sensations of guilt and relief shudder through my body. No one suspected anything. The day passed by in flashes like some kind of avant-garde movie. His uncle making a speech at the church, the open coffin, Shane's cold, white face that looked as innocent as a child's, the graveyard and the cries of his mother when the coffin was lowered into the ground, the hotel afterwards and his friends retelling the story of how Shane and I had first met. Love at first sight. My two brothers toasting pints, saying what a sound man he was, always fixing their cars at mates' rates, never missed his turn paying for a round of drinks, as though that was what made a good man. I never cried once. I worried that people might think it was odd, but the priest assured me that we all express our grief differently. My parents offered to drive me back to the apartment I had shared with the man who almost tried to kill me. The man who was now dead and buried himself. It was a terrible accident. I had repeated that line so many times to myself, like a mantra. If you say something enough times, it becomes true. Or at least, that was the plan. I turned the key in the lock, but as soon as I stepped inside, I knew I could never stay there again. Everywhere I looked, I could see all the times he threatened me, yelled at me, hit me. Short films with no beginning and no end. I never knew where the arguments began. I would try to trace them back to some logical starting point, but there wasn't one. Anything could spark his anger, and the more and more I tried to cut off the parts of me that seemed to annoy him, the less and less there was of me. I was only existing in his world, on his terms, just trying to survive this love at first sight. I turned to my mother, and without even speaking the words, she understood what I was saying. I went home with them. I didn't sleep. I just lay in my childhood bed wondering how I had ended up here. By the time the first rays of morning light came through the thin curtains, I had made some decisions. I would never come back to this town again. Regardless of how it had happened, I had been given a second chance to start over. I dressed quickly and tiptoed out to the back door. Just as I lifted the latch, I heard a voice from behind me that I hardly dared to believe.
"I'm glad he's dead," she said.
I turned around to see my mother standing there in her old dressing gown, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. These were the first words I had ever heard her speak. Rusty and half-whispered, they confirmed what I had suspected all along. She had silenced herself. But why? That was when all the unshed tears released from within me, and we held each other for the longest time. "Come with me," I said eventually. I knew she wouldn't leave my father. He was a good man. It's just that people have very different definitions of good. She signed that I should go, be free, and enjoy my life. That was all she ever wanted for me.
"I should have saved you from him."
Her face was white as a sheet. Only now could I see how much she blamed herself. "You couldn't have. He isolated me from everyone, made me feel like it was all my fault. I couldn't tell anyone. I was so ashamed."
"Oh, love, I thought you were ashamed of me, so I kept my distance."
I hugged her again, as tightly as I could. It was all so obvious now, how he'd manipulated me. I would never forgive him. Never.
Chapter 27. Henry. Felicity Grace Field decided she was going to make her entrance into the world 2 weeks early. Lucinda had convinced me to stay in London for another few days to help Neil finish off decorating the nursery. At 3 a.m, I heard panicked voices outside my bedroom door. My mother shouting at Neil about the overnight bag, Neil shouting at himself for misplacing the car keys, my sister shouting at both of them to stop creating a stressful environment for the baby. I jumped out of bed and lunged into the hall, where Lucinda stood in a puddle of liquid, in her bare feet. "What's going on?" I said, stupidly. "I'm having a baby," she replied, still managing a sarcastic tone. "Like now?" "Like, yeah," she said, imitating my gormless voice. Just then my mother arrived with slippers in hand and an overcoat. I stood there, immobile, watching as they both struggled to get her dressed for the hospital. "Henry, you're either part of the solution or part of the problem," my mother shouted, and told me to help Neil look for the car keys. I obeyed and found them in full view on the kitchen table, as Neil walked past them unseeing for the umpteenth time. "Jesus Christ," Neil said, wide-eyed and panic-stricken. "I don't think I'm ready for this." "Right. OK, well, I'm not sure we can really factor that in at this stage." "How the fuck am I going to drive? I don't think I can even see properly. My eyesight's gone all foggy. Is that normal?" I drove. Lucinda had Mum and Neil on either side of her, puffing out their cheeks and exhaling air through pursed lips, like two demented blowfish. I'm not sure it was helping, but I could see by Lucinda's face that she was just glad of the quiet. It was an improvement on all of the shouting. I was quietly congratulating myself for being the rock in the situation and pulled up outside A&E. "Here we are," I said, as though I were dropping them off at the airport for a fortnight on the Costa. "This isn't maternity," Lucinda said in a very low, threatening voice, and then emitted what could only be described as something akin to a cow bellowing. I stamped my foot on the accelerator and followed the signs for maternity before once more pulling up at the door. After helping them out, I parked the car, and by the time I got back, everything was over. "It's a girl,"
my mother whispered through tears, and I hugged her tightly under a broken fluorescent light that flickered overhead. I couldn't quite believe that we had arrived as 4 people, and we would be going home as 5. "They're delivering the afterbirth now." "Mum, please, no details." "Oh, for God's sake," she said, smacking me lightly on the arm. "It'll be your turn one day." Would it? I wasn't sure I wanted to be a father. I didn't want to inflict what I had experienced on anyone else. "You can come in now." Neil popped his head around the door. He was wearing a plastic apron over his clothes, as though he had delivered the baby. He was crying. "Happy tears," he said, and I couldn't help but put my arms around him. It was endearing to see him so vulnerable. The room was buzzing with the sense that something important had just happened. Then I saw my sister, her dark fringe pushed back off her face with sweat, her nakedness covered with a sheet, and a little dark-haired head resting in the crook of her arm. "Felicity, it's time to meet your Uncle Henry." And then I was crying, which didn't seem to matter so much, because the baby was crying now too. Then we all laughed and cried, until the nurse told us to get out because she had to show Lou how to get Felicity to latch on. She wasn't going to get any rest, that was for sure. Ever, probably. We spent the night at the hospital together, none of us wanting to break the little bubble of joy we had created. Well, that Neil and Lou had created, to be precise. A new person had joined our family, and without saying as much, we all seemed to be united in the conviction that her experience would be better than our own. We would become better people for her. The process had already started. Perhaps this was why people referred to new life as a miracle, because it had the power to change everything. I suddenly had an overwhelming longing to see Martha, to tell her everything that had happened. I wanted her here, to be with my family, to be a part of it. I went on a breakfast run and picked up some more things for Lou. Basically, an excuse so I could call Martha, but there wasn't even a dial tone. I told myself that her phone was switched off. Simple explanation. While waiting for the coffees, I sent a string of texts with baby emojis, which was so out of character she might have assumed I'd been kidnapped, and it was an attempt to communicate my location. Yet, as the hours passed and there was still no response, I started to feel like something was wrong. I had explained everything in the note I'd left, but maybe she'd changed her mind. Maybe I was coming on too strong. I was still second-guessing myself when I walked back into the delivery room and almost bumped into someone. A man. My father. "What's he doing here?" "Henry, it's okay," Lou said. It wasn't okay. It was very far from okay, but the thing about having just given birth to a human is that your feelings trump everyone else's. "I'll wait outside," I said, leaving the takeout behind me. I walked in circles around the smoking area outside. Why had she called him? Why did she want him there? Every time I saw him, all of the old hurts came to the surface. "No son of mine is soft." That's what he had said the first time I fell off my bike and started crying. Then he gave me a thump that knocked me over again. "You need to toughen up in this world." I certainly needed to toughen up with him as a father. What kind of a grandfather would he be? I wondered. Then that made me even angrier. He'd probably be the perfect grandfather. Get everything right this time around, now that he'd made all his mistakes on me. Lou escaped the brunt of his behaviour, maybe because she was a girl. Sometimes I resented her, but mostly I was relieved that she didn't have to go through it. I thought of Martha again. For so long I had hidden the parts of me that seemed broken beyond repair. But she had seen past my feeble attempts at being someone people would like, hiding the breaches within me that always caused me to fall short. I had learned nothing from my father, only how to feel inadequate all the time. I realize now that this was the hollow inheritance passed down through the men in my family. And we spent our lives doing whatever it took to look like a strong man. Like scaffolding around me, it was only ever meant to be temporary. Something was supposed to get fixed inside. Only it never did. And somehow, Martha saw that brokenness and made it okay to be there. She didn't expect perfection, just honesty, kindness. After everything she had been through, she was still willing to see that in me, to have the bravery to care about someone again. I checked my phone again. Nothing. If I wanted to be with Martha, I had to make sure I was worthy of her first.
Chapter 28. Opaline, Dublin, 1922. It was almost Christmas. Matthew arrived with some sprigs of holly to decorate the shop, and little parcels with cooked ham, biscuits, and cake. Whatever he bought for his own house, I knew he always set aside a little for me, and the kindness of this gesture made my heart ache. I was in no position to refuse his charity. Whilst my catalogue of books was selling well in Ireland, and even in the States, money was still quite tight, and I was trying to put small amounts aside for the future. No sooner had he stepped inside the door than the stained glass windows began to bloom with mistletoe. "Stop it at once," I said. "Stop what?" Matthew asked, holding a sprig of holly aloft. "Oh, nothing." I blushed. "The baby is kicking." He placed the holly on the table and gave me a lopsided smile. "I remember when Muriel was pregnant with little Ollie, he used to perform all his gymnastics at night." The baby wasn't really kicking. I'd only said it as an excuse. But when Matthew took a step closer, he asked if he could touch my stomach. I wanted him to, but I couldn't even speak. I just nodded. As soon as he put his palm gently on the curve of my belly, she began to move. "Ha! There she is!" He grinned. "That's real magic." He hadn't judged me when I told him about the pregnancy. He didn't even ask for any explanation about who the father was, or where he was. He simply asked if there was anything he could do. "Why didn't you take over the shop?" I asked. "You must have wanted to, when you were younger." He took his hand away, and I felt the absence keenly. "I grew up," was all he said, shrugging and looking over the place with misty eyes. "Besides, it's in the right hands now." "I don't know," I said, running my hands along the shelf, wondering if he could hear the spines creak and pages sigh as I did. "My father was never a wealthy man, Opaline, at least not financially. Yet I remember when times were hard, he would never doubt himself. He would simply say that perhaps the shop was waiting to become a library again. And seeing your books here now, I believe he was right. It didn't want to be a nostalgia shop, or even a magic shop." He reached out and patted the wooden walls. "It has returned to its roots." When he left, I filled the silence with a seasonal recording of Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker on the Vitrola, and took down a copy of E.T.A. Hoffmann's The Nutcracker and the Mouse King, on which the ballet was based. I recalled a note from the library in Yorkshire, which remarked that he was one of Emily Bronte's favourite authors. If I remembered correctly, she had read his novel The Sandman in its original German. And it was this simple thread of thoughts that brought to mind a possession I had put away and given no further thought since my trip to London: the sewing box. The little purchase I had made from Mrs. Brown was so plain and uninteresting that I had never given it more than a cursory look. And since I also suspected it had never truly been a part of the Bronte household, I had carelessly dropped it in the bottom drawer of my bureau, untouched. I leaned down and took it out, placing it in front of me on the desk. I let my fingers run across the surface and closed my eyes, as if I could somehow divine its provenance. It wasn't even a proper sewing box, but an old tin cash box. Inside was a collection of bobbins, needles, thimbles, and thread. I removed them all one by one, as I had done the first time on the boat back from Liverpool. Perhaps I had missed something, a name scratched in the metal or a clue of some sort. Nothing. I could hear thunder rumbling in the distance, and when I looked up, fat drops of rain began to hit the window pane. I stroked my belly. "Don't worry, little one. The gods are playing games in the clouds," I said gently. Normally I hated storms, but I was determined not to pass this on. Besides, there was a magical feeling to the air, as though something exciting might happen. I got up to close the shutters on the windows and wrapped a woolen shawl around my shoulders. I took the sewing box into my hands and again tried to feel the past somehow. I had read of people who could touch an object and have a vision of the previous owner. Silly, of course, but I closed my eyes, and as I turned it over in my hands, I found something. I hardly dared to open my eyes, reluctant to prove my sense of touch incorrect. But there it was, an almost invisible groove at the base of the box. If anyone passing by the shop could see my face, I'm sure that I resembled a treasure hunter at the entrance to an ancient Egyptian tomb. Slowly, I slid the outer cover back, and out slipped a tiny black notebook, the size of a playing card. I gasped. What had I discovered? How long had it been secreted in this hidden compartment? And who had put it there? All of the possibilities crashed into one another, and for quite some time I was frozen into inaction. I hadn't even realized how my hand pressed hard over my beating heart while my head bent low to the desk, as if the notebook would somehow speak to me. While I savoured that delicious moment just before the unknown becomes known, I could delay no longer. My curiosity was at its peak. I reached tentatively for the cover and began to carefully open it. It released a dry, woody smell. Immediately I imagined a young woman scribbling notes by the fireside, as though its fragrance was still imbued with the environment in which it was created. 1846. I've devoted an entire lifetime to escaping the confines of this wretched place, only to find myself further entangled in its gnarled roots and oppressed by its looming towers. I am now satisfied that no one born on this land can wipe the dust of it from one's heels. I held my flushed cheeks with the palm of my hands. Was this it? What I had been searching for all of these years? Renville Hall is a spectre that haunts us all from one generation to the next. I was almost too afraid to touch the paper. I had some irrational fear that, having survived all these years, it might somehow crumble in my hands. I searched the drawer for a magnifying glass, as the script was so small and squashed on the page, it was difficult to make out. I brought my desk lamp closer and leaned over the little booklet. The black ink was messy, and words were crossed out with new ones pushed out into what remained of the margins. Having viewed some of the sisters' original diary entries at Haworth, I felt sure that this was the penmanship of Emily, but I would need to have it authenticated. Unless... That was when I spotted it. A minuscule signature. E.J.B. It felt like fireworks exploding in my veins. The baby kicked, the air crackled, and a whooshing sound went through my ears. Was this the second novel? Or at least the drafting of it? My head felt light and my feet tapped a jig on the floorboards. I closed my eyes and traced the joy on my face with my fingertips and tried to commit it to memory. My heart was beating against my ribcage like a bird at the window. I read on. With the death of my father and the forced liquidation of my debts to my creditors in London, I was now returning to the estate in Ireland. An impervious gloom haunted every corner of its cursed country, and a week of driving rain that soaked the ground and reduced it to mud. Famine ravaged the land. The text became unreadable at this point, and the next paragraph seemed to jump ahead of sequence. This would be my penance, my banishment to this hellish place. I passed through 2 great pillars and entered the avenue that swept up to Renville Hall. Lined with towering yews, it held a singular tranquillity that was tinged with terror. On my one and only sojourn in this place as a child, I recalled the old house servant speaking of spectres and ghouls that lived in the woods beyond. The house stood strongly defined against the dark sky. The gargoyles that came into view at the front-faced aspect of the grey fortress of a house stared down through the afternoon mist in delightful horror. It was night, and the candles were lit as I dined alone on a passable meal of turbot in the dining room. A ferocious storm raged outside, driving the rain in sheets against the window, when all of a sudden lightning flashed, and I saw her face at the window. I ran to it and loosened the latch. A flame-haired girl, soaked to the skin, wearing a plain white dress that clung to her fragile frame like a winding sheet. She was deathly pale and did not struggle when I pulled her through the window, and we landed on the floor like 2 drowned pups. Her skin was translucent, white as a ghoul or a vampire, and yet her beauty was like nothing upon the face of God's creation. Furious barking of a mastiff, my father's old dog, bounded into the room and had her pinned to the floor, his eyes glowing and his fangs protruding. Helsig! The hound stood down at my command, but continued to bark fiercely at the girl. "Who are you?" I asked. "You are trespassing on private land." The remark served to inflame her passion more brightly. She spoke to me then in the native tongue, a curiously expressive and fierce-sounding speech that left me in no doubt as to the message, if not the exact meaning. She folded her arms then, and with a haughtiness hardly warranted by her station in life, she took a seat by the fire. Her cheeks grew red by the glow of the fire, and weak as she was, she fell into a soft slumber. I sat there for a time, studying her features while she slept. For the first time since my exile from Paris, I ached to draw, to paint. Being tormented by a love of art but not possessing the talent to succeed at it had yielded nothing more than a reduction in my pecuniary resources. Yet here, now, it felt as though her spirit was at work within me, challenging me to capture it on the page. In sleep, she surrendered her wild beauty, which, like the landscape that bore her, could be both heaven and hell. I grew frenzied in my attempts to capture her likeness more faithfully still. Every draught seemed to bring me closer to something I had been lacking in all my years at the easel. I was bewitched by her. Harnessing my passion, the bristles of my brush scratched feverishly against the linen canvas. I decided that no matter how long it took, I would create my masterpiece while this longing to possess her tore at me. My body ached. The night turned to morning and night again until finally I stood back and saw. I had my rose all in bloom on the canvas. It was then I saw that she was still as the grave, running to her, not believing the horrible truth. I touched her face, cold as marble. She was dead. I realized I had been clutching my blouse tightly at my chest. It was real. I had found it. I jumped up from my seat and then sat down again. I let out a shriek, then immediately wondered if it could possibly be true. Was this an excerpt from Emily's novel? My heart felt as though it were a balloon about to burst. I clapped my hands over my mouth, breathing excitedly into them. It couldn't be, could it? Was I still in my little shop, reading what would be the greatest literary discovery of modern times? I placed one hand on my heart and tried to steady its beat before reading it again. It was a rough outline of a story about an Anglo-Irish landowner, Egerton Talbot, who had fallen in love with one of his tenants, Rose, set against the backdrop of the Irish famine. She was described as a malevolent, devious creature with all the malignancy of Satan by the land agent, and that she had put his lordship under some kind of spell. Even in the act of the appalling, she enchants. I was fascinated and beguiled, and utterly stunned. I was still half afraid to touch the paper, in case I damaged it. What had inspired Emily's tale? I knew her brother Branwell was something of a tortured artist. Perhaps he provided the raw materials for this Egerton character. It was also he who around that time had visited Liverpool, which was thronged with starving victims fleeing the famine. Their images, depicted in the Illustrated London News, starving scarecrows with a few rags on them, would have been known to Emily. Some scholars even argued that Heathcliff himself, a dirty, ragged, black-haired child who spoke a kind of gibberish, was Irish, and labelled a savage and a demon. My head swam with images of Millet's Ophelia, and how his muse Elizabeth Siddal almost perished while sitting for the portrait in a cold bath, or Oscar Wilde's painting, which seemed to be a doorway between two worlds, death and youth. It seemed to me that the slightly deranged Egerton could not see that his muse was dying, just as the English aristocrats refused to see that Ireland was starving from the famine. I checked my notes and the dates, which seemed to correspond with the letter Emily had sent her publisher, Courtly. This was it. I had, quite inadvertently, solved one of the 20th century's most important literary mysteries. I couldn't wait to tell the world of my discovery. I went back to my desk and picked up the receiver, and then quietly replaced it. This was a rare moment, nay, a once-in-1,000 lifetimes moment. And it was all mine. I wanted to savour it. So I sat back down and began to write out a copy of the manuscript. It was something I used to do as a child. I would write out entire passages from books that I loved, just to know what it would feel like to write those words. Besides, I wanted to keep my own copy once the original found its proper home. I hoped within the public walls of a museum. It was hard to imagine what kind of price it might fetch at auction. I brought my thoughts back to the present. 15 pages scrawled upon a miniature notebook, translated to almost double that amount in my own handwriting. I wondered if she had visited Ireland herself. This discovery was presenting more questions than answers. Perhaps that was why scholars analysed her works so intensely. in a futile effort to get to the woman who wrote so passionately and violently. A courageous writer, whose novel carried us to the very depths of the human heart and the outer reaches of the supernatural environment. I felt her presence on the page, full of vitality, as though she were communicating still. Some things defy explanation. Emily Bronte was one of them.
Chapter 29. Martha. I don't want it. I don't want anything to do with it. It was a letter from the mortgage company. My mother had forwarded it. I was back in Dublin, cleaning out the kitchen cupboards while Madame Bodin watched me from a high stool, sipping an herbal tea that made her face wince every time she tasted it.
But it's your home.
This is my home! I hadn't meant to shout. I mean, as long as you're happy to have me. She smiled knowingly. What did she know? I read her face. She believed I would be here for the rest of my life. Well, I wasn't so sure about that. I don't care what happens to that apartment. The bank can keep it, burn it down for all I care. I could never live there again.
My dear, the bank has quite enough wealth as it is. Why don't you sell it?
I didn't want to have this conversation. I didn't want to think about Shane or what had happened. I don't know, maybe.
You might not think it matters now, but trust me, in time you'll wish you had taken what is rightfully yours. Think of it as compensation.
She said the final part as though it were a matter of fact. It made my skin crawl. Nothing could ever compensate for what he did, and nothing could erase the blame I carried for his death. But, right or wrong, whenever I thought of my mother's words, the first words I had ever heard her speak, "I'm glad he's dead," I didn't feel so bad. I was finally free, and Madame Bodin was right. I couldn't waste this chance. Evenings were the hardest. The need to speak to Henry was such a strong physical urge, I had to leave the house and just keep walking until it stopped. Despite everything else that was going on, my thoughts still went back to him and how he had just left. Maybe it was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, blocking his number, but it was self-preservation too. I didn't want to hear his reasons or have to listen while he let me down gently. I could no longer read him, and that frightened me to death. It felt like walking a high wire with no safety net. I had fallen in love with him, and no one knew better than I what a risk that was. I wouldn't let that happen again. It didn't help that my feet took me past all of the places we had been together. I found myself standing outside Pen Corner and thought of his crooked smile, the sound of his voice when he spoke French, his warm breath on my neck. It was late and the shop was closed. I let my forehead touch the window as I looked at the display of pens and notebooks. That was when it happened. In the golden glow of the window, all of the words came rushing to me. I could see them in my mind's eye, the smallest handwriting, neat like stitching in dark thread. All of the words, lines and lines of a strangely dark story pouring into my mind. I could hardly catch my breath. I was so excited I ran as fast as I could in the direction of the tattoo parlour. "Look, best I can do is Tuesday," she said. A young guy with half a tiger blazing on his arm was sitting in the chair. I feel like I need to do it now, as soon as possible." "I get it," Tiger Man said. "Sometimes you just gotta strike while the iron's hot." "Exactly," I said, slightly out of breath. "He gets it." "Okay, I can make a start when I'm finished here, but I won't be able to do the whole thing." I told her that was fine and grabbed a pen and paper while I waited, in case I forgot the words, but it didn't seem possible to forget this time. They were emblazoned on my brain. The sound of the needle carried on until it was my turn. I lifted my jumper to show her where the lines would go. She needed a magnifying glass. I wanted to keep the writing as small as it had appeared to me. Hang on. What did you say the final line was again? Cold as marble. She was dead. It's already here. What? It can't be. She brought me to a full-length mirror and gave me another smaller one to hold in my hand. My back was covered. The entire story was already inked on my skin. That's weird, she said. It wasn't weird. It was impossible. And yet there it was. It's a cool story. She was trying to make the situation a little less weird by completely ignoring the look of shock on my face and focusing on what was real. I tried to do the same. Yeah, that was all I could manage. Kinda gothic. She gently reminded me that she wanted to close up now, and apparently I didn't need a tattoo after all. I couldn't even remember walking home. I let myself in as quietly as possible. Madame Bowden was watching the TV she said she wouldn't use, at a volume that would wake the dead. Walking into my basement flat, I saw it with new eyes. Everything was brighter, clearer. As I took my jacket off and hung it on the hook, my body felt different. I felt physically stronger and freer, as though my muscles had been released from some invisible restraints. I looked at my neat little bed and the branches of the tree growing in an arch over it, the kitchenette with its pretty wall tiles, which I had thought were plain blue but were now patterned with little flowers. I realised that I loved living here, and weirdly, just as I had read in Madame Bowden's face, I suddenly felt like I never wanted to leave, like I belonged here. But why? I put a saucepan of milk on the little stove and made myself a hot chocolate with 2 spoons of Nutella, an old trick my mother used to do for me when I was a child. I laid my quilt and pillows on the floor and tried to quieten my mind. Not an easy task after discovering the completed tattoo. Where had the story come from, and what did it mean? It was very old, that was clear. The language was old-fashioned. And why had it come to me? These thoughts were interrupted by another question that I'd refused to address since I got back. Could my mother always speak? If so, why had she kept silent? I couldn't make sense of it. When I was young, she used to tell me that it was a special gift because she could hear things better. I drank my hot chocolate and let the rich hazelnut flavours take me back in time. Again, I tried to quieten my thoughts and just listen. By now, I was used to the creaking and cracking of the branches stretching across the walls of my room. But there was another sound now, a kind of soft breathing, in and out. Maybe it was my own breath. Maybe not. There was something about this place. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I picked up my book, A Place Called Lost. The story continued with the man who had taken the old library all the way from Italy to Ireland. He had very little money, but he began building his shop with his bare hands on a small patch of forgotten land down a cobbled laneway. He was a man who believed that the imagination was the greatest tool of all. His clever wife believed that love trumped all, and together they built a shop of memories and dreams from the mysterious Italian library. In no time at all, and in the way that often happens, the very things they had hoped to fill the shop with found their way to them. Treasures from all over the world began to fill the shelves that had once buckled under the weight of books. The building was pleased with its new surroundings, although it had not lost its innate desire to point visitors in the direction of their true north. Items would tumble off the shelves, a particular hazard in winter-time when Mr. Fitzpatrick liked to stock an array of snow globes. Soon the couple welcomed their first child, a son. Mr. Fitzpatrick imagined the day when he would take over the shop, but it was not to be. A woman with an English accent who wore trousers and a man's haircut was to become the unlikely custodian. She had no idea that she was joining a long line of specially chosen people to guard this portal of discovery. Fortunately, she loved books, and soon she and Mr. Fitzpatrick's nostalgia shop got along extremely well indeed. An English woman with a love of books. The book was about this place, about Opaline. Henry had been right all along. What had drawn him to this place, to this story? I thought about the missing manuscript and the woman he had said owned a bookshop next door. Opaline. Like following a knitting pattern, I could see that everything was linked, but I had no idea how or why or what the end result would be.
Chapter 30. Henry. He was living in Wales and had found a community of sorts. Seeing my father at the hospital was so unexpected, but I should have known he would want to see his grandchild. Even I couldn't deny him that. Yet Lucinda wouldn't let it go. She kept telling me how much he had changed, that he was really sticking to the programme this time because he was doing it for himself. He had already hit his rock bottom when my mother finally left him. "It might do you good, you know," she said, her index finger gripped tightly by Felicity while she rocked her gently in her arms. "You look like you've been doing this your whole life." "I think I'm on some kind of hormonal high, at one with Mother Earth and all that. Don't worry, I'll be back to my bossy self soon enough." "I don't doubt it." We were sitting on my mother's couch, trying to get our heads around the fact that one minute we were kids building forts out of blankets, and now here we were, grown-ups. The only thing was, I still felt like a kid. I hadn't a clue what I was doing with my life. "I just don't think I can forgive him," I said, taking advantage of this rare moment of openness between us. "You don't have to forgive him, Henry. It's not even about him. This is for you, to help you move on." "What, are you saying I'm stuck in the past? Because I'm not. I hardly ever think about him." "Look, it's your choice, but I'm just saying that it's helped me to see him as he is now. It's the start of a process or something. Acceptance, that's what my therapist calls it." "You're seeing a therapist?" I hadn't meant my voice to sound so shocked. "So is Mum." "Oh. I suppose we don't have that macho idea that we can handle everything ourselves." "Noted. Although I think that's the first time I've ever been referred to as macho." She rolled her eyes. She was a convincing little bugger. I had to give her that. "What happened with Isabel?" "Oh, that. I never thought you were right for each other." "Easy to say that now, isn't it?" "Look," she continued, switching the baby to her other arm. "The woman you've met in Ireland. If you want it to work out, you've got to lose some of this baggage." God, you make me sound like a real catch. I think this caring and sharing session has come to its natural conclusion. So I went to visit him, and found myself in the middle of the Welsh countryside. My mother had given me the address of an old dilapidated manor, converted by some charitable organisation as a centre for recovering addicts. It was idyllic, vegetables growing in an allotment, a notice board with activities ranging from meditation to ceramics. It was not the kind of place I expected to find my father,
And perhaps that was why, when he trotted down the old stone stairs and into the front lawn to meet me, he looked so well. The bloated features and ruddy skin had mellowed into a healthier man, with a tan and the beginnings of a goatee. "Henry, son," he said, opening his arms to hug me, then thinking better of it. I offered my hand to shake. "It's good to see you." I found, after a long train journey, years of resentment, and a night of little or no sleep thanks to Felicity, I had nothing to say. Well, nothing amicable, at any rate. "This isn't a social call," I said, following the pathway marked River Contemplation. There were two simultaneous emotions battling underneath my cool countenance. Relief that he was doing well, and bitterness that he had not sorted his life out sooner. He seemed happy, which made me want to smash his face in, and also buy him a cup of tea, find out how he had turned everything around. "I'm going back to Ireland soon," I said, as if he even knew I'd been out of the country. "I'm chasing up a lead on a manuscript." "I remember you used to love collecting books when you were younger," he said, as if this was some casual stroll down memory lane. As though, now he had the time to reminisce, we could talk in a way we never had. "I used to collect memorabilia too. Remember when I found that letter from Tolkien?" I couldn't help it. How dare he suddenly claim a role in my life that he had never played? I looked across at him to find his head hung in shame. Well, he could play the victim all he liked. I wasn't going to get sucked in. We had stopped walking and stood on the riverbank, both staring at the tranquil water moving slowly by. I could see the shadow of some fish treading water in the shallows. I sneaked to look at my father's profile and saw an expression, or rather an openness, that allowed me to see the man, and not the caricature he had become to me. Perhaps even to himself. He looked hurt. I knew that feeling well. "There's nothing I can say that will change what I've done." This was unexpected and different. Normally he was trying to manipulate my feelings, pleading and making excuses. This sounded like someone who understood the impact of his actions. "I am truly sorry that I wasn't the father you both needed. I'm ashamed of how I treated you all, and that's what always drove me to drink again." "So, what's different this time?" I kept looking at my shoes, as though willing them to carry me away. For some reason I seemed to be rooted to the spot. "Honestly, Henry, I can't promise that this time is different, but I'm getting good help here. For the first time I can see that addiction is an illness. Just knowing that has helped, somehow." An illness. I had never seen it that way before. It just felt like he was having his kicks and we were the ones paying for it. Like he preferred the drink to his family. "No alcoholic enjoys drinking," he said, as though reading my thoughts. "It's all you think about from the moment you open your eyes, but it's like swallowing poison." For the first time, I could see that he was struggling too. He had become a monster in my eyes, but here he was, all human, and it took everything I had not to weep for everything we'd lost, beat his chest and tell him how much it hurt to lose him. "I have no right to tell you this, and clearly had no part in it, but you've grown into a fine man, Henry. Son." I nodded, acknowledging his words, but not quite sure what to do with them. I couldn't stay any longer. It was overwhelming, and so I said I had a train to catch. "Do you think you might visit again? Bring your sister and Felicity, perhaps?" "Maybe. I'll ask." We shook hands, and he said he wished me luck with the manuscript. Even the knowledge that he'd listened to me and was interested in my life was unsettling. It was like meeting my real father for the first time, and realizing that the tyrant I had grown up with was simply a fake, or an impersonator who got all the lines wrong. This was the man I was meant to call Dad, but I hardly knew him. A familiar stranger. As I walked away, I had the clear sense that my life was like a play of two parts, and the audience were just polishing off their drinks in the lobby, returning for the second act. I checked my phone for the millionth time. Still no response from Martha. However, there was an email from Princeton University. I clicked on it and scanned through the message, picking up phrases here and there like files relating to her personal life and letter received shortly before her death. But the words that made my heart race were Opaline Carlyle. I opened the attachment to find a scan of a tea-coloured letter dated September 1963. Dearest Sylvia, how wonderful it was to see you in Dublin last month, and to see that you are in good health. I know Mr. Joyce would have been thrilled that you were chosen to open the museum at the Martello Tower, and it did feel as though all our lives had come full circle. To think that we were both incarcerated, albeit under very different circumstances. I'm sure you gave the Jerrys what for. Martha was right. I had been searching in all the wrong places, and not just for Opaline. Within a few clicks, I had booked my flight back to Ireland.
Chapter 31. Opaline, Dublin, 1923. I had arranged to meet Mr. Hannah from Webb's Bookshop at Bennett & Sons Auctioneers on 6 Upper Ormond Quay that afternoon. I walked through the bright red door into a building that was plain but bright, owing to the large Georgian windows that faced the River Liffey. "First impressions?" Mr. Hannah asked, as a young man handed us a catalogue before we took our seats. "Well, it's not Sotheby's," I said, in a pinched imperial tone, as though I were Queen Mary. "No, but the porter tastes better," he said, and winked. He had suggested we make a round of all the auction rooms to see if there were any hidden gems going at a good price. I recognised 1 or 2 dealers over from London, and for a moment I wondered if I would see Armand there. It was a silly idea. To my knowledge, he had never even been to Ireland, and not wanting to speak ill of my new home, I couldn't see that there would be anything to tempt someone with his eclectic tastes. A tall man with a magnificent white beard stood on the podium and welcomed us all. I immediately spotted something of interest in the catalogue, and, as luck would have it, it was the first lot to come up. "Lot number 527, a book on Armenian grammar gifted by Lord Byron to Lady Blessington as a keepsake when they parted at Genoa on 2nd of June, 1823. The bearded man's assistant, a young woman with strawberry-coloured hair, held the book aloft in gloved hands to a rather subdued audience. A reminder of her most enduring literary work, Conversations of Lord Byron with the Countess of Blessington, 1834. I turned my head slightly to try and read the room. There didn't seem to be much interest. "Who is Lady Blessington?" I asked Mr. Hannah, nudging him with my elbow. "I'm not an encyclopedia," he said, rolling his eyes playfully. "Oh, don't pretend you don't know. You know everything," I said, flattering him. "It's a bit of a rags-to-riches story. She was born in Tipperary." "She's Irish," I interrupted him. "Why wouldn't she be?" I don't know. Never presume," he said sagely, as someone placed a bid of £5 for the book. "Anyway, between one thing and another, she eventually married Charles Gardner, the Earl of Blessington, and became inordinately rich and cultured. She wrote travelogues and novels and was quite famous for her literary salon at her home in Hyde Park." I stared at him wide-eyed, as another bidder put £7 on the book. How is it that I have never heard of this woman? I suppose things go out of fashion. Women, you mean. Women go out of fashion.
Do I hear £8?
The auctioneer, perhaps taking an unconscious cue from Mr. Hannah, spoke of Lady Blessington's famed Gore house, which had been knocked down to make way for the Royal Albert Hall.
One of the leading literary and political salons, Dickens, Thackeray and Disraeli, were frequent visitors.
The following lots were ephemera, letters and locks of hair, ghastly portraits of long-dead people I did not know. A man took the seat beside me, and nodded to myself and Mr. Hannah. He did not have a catalogue, and so I handed him mine. My interest had begun to wane, until I heard the name Lady Sydney Morgan.
And here we have a signed copy of her most well-known work, The Wild Irish Girl, gifted to the Irish People newspaper.
I shifted forward on my seat so far that I was hardly sitting on it any more. The book itself was beautiful. Red boards with a gilt-framed title, almost botanical in nature, with a swooping swallow descending from the top left, pretty ferns growing upwards, and an illustrated butterfly on the bottom right. I had to have it.
A passionately nationalistic novel,
the man continued, although I had already raised my hand,
an auction-room faux pas, and a founding text in the discourse of Irish nationalism. The novel proved so controversial in Ireland that Lady Morgan was put under surveillance by Dublin Castle.
I didn't care how much it cost. I would own that book. Mr. Hannah touched my arm in such a way as to calm my temper, but I was no longer open to advice. Besides, what was it the printer from Bath had said? Women's literature was not as valuable as men's.
£6 to the young lady in the red hat.
Ha! I punched the air and presumably made a display of myself, but I didn't care. Mr. Hannah clapped me on the back, and I felt such a thrill as I had never known. Now I understood how Mr. Rosenbach must have felt in Sotheby's.
"Congratulations, mademoiselle," came a voice from beside me that almost made me jump.
I turned around to see a young man with bright eyes and fair hair. My heart fell back into its regular rhythm.
"Merci, monsieur. Ravel? You speak French," he said, shaking my hand.
"Like the composer Maurice, just a little," I replied. "Do you have an interest in Irish literature?"
"Certainement. I am writing an article about the Irish vampire."
He delivered this with the most innocent smile, which was quite disconcerting.
"Good Lord!"
I nudged Mr. Hannah.
"I do hope there is no such thing."
"Ah, that'll be our very own Bram Stoker."
"Oh, yes, now that I am familiar with. What a fascinating book," I added.
But the Frenchman shook his head.
"Not just Bram Stoker, Le Fanu also. But today I am in search of an older book than that. In fact, it is said that Stoker was inspired by it." "Pray, which book? You must tell us."
Just then, the bearded man called our attention to a dark-looking tome.
"And here we have a rare copy of Melmoth the Wanderer by Charles Maturin."
"Ah, this is it," he said. I could not have been more excited if a vampire was in the room with us. That was the thing about books and writers and stories. You never knew where you would end up. I was so pleased when he won his trophy, and also congratulated him. "You said that Stoker was inspired by this Maturin fellow. How did you discover it?" I asked, when the auction had ended and the sound of chairs scraping the floor filled the air. "At Marsh's library. It was the first public library in Ireland."
"Mais, why do I tell you this?"
I am certain you already know." I shook my head. I felt like a dunce that I had been in Dublin this long and still remained unforgivably ignorant of its literary heritage, beyond the standard Anglo-Irish authors whose writing was so easily exported. "But these are not Irish names, are they?" I turned again to Mr. Hannah, the encyclopedia. "Huguenot, am I correct?" He replied. "Yes, indeed," the Frenchman agreed, and before I knew it, he had invited me to visit Marsh's library with him. It was a fine day, and it felt good to stretch my legs. Mr. Hannah left us young ones to it, and we chatted enthusiastically as we crossed the Liffey and strolled down Fishamble Street. It turned out that Mr. Revell was from Paris and was studying Irish literature at Trinity College. He was suitably impressed when I told him about my time working in Shakespeare and Company, and we both wondered how it was that we hadn't met before. "I used to go there all of the time. I took my coffee juste en face." "Isn't life queer?" "I find the same in my research. For instance, I only just found out that Charles Mathurin was in fact Oscar Wilde's great-uncle." "You cannot be serious," I said, stopping just as we reached the imposing facade of St. Patrick's Cathedral, its grey spires stretching towards a sky of the brightest blue. "Yes, it's true. His niece was Jane Wilde, Oscar's mother. Of course you must have read her works." "I'm afraid my academic knowledge of Irish literature is sorely lacking compared to yours, Mr. Revell, but I find this all so fascinating." "I must warn you that her writings are quite anti-British." I laughed as we carried on walking past the railings of the church grounds. I'm not very easily offended on that score. He stopped at an iron gate and ushered me to take the steps ahead of him. It looked like such a humble entrance for this, the oldest public library in Ireland. The building was equally modest, red brick and inviting in its own way. No colonnades or grand statues. Just a sign with the opening hours. "It does belie the significance of what lies within," he said, reading my thoughts. I gasped as we got in, and I had my first full view of the library. Row upon row of books, housed in beautifully dark wooden shelves, ancient books, whispering like leaves on a breeze. There were benches in every alcove, and the air was thick with knowledge. I was stunned into silence. "Come, I will show you the cages," he said, again with that sweet smile that jarred with his frightful words. Mathurin lived quite close by, and so he spent hours here every day, voraciously reading books from the 16th century. We came to the cages, which were in fact little compartments with doors that were half wood, half metal grid. Inside, a private space walled-in books for study. While it is a public library, it is not a lending library. The librarians noticed that many of their priceless manuscripts were being stolen from the library and... hence the cages. So do they lock you in while you read, is that it? At that moment, I thought I heard someone calling my name. But I didn't turn around. Mon Opale! My body stiffened. I didn't dare hope. Bonjour, Mr. Revell said to whoever stood behind us. I turned around to see Armand, more handsome than my memory could ever do him justice, his dark features all the more beautiful here. It was all I could do not to fall into his arms, and but for the fact that Mr. Revell was beside me, I dare say I would have. Instead we embraced and kissed on each cheek. "Mr. Revell, may I introduce my fellow book dealer, Mr. Hassan?" The two men shook hands, and I found myself at a complete loss as to how I should handle the situation. My hand cradled my belly instinctively. Here stood the father of my child, but social etiquette prevented me from uttering a word. Mr. Revell had been so kind and chivalrous. How could I tell him to leave? "Mr. Revell, I beg your forgiveness, but I have a very important business matter to discuss with Mademoiselle Grey," I shouted. The two men looked at me. "He always pronounces it incorrectly," I stammered, feeling utterly stupid. "Of course." Mr. Revell bowed slightly in the most respectful way that I felt a pang of guilt at simply abandoning him. "And do call in to my shop," I said, hoping that he would. He smiled kindly and was gone. Armand took my hand and led me into one of the open cages. I let my body lean against the ladder that was placed there for reaching books on the higher shelf, and he pressed himself against me, his mouth on my neck, like a vampire himself. We didn't speak. The only sound was our breathing and the occasional turn of a page from the readers outside. Wait, stop," I said, panting slightly. "What are you doing here?" He looked up at me and smiled, his deep brown eyes lit by rays of the afternoon sun, revealing flecks of amber. I knew then I loved him. I loved him madly, but I wasn't sure if he ever could or would love me. "I'm after a book, of course." He grinned and pulled the top of my blouse down, revealing the white curve of my breast. Not for me, then. He kissed me, and I forgot myself momentarily. "No, I mean, what are you doing in Ireland? Why didn't you send a telegram?" He stepped back slightly and sat on the desk opposite, where some old books lay open. His body language changed. He picked up a pen and fidgeted with it. When he looked at me, there was an air of disappointment in his eyes that I had spoiled the moment with my question. I'm not sure I had ever observed him so keenly, but then I was never carrying his child before. An uncomfortable truth formed first as a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, and his lack of response confirmed it in my thoughts. "You weren't going to tell me you were here, were you?" He got up again, all charm. "It's not that, Opaline. You know what it's like following a lead. I had not planned to come here, but a collector requested a very specific manuscript." I'd heard enough. I straightened my blouse and was struggling with the doors of the cage when I felt his arms around me. "Please, mon opale. There's no need for such hysteria. I'm here now. Let's not ruin it." I sighed deeply, then turned around to face him. "I have something to tell you," I said, unsure of how exactly I was going to do it. "Marvellous. We shall meet tonight for dinner. But now I have work to do." He looked so pleased with himself, and I realized how much I liked being the one to make him happy. Perhaps he would want the baby after all. I arranged that he should come to the shop for an aperitif. My excitement made me giddy and ditzy. I dropped a glass and scratched one of my favourite records while preparing the shop for his arrival. It was overwhelming, Armand being in Ireland. I wanted him to love it as much as I did, so everything had to be exactly right. Not long after the cuckoo clock announced that it was 8 o'clock, I heard the handle of the door opening and the sound of his shoes scuffing the tiles. Mother had always said that punctuality said a lot about a person. I smoothed my hair behind my ears and climbed the stairs to the shop. "Opaline?" "Yes, j'arrive." I hadn't spoken French in so long, it sounded strange, and I blushed. When I reached the top of the stairs, I saw him standing there in a dark suit, his hair damp from the rain outside.